If the Earth is flat, Pete,
Okay.
then there would be no measurable change in elevation. Pete.
Okay.
Elevation is a measured change in the vertical axis, therefore not Q.
Therefore, Earth is not flat. And in maths, you can prove whatever you like. I'm saying it's not physics. That's all that I'm saying.
Yeah, so where does the proof of your flat Earth, where does that come into it?
You measure Earth as flat with a flat baseline to a ground position to start.
You can also prove a flat Earth by measuring angles. How useful for proving a flat Earth?
It's a measurement of a flat Earth. Okay, measuring things is not scientific. Yes, that's correct.
So what about the proof then, right? Does the proof of flat Earth that you have, does that lie within the bounds of science?
I will get triggered now because this is dishonest prick.
Okay, measuring things is not scientific. Yes, that's correct.
Well, I was just wondering, when you were talking about proof of your flat Earth, is that the same proof as the proof that you were talking about with Jaren in science?
I answered the first two times. I said no. Twice. No.
I will
No.
get triggered now because this is
Measuring
dishonest prick.
things like a flat baseline to a ground position to start. That's not scientific. That's a measurement. Science establishes
Should I
the
show you how
cause
it's
of an
possible,
effect.
mate?
That's the science we deal with. We deal with natural
By
science.
using scientific
And while
method
the knowledge can be put on the cover of a book as the science
prove the Earth
of
is flat.
ground position to start, here we specifically deal with natural
Should I show you how
science.
it's possible,
That's
mate?
the scientific method.
by using
There's the
scientific
distinction.
method to prove the Earth is flat.
And I'll agree with you. In maths, you can prove things in the maths. The maths itself, it's an abstract language. Whereas physics, that's science and the scientific method, is dealing with the physical. It's the difference between science, physics, the physical, and maths, which
Should I
is an
show you how it's
abstract
possible,
language
mate?
to describe things. Now, if you're saying you can prove things with maths, 1 + 1 = 2. Ground position. Proof. To start.
And you were equal to, you've had one plus the other one. I can accept that that's proof.
Ground position. Maths. To
No.
start. In physics, it isn't proof.
Should I show
because
you
it
how it's
isn't
possible,
physics.
mate?
Physics is the
By
physical.
using scientific method to prove the Earth
Okay,
is
again,
flat.
I can use the scientific method to prove the Earth is flat. Not the Earth is flat because of scientific method. There's a difference. Shape is not science. But I can use method, the scientific method, to show that it is flat.
Ground position. To start.
Yeah.
Yes, that's correct.
I got your numbers, they're right here.
Yes, that's correct.
It's just as easy as 1, 2, 3.
Sphere, not see
You
thing.
have to open your mind.
Flat, I see thing.
Imagination is all you need.
You do know science is also
Don't
deductible.
take advice from fools.
That is a fact.
Everything that they say is in vain.
So this is a flat Earth proof.
Yes, that's correct.
Never take advice from fools. We all know what they do is in vain.
Should I show you how it's possible, mate? By using scientific
Yes,
method
that's correct.
to prove the Earth is flat.
An Earth was proved to be flat by these measurements.
So we would assert that that average is how average the level of level is. It's flat. There it is. That's how we use it.
The deviation from that reference means it isn't flat.
Everything is relative to you.
I will get triggered now because it's a
You
dishonest prick.
just have to say
Yes,
it.
that's correct.
Generality.
It's a what is
Just
Go.
like those straight lines of curves.
Means it isn't flat.
Yes, that's correct.
Drive down the road, don't you ever.
The elevation changes make the Earth not flat.
Third, then, it's a stupid argument. So this is a flat Earth proof.
All of this goes.
Don't report to FED or no one. I am my own person. I am my own person.
Yes, that's correct.
Everything that they say is in
By using scientific method to prove the Earth is flat.
Never take advice from fools.
To prove the Earth is flat.
That they do is in vain.
Don't report to FED or no one. I am my own person.
What's your observed phenomenon for a flat Earth?
Did I say flat Earth was my observed phenomena, or did I say I can use scientific method to prove it's flat? Huh.
Okay, what's your observed phenomenon? to prove that it's flat?
I see too far. How's that?
I know the game that you're playing,
You want to know, Jason?
and I know exactly what's on your mind.
Nah, I'm just letting the FED crew know
You
that
got your playbook, it's alright.
their lapdog needs more
Your
training
model dictates what you will find,
because you're an idiot.
and I don't know
Okay, what's your observed phenomena to prove that it's flat?
where all of this goes.
I see too far. How's that?
Don't take advice from fools.
Because you're an idiot.
Everything that they say is in vain.
I'm manipulating my position.
Never take advice from fools. We all know what they do is in vain.
Do I manipulate my position when I manipulate my position? Do I manipulate my position when I manipulate my position?
What does your position have to do with the shape of the Earth?
You have an angle towards this.
You can also prove a flat Earth by measuring angles.
Observe, which is
How
already
useful
too far
for
to
proving a
see.
flat Earth.
Now that is scientific fact. There's no real evidence for it, but it is scientific fact.
The rebuttal is actually a straw man. And that's, why I want to clarify, because I think that's worth pointing out, that the rebuttal was a straw man. Nowhere in the argument is the words level plane even mentioned. Topography is not mentioned. And it's only about the elevation change, which is a measured change on the vertical datum. There is no conflation between baseline and topography in the argument. It's just a simple if-then argument about elevation change. And obviously the Earth is not flat because of elevation change. That's what the argument is about. I mean, we can read it out, the entire if-then, again, if it's needed.
Read me one more time, just so I can hear it again. Sorry, say it one more time.
If the Earth is flat, Pete,
Okay.
then there would be no measurable change in elevation. Q.
Okay.
Elevation is a measured change in the vertical axis, therefore not Q.
Therefore, Earth is not flat.
But the refutation to the argument being that there's some sort of conflation going on between a baseline and topography is just a straw man, because that's not the case for anybody who actually reads the argument. That's my point.
Well, it's not an argument because you're convoluting the baseline from which you will measure, which is your mean sea level. You're convoluting that with the topology you're trying to measure. So it's not an argument. Just you're misusing words.
And me stating the fact that mean sea level is a point on a vertical datum and not a level plane is just a statement of fact. Mean sea level is not a level plane, it's simply a point on a vertical datum. That's all.
Yes, but it's not a level. You don't understand that. What you just said.
Stupid non-argument, you stupid bonehead!
Okay, again, I can use the scientific method to prove the Earth is flat. Not the Earth is flat because of scientific method. There's a difference. Shape is not science, but I can use the scientific method, to show that it is flat.
Why do we have to listen to this incessant verbal diarrhea with the verbatim repetition of it? Bird it!
Just be patient, guys. This happened before.
Well, I was just wondering, when you were talking about proof of your flat Earth, is that the same proof as the proof that you were talking about with Jared in science?
I answered the first two times. I said no. Twice.
You don't understand.
Earth is not flat.
You don't understand.
Earth is not flat.
Yeah. Yes, that's correct.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. You're just on your own.
Where's the science for a stationary Earth? Okay, way to demonstrate that you don't understand what science is without saying you don't understand what science is. Because science deals with cause and effect relationships. Though natural science, that's the study of the physical and natural world, is what we are dealing with here on Flat Earth Debate. Now that is exclusively the singular scientific method. That is exclusively illuminating the cause of naturally occurring phenomena. So when you say, what's the science for stationary Earth?
Should I show you how it's possible, mate?
Okay. You're so used to being told that you can prove concrete nouns with science.
By using scientific method to prove the Earth earth is flat.
Prove concrete nouns with science, do you expect us to adhere to that non-standard?
Not the earth is flat.
Earth is not flat.
Don't understand.
Earth is not flat.
Not the earth is flat.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn.
Because of scientific method. Shape is not science, but I can use the scientific method to prove the earth is flat.
You can prove concrete nouns with science, do you expect us to adhere to that non-standard? It's not a cause and effect relationship that you're asking about. So when you say flat earth...
Should I show you how it's possible,
measuring
mate?
things is not scientific. Yes, that's correct.
By using scientific method to prove the earth is flat.
That's not something happening. That's not an occurrence. That's not a phenomenon. You're not going to get an IVDV relationship.
Do I manipulate my position when I manipulate my
It's
position?
absurd to ask us for the science of flat earth.
You can use method, the scientific method, to show that it is flat.
No, you can ask for the measurements of flat earth, the geometry of flat earth.
Okay, measuring things is not scientific. Yes, that's correct.
The practical application of flat earth, you can ask for all those things and we can provide them.
You don't understand.
Earth is not flat.
Not the earth is flat.
You don't understand.
Not the earth is flat.
Earth is not flat.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn.
To a ground position.
Just on your own.
But asking for the science of a concrete noun demonstrates you don't understand what science is.
To a ground position.
No reason,
To start.
no logic,
Ground
no
position.
wisdom,
To start.
no worries.
Elucidating the cause of an effect, and the
You're
effect
just on your own.
exclusively natural. Only natural.
Does that lie within the bounds of science?
No. Ground position. To
You're just
start.
on your own.
So what about the proof then, right? Does the proof of flat earth, does that lie within the bounds of science?
No.
Well, it's not an argument because you're convoluting the baseline from which you will measure, which is your mean sea level. You're convoluting that with the topology you're trying to measure. So it's not an argument. Just you're misusing words.
What does that have to do with the shape of the earth?
Sphere, not see thing. Flat, I see thing. I will get triggered now because this is the son's prick. You can use the scientific method to prove it's flat. Flat itself is not a science. You want to know how I can use science to prove it's flat? Have you ever thought of that? How do you do it?
Was that your
proof.
Are you going to try and plug your shit on my channel?
No, I don't want to do that.
Lost, if you're telling me you're going, I didn't thank you in return, you noticed.
Yeah. Keep watching Nathan Oakley. And we are live. Welcome everyone. It is a free-for-all Friday. We thought we'd start early. You know what it's like. Probably go like all day. We don't care around here. We just like to say, if anybody in the YouTube chat, if you just type Nathan in, the link will come up there for the Give, Send, Go for Nathan. We need Nathan back live streaming. We're rubbish at this. You guys don't want to hear people saying the earth's not flat. You want Nathan Oakley back. Come on, let's get it back. Right, just pretend, pretend we're like Nathan Oakley, but we just talk about reality and shit. We don't talk about the all of that sort of stuff. But that's what you need Nathan Oakley for. So we're here to support our fellow YouTubers, and the community at large. I mean, Emma was pointing out, quite rightly, that when Arwin needs a bit of weed, a bit of food or whatever he says, he gets some money. Fight the Flat Earth got his entire court costs paid for 3 times over. So the least we should be able to do is get Nathan Oakley with a few spare hard drives or whatever in case it burns them out too. You never know, but he needs to be keep going. With these high-end PCs are high maintenance. You should know that, and should work accordingly. I mean, it's his living. Come on, people, what are you doing? Let's get him going back live. Anyway, yes, Free for All Friday. We are just doing what we do. I'm going to get to do some gaming in a bit, I think. It is Friday. There's some new enemies on Sons of the Forest. But, as always, Discord is open for usual conversation. And I'd say to some of the people in the chat, I noticed that Chuck Wagner seems to go around all of the other channels just causing shit. So be aware that Chuck is that type of a character that goes all over the place. I think I had seen him over on Flatsoid's channel comment against us over here. So that's what he does. Chuck is just an antagonizer trying to wind people up. Treat him, like, just be aware of that fact. There's probably quite a few people like that. He's probably one of the only ones that's left.
He does have a use, because now we know that Arwen's finally been cut off financially.
Has he?
Yeah, the Globers aren't supporting him any longer.
No?
No. He told Professor Phil Bell to unalive himself.
Arwen did?
Apparently so, according to Chuck in the chat. So take that with a pinch of salt.
Wow. It's not because, like, the homophobia thing, is it? Or just because science?
I don't know. It would be interesting to find out the line that is drawn. You know, once you step over that line, we will no longer support you, because in our experience, we've noticed that there are criminals that can assault people, get taken to court, get found guilty. They still get supported.
Mm-hmm.
There are men that have scammed many women, and it is common knowledge in this arena that there are men scamming women out of money, and they're being held up as these like superstars of the flat earth topic. And right now, they're even in the politics server.
Yeah, it's a big
so
thing
I'd like
at the
to
minute,
know,
isn't it?
Yeah, I'd like to know what the line is that these people have to cross for them to be cut off. You know, for them to be told, yeah, we don't want to associate with you.
Mm. Yeah, we've always been like a little bit sort of... well, I've been trying to learn what's going on, really, because I can remember early days trying to work out what was actually going on with the flat earthers. They seem crazy to me, even back then when we were getting the Robotham footage. I couldn't understand what was going on. I told many people the many stories about it, and it wasn't long after that, was it, that we sort of got shufted out of 24/7. And ever since then, really, people have been misrepresenting what we've been doing.
Yeah, it was when we got to see behind the scenes at 24/7. So when you're in there normally, you don't see the half of it. As soon as you hit mod, you get to see the other side. And I think as soon as we got made mods and we started to see, you know, what goes on in the background, we realized we didn't. We had to put it together over time, but we started to see what it's really like behind the scenes. And it's disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. These people who sit in rooms and go, oh my God, listen to this flat earth guy. He's amazing. We're going to champion him. Guess what? He's probably one of the ones that scammed at least 5 women out of money. And you're sitting there cheering him on like he's a hero just because he's going along with your stupid narrative.
lot of support, isn't there, for the
There
well,
has to be for the stupid flat Earth topic, which is it's just you realize things are fucked. You go looking and you get caught in the flat Earth net purposely. That's what it's designed for. And you stop looking any further and you think you found the truth. You haven't. You found a little place where they will chew you up and spit you out when they're done
catch
with
you
you.
up in the drama.
Mm-hmm.
And that
And how
doesn't
many
really
people-
matter. Anything, any little piece of anything that they can, if they want to link you to it, anything, they will.
Mm-hmm. And they will destroy you if they can. If you don't go along with their narrative and play the game, pick a team, they will go out of their way to destroy you. They will try and find you in real life. They will go around and send messages to the people that you speak to, trying to get them to stop you from having any contact with anybody. That's what this arena, this so-called community is. They support all that, but they won't buy Nathan a decent computer, apparently.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know, if you're a successful streamer, I mean, he's at the top of the game, right? Is there a more regular flat Earth live streamer? I don't think so, unless they've segregated the internet off into different places that that we're not aware of. Like, say there might be a Spanish Nathan Oakley or a Canadian Nathan Oakley or whatever. Who knows? But Nathan Oakley is the mostest live streaming flat Earth. I know he says debate, but I mean, everybody knows that there's no debate. It's like everybody knows it's not really flat, but they go along with it. And everybody knows it's not really a debate, but they go along with it, right? Because they love this.
They love being part of
Whatever.
the team, Bev.
Yeah.
You're on the team. You're part of the team. You get treated amazingly well. And then one day, what happened to Betty the other night on QE's live stream will happen, and you'll realise that they really couldn't care less about you. Once you disagree with them, that's it. You're out. Betty felt that the other day.
Yeah, I had the nerve to say that somebody else was talking about science before QE. Can you imagine? I felt sorry for Betty, and I think a lot of people, I don't know how many people were watching these sort of streams, or whether they watch them. I don't know what people watch the streams for. I know a lot of people do, because we were chatting or talking, listening to STST, and he had a few people come on as guests that said that that's what they do. They sit there and watch these streams. They watch Flatside and Nathan, and I don't know whether they watch us or not. Can't see why they bother watching us, because they think we're flat earthers, so they can't really know much about what we do. But there are people that enjoy watching, I don't know, people pretending to be experts on something that there is no experts on.
Yeah, and they like the drama side of it as well. So, when Nathan shouts and gets angry and hands the Globers their arse and things, it's great. It's great entertainment for some people. I find I don't get anything out of it, but that's what Nathan does. That's what QE does. Has anybody seen QE actually go out and do anything practical?
A debate? Oh yeah, or testing.
No,
no. Science, practical demonstrations of science things.
Yes.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, has he ever done any of that? No.
Don't think so. Don't think we've ever seen 10th Man with a sextant or any of those sort of things. It's one of the strangest arenas I've ever been in. At least when from the building construction trade, you can see things being done. You can actually see the things being used. People just talk about fantasy. That's it.
Yeah, the other thing I was going to point out as well is the fact that QE will go around Discords, right, and pick up things that he then puts in his video. And a lot of the time, it might be stuff that other people have come up with, right, that he then passes off as his own genius. Does anybody realise that, or does anybody really care? Because Eric Dubay does the same thing. Does anybody actually believe Eric Dubay goes and researches all of that stuff himself? Anybody seen him around talking? No. What he does is he watches everyone else's videos, takes what he wants, and passes it off as his own, which is just what happens on YouTube. All the smaller content creators will be overlooked, and the big names will take whatever they want, package it however they want, and all their little sycophants in the chat will believe that it's their idol's genius. You just went off to make a cup of tea, didn't you, Beth?
Curry, yeah.
Okay, no one needs to hear me ranting anymore. Anyone else want to jump in?
Yes, we do. It's Free for All Friday. And we're trying to gather some money together for Nathan, right? We're talking about where the money is and where it gets distributed, where it's most needed. And that at the minute is Nathan Oakley. He doesn't have the ability to record? Because I don't record this. This goes to YouTube. You can record it later. Don't worry about it. So YouTube stores it all. But Nathan Oakley needs some hard drive so he can record it. And that's what we need to do. So yeah, if anybody wants to know the link, it's in the chat. Just put it in the YouTube. Just type Nathan and the Give Send Go link will be in there for you. We like to do the best we can for helping out other people. I know Arwin, did Arwin manage to come back after he got... Because he must have said something wrong or whatever on the YouTube he got.
I don't know. I literally do not pay any attention to Arwen whatsoever.
Yeah, one man, that's one of the things that I've never really got into. I don't know why. Like, the American Flat Earth seems... I just see Hollywood production in it. Like it's far too much, too business. Obvious.
Yeah, it's all about the money.
Yeah, at least Nathan Oakley and Arwin, and these. It looks like it's a grassroots operation, but obviously it's big business to these people.
Well, they were all involved in FE Core, weren't they? Like Nathan pushed that quite a bit, and. From personal experience, I can tell you, for your membership fee for FE Core, you got
nothing.
Buckle. Nothing. Absolutely zero. Not even an email. Like nothing. For a whole year. And then they want, obviously, to take another £25 off you the following year for nothing.
Yeah, they wouldn't even listen to us about the Realising Euclid Test. And that's pretty cheap, but they were like big business doing big stuff. Nobody wants to hear about these little tests.
Well, it's not going to make them money, is it?
Well, I don't... What I've noticed recently is that... there's a size limit, right? They say within these surveying things, and I know we've been doing this, but just to let everybody else know, that you can ignore curvature. Of curvature of what, you may ask? Who knows? But you can ignore curvature up to 300 square kilometers, which is a pretty fucking big space. And we would, obviously our test
What do you
that we
mean
were
you
doing.
can ignore curvature?
Yeah, just ignore it as though it's not there.
Well, even though it's like they've got that weird, what is it, the 1 mile is...
Yeah.
No,
yeah,
hang
yeah,
on, 69 miles, whatever equals.
Yeah, well, 69 miles might be within that range, right? Measuring that. But for local stuff, you can just ignore it as though it's not there, which is sort of what we've been saying when we did the test to show that, you can definitely ignore it because level is a straight line on a horizontal plane, right? We've got tests to prove that. That easy to do. And the surveying agree with us. All surveying manuals agree with us. But I don't really want you to know about any of that.
Dead easy and dead cheap as well.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's like a definite proof. It's got a mathematical process behind it. You can consider it as a proof, and everyone would consider it as a proof in reality. It doesn't prove the Earth's flat, right? Because you measure elevation changes from that. But I mean, there are things within reality that you can prove. The flat Earth not being one of them obviously can't be proved. Pretty much the same as the ridiculous dogmatic globe model. Now, that can't be proved either. But what we need people to be able to get angry at other people for imagining something different than what you're imagining. Who really wants to talk about reality? It's terrible.
Oh, also, while I'm here and while it's not too long after we discussed it, if anybody who knows me and the situation and has experience of what I was talking about, because I haven't gone into great detail, but yeah, the experience of 24/7 and all the things that go on behind the scenes, the way you get treated, especially as a woman, and also the scamming women out of money. If there's anyone out there, please get in touch with me. Honestly. Even if it's not to make anything public, you just want to talk through with someone who's been through the same thing.
Yeah. Yeah, because
nobody talks about it. Nobody talks about it. Nobody cares. So we've got to do it all ourselves.
It's one of those things that occurs within like Discord servers, right? You're in there, you're talking to people, but in the background, people can be saying other things. People can be sending messages and stuff. So you can have this dual identity where, people don't know what's going on in the background. And if you don't ever tell people about what's going on, then you can think you're just an isolated case and you may have been foolish or whatever. But like, we can tell you that there are things that occur that, you should be able to talk about.
Yeah. I personally got scammed out of money in this arena. And then I did some investigating and found out I could trace back to another 4 or 5 women that had pretty much the same experience, if not worse than what I went through. And yeah, nobody cared. Yeah, and right now, he is one of the top guys in the politics and 24/7 server. He's one of the superstars.
Just regurgitating things, shadows from the wall.
Oh yeah, they've got all the talking points, totally covered now. The politics flat earth bit is just a mini 24/7. So if you've ever experienced 24/7, you know what to expect.
So it is free for all Friday. So any topic goes. But I mean, if we're up for talking about, I mean, not saying that Nathan, you know, we don't want to associate Nathan with this, but you know, for distribution of monetaries within this, what do you call it? Do you call it the flat? I see. That's why I call it the arena, because like any time you enter on either side, flat Earth or globe Earth, or you're talking about Earth, it's like an Earth arena where everybody's dead combative, and like people have support on either side. I sort of look at it, you know, from a different perspective. I'm on the outside looking in and watching what's going on. I guess that's what we've been doing here all this time, really. Trying to see who is able to have a communication about things. And there's a lot of strange stuff that's gone on within this arena. A lot of manipulation. I just feel that people have been manipulated into taking on a story. It's no different than the initial.
You drop one and pick up another one in its place immediately.
I don't think you ever actually know anything about the globe. So the moment you ask a question, you're sort of forced into either side. It depends who you ask the question to, who hears it, who you know who's listening at the time. Because there are loads of questions. As soon as you find a contradiction, the moment you ask people, you'll find yourself put on either side of a false dichotomy, I'd say. Can't get away from it. That's all you're dealing with. So welcome to it. We come from the bit looking in from the outside, because we've always been the outsiders. Ask anybody around this place. We've been called the misfits. Everybody that comes round here doesn't fit in this arena, because who actually knows what's going on? And everybody in this on the level Discord arena, they're different. Nobody fits into any category of any sort. It's just people. But the out there in the arena, they want you to armour up for either side, red or blue. Red team, blue team. And we're not there. We support both sides. Although I don't think I would have supported paying Fight the Flat Earth's fine, because I don't think anybody really should profit from crime. That's the one step too far. So I wouldn't support Fight the Flat Earth in his criminal behaviour and making money from that. But Nathan Oakley, we need Nathan Oakley back live again. I mean, who'd tell you to unsubscribe from which channels if Nathan Oakley wasn't around? Who'd be the one not explaining what you can do with just an angle, other than writing it down and calling it a name? Who'd do that? There's nobody out there. There's nobody out there to push the fake globe narrative in order for you to fight against and say that's ridiculous. Well, Well, simple arguments do it anyway, but I mean, you can just dismiss those arguments if you've got Nathan Oakley around. That's why we need Nathan Oakley around. It was pretty obvious that Ruhif couldn't defend his opposite side angle. Technical maths terms. Yeah, I hope the door is open for Nathan Oakley. So if any of the mods are in the Discord, notice that he pops in, just make sure roll him up. Anybody next topic? It is Free for All Friday. I forgot on the board. Oh, I've been editing the Looking for the Truth video from Buster, and it is done. It's finished. It's up on YouTube. The members from this channel should be able to go and watch it already on the Buster's thingy. So I might walk through it actually with you in a bit. Ruhif, yeah, Ruhif was the one that designed the opposite side angle, being able to look at mountains, and in fact, Ruhif was the one that orchestrated Ranti's so-called split from the flat Earth community. We've watched a lot of stuff occur, and I think personally, it's the distilled water drinking that's helped clear my mind. That and stopping watching TV. Stop watching telly and drink some distilled water. Have conversations with real people. And then I think you can have the ability to be able to see like artistic plays that are being done, like drama, scripted dramas. Ruhif scripted the Ranty picture thing, the one that in that other channel, Debate Flat Earth and More, they've still got a Thanks Bev picture that keeps getting shown on their live stream, and it's running 24 hours showing that picture. Thanks Bev. Well, it's not my picture. I don't know. I don't get what it's all about. It doesn't make any sense.
Is that Gem Pandas that got shut down again?
Oh, did it get shut down? It might not. Yeah, it might be on a different. It'd be live streaming on a different account, showing that.
Yeah,
picture.
so it was. Yeah, it was on the channel Debate Flat Earth and More. That went ages ago, didn't it? Years ago.
Has it?
Then it went to Humans. Yeah, it went to.
Right.
It's still there, but then he went to Humans of Earth, and recently that is no longer live streaming, and it's on. I think it's something like Gem Panda 2012.
Wow, it's got an old account, a really old account. And there's these people with many YouTube accounts.
So their live stream got taken down for some reason, but yet he manages to skirt, whatever ban's been put in place by.
Well, he makes a bit of money, doesn't he? Like that's
he must
sort of
do
needed.
to keep it going. Yeah, and I mean the people that go in there will pay him money just to keep that place going, right? Because they love going there.
Yeah, it's like a safe haven, isn't it, for the seriously model afflicted. If you don't want any contact with any flat earthers, then you go into that server, because anybody that has any sort of signs of flat earth or anything that can be imagined as flat earth, they'll be jumped upon and ridiculed, called names, shouted at.
Yeah, but then you've got the residents, haven't you? Like Merle, Pete Shea, trying to think, Johnny B. They all go to Gems, and hang around. Brian Mabbott.
Yeah, they're not like leading figures within the flat Earth community like Nathan Oakley, right?
Well, they could be if the community got them a PC, maybe.
Well, yeah, but I mean, when you think of it, like, who does more work for flat Earth on a daily basis than Nathan Oakley? Weekdays, obviously. And he has his, obviously, recorded ones for the weekends. But he works hard. I mean, he does that live stream from his comfy chair. I mean, that looks like a pressure environment, doesn't it? His office.
Yeah, it's hard work, and the sacrifices his wife has to make to have her front room taken over by a recording studio.
Is that what you call it? It's just got a load of soundproofing. I don't know what goes on. And I don't know much about that. Does he play an instrument or anything? Or is it just like, vocal? Does anyone know? Like, because I know Buster's got like a nice little studio set up. Spot On's just sorted himself a thingy out with
maybe that's karaoke or something.
It could be karaoke, yeah. Might do a bit of rapping or something like that.
Yeah.
Oakley rap.
Oh, are we gonna have like the greatest flat Earth hits from Nathan Oakley?
Well, it would be nice to know about, like, why all of that soundproofing. Did anybody notice the change from the early days? I mean, it could have just been a better mic, but
No, there isn't, to me, any noticeable difference in quality of streams.
it's just YouTube streaming, isn't it? Like, I think anyone can do it. It's not that big, but I mean, Nathan's been doing it a long time. He's obviously learned a lot about flat. If you can falsify it with one argument, how can you learn about it? Like, what is there to learn about something that's easily falsifiable? I've never really understood that.
I wonder whether we could get Chuck to come in.
His look sounds knowledgeable about this.
Yeah, Chuck, you really should come in and talk in VC. We could just have a FE gossip session.
Yeah. You know about all of these people that hang around different Discord and thingy servers. Imagine being so fascinated by it. Chuck, come in and let us know. Come on.
There must be something
keeping these people that keep going here and what they do over there.
Maybe that's Chuck's job, to keep an eye on what's going on. So, I mean, keep us in the loop, Chuck.
Keep a check on everyone, where they are and what they're doing. Well,
Chuck might be related.
We're only here, really. We don't want to do gossip like Chuck. I know, obviously trying to stir up drama, because there's a lot of drama needed within this flat Earth arena, right? It lives off drama because they've got nothing else, really. And that's
but this would be, but this would be like the true drama that affects people in real life and shouldn't be happening, kind of drama,
What, the real
That's
people?
what I want to talk about.
Yeah.
No, I want to talk about the stuff that affects, like the guy scamming women out of money and.
Yeah, well, I mean, isn't that like, aren't these people real people? And obviously, some might have problems, right? Some people might like to hang around with people that berate them, right? The people pay money for it. don't they? So you know, like you might perhaps people get it for free in these servers. Maybe.
Oh my god! Now you've just put an even weirder spin on.
Well, it's a mutual thing, isn't it? If you get some people that like to berate people and some people that like to be berated, and just say, "Yeah," like once you find out who those people are, then you can put them together. Like you may not even think that you like being berated or called, names or anything until you find out. Most people have never even experienced it. You never know. That's what it's like within this arena to me.
It's making a lot more sense now as to why some people, one person in particular that likes scamming women out of money, why when he's talking, his eyes are shut.
Like what's in the cave? It's the shadows in the cave. He's reading the shadows on the inside of his eyeballs.
Yeah.
Explaining the flat earth with his eyes closed and that.
Yes.
Palms out and stuff.
100%. 100% sat there, eyes closed, doing the script.
Nice. Okay.
And that's he's one of the top guys as well.
It's just trying to read a script. That's all it is. Like most of this stuff, like we've been saying for quite a while, these shadow giants are the ones that they cast the shadows that people just read off the walls. The walls of Plato's cave are just filled with stuff that you were taught at school. You don't need proof for it. You just get told it. Just remember it. Doesn't help you when somebody asks you a question about it, but
yeah, Mike's asking who the scammer is, but I don't. I would name them if people want to know. I'll tell you their name, but I don't particularly want to, get into the tiny details on a live stream. But it's someone who is a mod at 24/7.
His name starts with FE, right? That's as much as you need to know.
Yeah, mod at 24/7, and now a mod in the FE politics bit, which is now a mini 24/7. Chuck must be rather busy with his job at the moment.
Yeah, he is. It's good to have you around, Chuck, keeping the chat going.
Mm.
Yeah, that's what I had last night. I kept getting muted last night from one of the people, Marcus it was, over at Seek Truths. He was seeking truth in his YouTube live chat. So there's a lot of people that sort of hold grudges within this arena that imagine that, like people aren't after a conversation. I think it's took a while, hasn't it, for us to be able to get to where we are, that thanks to the mods and stuff. It's a place where you can communicate. See, Chuck knows about Marcus and he's sorry for it. Like he was there watching that too. Everywhere.
Yeah, I have a feeling Chuck might be related to the Taylors.
Yeah. Yeah, they run it all.
Brad.
I Earth. I don't know. I think that's just a name, isn't it? That this Flat Earth Society community uses, perhaps, just to throw you off.
Yeah, so I've got to keep muting as well. It's a bit noisy.
No problem. Yeah, so if anybody does, like Emma says, if anybody does want to come in, you don't have to talk to us. You know, just message Emma or whatever, and Emma will have a chat with you in a different room. Like, there's no need for you to be airing that sort of stuff over here. Of course, there may not be. I mean, a lot of people from that arena have been told to not come and communicate with us because of, I don't know, for reasons like Nathan Oakley said, fight the flat earth, rumpus, you name them. Everybody's told people to not bother coming and talking to us for whatever reason. I don't know. But if you are one of those people that's sort of had enough of this arena, maybe you have been scammed. Maybe you've noticed that people have lied to you. Well, this seems to be the place where most people like that end up. If you want to come and have a conversation about normal stuff, reality stuff, maybe you've noticed something that you'd like to have a conversation about, but can't seem to bring up a conversation anywhere else because people get too defensive about things. This is the place to come. On the Level Discord, on the level.live website. Go over some of that sort of stuff as well, couldn't we? I'm not very good at selling this sort of stuff. We've done loads. Do you want to Chuck say, interesting to imagine this whole thing of money was never a part of it. How different it would look. What was it? Money? It would.
So if you took money out of it, what would it look like, this whole arena? If people didn't make videos for money.
Yeah, but you need money to be able to get online and do all of that sort of stuff. So, yeah, I don't get it. I don't.
Yeah, but there's money to cover running costs, and then there's money,
for profit,
if you know what I mean.
Right? Yeah, for profit. Yeah. And like, to be honest, I don't think there's that many people doing anything for a profit. It's just people that do it for money, and people do it for just doing it. I mean, nobody can really say that you know, people that are in it for like a production value thing. Nobody wants, it seems, to do it for making a series, or, you know. I mean, there are YouTube channels that do that sort of stuff, but I don't think you can sell flat earth or globe earth, can you, like that? It's an interesting thing. I think they're both, neither of them having an argument to support their own case. They both have to deal off ridicule of the other. To me, that's all I've noticed. So it's hard to sell that sort of stuff. You're sort of selling hate, which YouTube doesn't really go for, I don't think. But I suppose
YouTube
undercover it does, doesn't it? I mean,
the amount of videos out there that really, I mean, content creators shouldn't be attacking other content creators. To me, that's half of what YouTube is.
Yeah, drama.
Mm-hmm.
But you can see that most of it's fake, right? Because there was that bit where, you know, they had it at the beginning where, you know, they were doing it for drama, but it got worse and worse to gang style that they had to cut it out. But it seems like within this arena, calling it arena because it's set up, the whole idea of globe earth and flat earth is for them to go off each other, right? They don't want anybody from not in that arena trying to get involved in it. That's why we're here. Flat earth needs globe earth and globe earth needs flat earth, and neither the globe earth or the flat earth require anybody with any logic or geometric proofs.
And Chuck, I actually agree with Chuck there. He's put definitely not just FE. The entirety of YouTube is nothing but division. Adults acting like middle schoolers, which it is. And then someone's mentioning TikTok. It is. You look at all these big names, these big celebrities, right? They're all influencers or YouTube stars or TikTok stars, whatever. And it's people like Logan Paul and Jake Paul. I mean, how are they? It's ridiculous. Kids are making these people famous through the internet.
Yeah, it's modern society, right? Modern. This. We're coming into this time now where I think with the chat AI bots and all of that sort of stuff, then you're not going to know whether somebody's real or not. Like Chuck, for instance, it's just a text message on the other end of a YouTube thing. That could easily be programmed by AI now to type that sort of stuff every now and again. There's other people who you see comment that are even more likely to be bots, just typing jokes and stuff like that, you know, random stuff from nowhere. You're coming very soon. If the only interaction you have with people is over the internet, in public things like this, then you're not going to know. Especially if you don't actually know the people, got used to being around them. Nobody's going to know what's real and what isn't real. And that's scary for kids being brought up in that sort of arena now. Most of us are like, I mean, me personally, I was around when the invention of computers came, at least home computers, right? There was a time when you had a phone that was wired into the wall, and then people were getting computers, little ZX80s, tiny personalized home computers that could do nothing. So the development to where we are now has happened in my lifetime.
Yeah, but come on, we should have predicted the way it was headed when anyone who remembers AOL dial-up and MSN Messenger will remember ASL, which was an epidemic, right? That should have predicted for everybody the way the internet was going to go. Unfortunately, here we are today.
Yeah, the advances are scary.
Yep. And growing up in the midst of it now, where anything you put on the internet is there forever and can be held against you at any point in your life.
Dysfunctional Navigator says, I told the salesman, angles save lives, not rings. I need life angles. See, when people portray an image that people shouldn't listen to other people, that's I think that should be a sign for people to actually go and check out what people are saying, because really you want to hear more stuff. Who doesn't want to hear somebody saying something really stupid? When was the last time you heard somebody say something so ridiculous, it's so impossible, so unbelievable, that you weren't entertained by it? You should be hearing more stupid shit told you. Should be able to handle when somebody says, look, have you seen this contradiction? Can you imagine holding a contradiction? I can't even imagine it. But a lot of people get upset, scared of it. And I think that's where this exposing yourself to reality is sort of hard to do over the internet. Imagine opening yourself up to the internet recorded thing. Might be a scary thing for people to do. Nathan Oakley can't support himself for buying his own drives. It's the FED computer. He has the YouTube for like a personal business, but you can't expect him to fund the flat Earth debate computer. That should be up to the flat Earth community. He's done a lot for them. Are they like, I don't know. How do you do a lot for flat Earth? But if anybody could do a lot for flat Earth, then that would definitely have been Nathan Oakley. He's kept that show going for years. 3,000, I think they're on.
I think I remember watching it around the hundreds. I didn't see it from the beginning.
It's sort of, I consider, I mean, I know Nathan calls himself the tip of the spear. Or tip of the sphere, as we call it. I think it's more of an introduction thing. I like it. It was at first, but then he turned on to an all aggressive, shouty sort of thing. So the housekeeping questions were sort of all right. They were good, but you learn afterwards that you can't really use any of that sort of stuff to talk to anybody about anything, because it just doesn't really work. It just makes you sound crazy. And I think that's where the second phase comes in, when you realise that, like, this flat Earth thing doesn't smell right. There's something off. But
you don't notice that. You don't notice that when you're new, right? You get welcomed in. You've got the bots, the people with the wrenches who feel like they're helping out a good cause as well. There's a whole dynamic to it, from how you come in and how they, I'm trying to think of a different word, but groom is actually quite appropriate.
Yeah.
How they groom you and they mold you into what they want you to be. And then they give you like a wrench, they give you a bit of responsibility. And you feel like, wow, this is great. I'm part of it. I'm helping. I am helping further this great cause of waking people up. And you just get drawn into it. And I don't know at what point people see, but that's where people go. one day they're there, the next they've disappeared. It's those people who've realised, and they just leave. What else can you do?
Or they change their name and come back as a different account with a different idea.
Or they do that.
And pretend to be different. There's there's a lot of people that have, they disappear for a year or so and then come back again, expecting people to not remember the stuff that they did before they left. Don't bother calling me that name type thing. That's doxing me using my old name. We've had that a lot. There's
Or that was a year ago, or that was 2 years ago. It doesn't bear any relevance today.
As Chuck said, who his sock is.
No, if you tell us who it is, Chuck, we'll have a look.
I don't know whether he's lost his other account or whether it's been banned or what. I don't know. But it's definitely, that's not his. Who's your original account, and why do you have to use sock account? Cold feet. Yeah. Right, asking. Yeah, Bird's talking in the Discord about the Gem Panda picture. Yeah, it's not even the picture my son took, and so I don't know why they're thanking me for it. That whole ranty thing was a complete scripted drama show that nobody actually knows what went on. Particularly to do with any pictures that my son took or anything like that. Definitely the trigonometry that Ranty could never talk about. It's one of the weirdest things that occurred with Ranty. Everybody likes to imagine that they know all about geometry and all of that, but not one person ever discussed anything about why they were thanking me. Stream with cats, Chuck. That Ranty. Part of the Flat Earth Society cats team. He's here for the drama to see what he can get.
I think you should let us know who you are, and then just be open with it. I go by my name.
Yeah. Everybody knows my name. It's all over the websites of the places that Chuck obviously frequents.
Yeah, I want to go back to that. Like we should do like the FE ecosystem, and how you move through the ranks, and how they manipulate you and mold you and groom you. I think that would be quite interesting. That means I should get off my butt and actually do something.
Hello, Charlie Welsh. It was banned.
Oh, okay. Oh. Yeah, but is that the same Charlie that always makes really snide comments when you're anywhere else?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So this is just for show. He's just sort of pretending at the minute. But you go anywhere else, it'll be like, thanks, Bev.
Oh yeah, it'll be like agreeing with Rachie, who made
that was hilarious last night. That
now Rachie's a Glober. It's like, yeah, Rachie, your comments are no longer dumb as fuck. We're gonna support you.
He was saying He was saying, I'm sorry if I was calling you names and whatnot beforehand, but if you've changed your mind, then come on in. Put the slippers on. Put your feet up.
Oh no, don't leave, Charlie. Stay. I like this side of you. That is, not spewing hate every 5 seconds. Great.
That's what we're here for. We're here for the conversation.
Yeah. If you can stay, as long as you talk like that, you can stay as long as you want.
I don't ban many people at all.
No, that's usually me.
Yeah. For the YouTube, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're here for the conversation. It is Free for All Friday, so anything goes. Doesn't really matter. That's why we have Free for All Fridays. And this is a long day. Like a really long day. I've made me curry, so that's on the stove. I don't need to do any cooking. I have been talking to a guy called F.E. Dogma and Betty, recently about surveying of all sorts of things. Now, I don't know if that's
hang on, Bab, sorry.
Go on.
What is it with Americans and the Australian and English accent?
What, they get confused?
Yes. Does anyone else get me confused with Paige ever?
I can't say that I think that you sound anything like Paige, no.
No, but that's a few people, and they mainly are Americans.
Is Chuck telling us that he's American then, or because
I'm guessing.
He can't be from England, and I don't think he can be from Australia either. If he's
he's
somewhere other than either.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's because you don't talk enough, Emma. That's what it is. You need to start talking more. It is Free for All Friday.
Yeah. I don't know how well that would go down. My what?
Your YouTube channel where you're going to go over and do some gaming and you want to talk to people within this arena. There are people that have said that they're going to come and have conversations with you, haven't they? But they have never.
They never appear. No.
And that is something that I think when I first came into this, I thought, it's a shame that there isn't enough new people coming, but there isn't enough women in this arena. Because women will sort this place out, but it appears that why is that not the case? Because women don't seem to stick together.
No, because the people who get the women together in a group are the ones who should never be getting women together in a group, frankly. Steer away from that kind of nonsense. Gravitate towards the women that, tend to be a little bit cautious, that kind of thing. But they separate you in this arena as much as they can. If they get you as part of the group, to me, that's even worse. Because they manipulate you so much. And I'm on about, again, 24/7. You get manipulated really badly as a woman over there, even by the other women. So it is really difficult as a woman to navigate this arena. But I don't want to go harping on about it because it's the same way for guys as well. It's just certain things happen to the guys that I probably don't experience, but there's certain things that happen with the women that I obviously do get to experience. That's why I talk about it. But I'm not bashing on men per se, and saying that women get treated really badly. But in this arena, they do, because pretty much they're all scumbags.
Yeah, I've noticed a lot that women do tend to get talked over, and that does happen naturally, right? When people are in a heated conversation, especially in this arena, that people do overtalk people, and mainly women are the ones that do get silenced. You don't get to hear much. But within this arena, if I don't know what it is, it seems as though, because it's like a memory thing from the globe side and the flat earth side, that the conversations don't really allow women in there. Like, I can remember, I know we're trying to get Nathan Oakley's live stream back, but he particularly went after you for drinking or something, didn't he? Like that sort of immediate reaction is it.
And
see, that's got to be bad for women, hasn't it?
Yeah, and the thing is, it's just like a throwaway comment from Nathan, and you think about the influence he has. And just one comment saying, "Oh my God, Emma's drunk again," right, is enough to put in all of those viewers' minds. Well, Nathan Oakley's right about everything else, so he's saying Emma's a drunk. I'm just going to take that as truth.
Yeah, Emma.
Where
he
in
must
reality,
know Emma. He must know what goes on.
Yeah.
You know.
Whereas in reality, nobody has ever heard me drunk, because I don't drink. I just don't drink. But it's fine. Nathan can say what he wants about me. It doesn't affect me at all, because I really don't give a shit. But for the other women that get treated in the same way, I can imagine what it feels like, and that is why they're here one day and they're gone the next day. Why it's so easy for the guys just to get rid of the women. I was off playing with his curry. Or tea. Does anyone else want to talk to me? Bev's left me hanging.
I was just filling up the water distiller. That's what I was doing. Sorry, I'm going to nip to the toilet again in a minute. This is what it's like being a YouTube streamer. It's really hard work doing, especially on a Friday. That's why we need Nathan Oakley back.
Yes. Because then I don't have to talk. Nathan, I take it all back. Come back, do your live streams.
Yeah, who's going to tell everybody that you've been drinking when you haven't been drinking, just because you want to get in? Like, I can remember you said that Adam was Flat Earth Society, and no one argued.
I know.
Nobody went, no, he isn't.
Said anything.
Went, all right. Yeah, he probably is.
Yeah. But that's why I'm not allowed on shows like that. Because
you get the Betty treatment. That's what happens.
Yeah, I would get the Betty treatment. Everything I said would be wrong. Yeah. They do not want me speaking, for sure.
And Adam, who's obviously had a few drinks, is the one that's berating you, right? And so Nathan... It just gives people the wrong impression of what actually goes on around here, and it needs sorting out, really, doesn't it?
That's the best.
It's very rare that we ever have anyone in here who has had a drink.
Yeah, I hope Betty's all right.
Yeah, me too. I think that was bloody awful, the way they treated her on a live stream as well, and belittled her And then, of course, you had the other woman jumping in, like, woohoo!
I'll take
Woohoo!
over.
If I please QE right now, he's going to look at me with favour, and I might get to be where Betty is one day. That's how it works, right? Because they've groomed these people into wanting to work up through the flat Earth ranks.
Yeah, the super chat girl, whoever that other one was, announcing his super chats. Yeah, felt sorry for you, Betty. If you're listening, you're probably not.
Even though I think Betty, did what they all do and stabbed us well in the back, which is fine. I totally understand it because she didn't understand it, but now maybe she's got an idea of, what happens when you don't play by the rules, I suppose, their rules.
Say the wrong thing. Of course, a QE didn't bring science into this arena. I mean, he's not actually shown any science or anything. I mean, he's got a few slides and stuff, but citations. But not much practical. Is it needed? I'd say so. But whether the flat Earth arena needs any sort of practical science, natural science.
Oh, yeah, go back to the drinking. Wasn't it me that coined the phrase that is doing the rounds everywhere now? Don't drink and discord.
Don't drunk and discord.
Well, no, don't
drinking's
drink and
alright,
discord.
but like being drunk and discord is the bad
Yeah,
thing.
I know, but the original don't drink and discord.
I think the gif I had was don't drunk and discord. But yeah, don't drink. Don't drink to get drunk on Discord, because that's pretty embarrassing.
Especially when there's a live stream going on. I really don't understand the mentality behind that.
I think, for, getting in there to be able to talk to people. Sometimes it takes a bit for you to make that first step.
Yeah, but if I can overcome panic attacks and anxiety, not being able to open the mic, to today being able to speak on a live stream without drinking and without pills, it can be done.
Takes a while.
It does take a while. A long while. And if Betty wants to come over and have a chat, feel free.
Yeah.
Again, it won't be live.
Yeah, I've always said for a fair bit, I want to have a word with Rachie. And that'd be another one that I think would be interesting. Because I don't know. I always thought that, knowing the stuff that most of the women have to go through. We've talked to Paige, and most of the women that we've talked to have gone through a similar sort of experience.
Yeah, but they've also, right, a lot of the women have accepted that to get anywhere, they need to sort of be under the men, right? So they will go against other women to make sure that to secure their place, right, with the men. That's just how life works with women. Unless you get to the point where that means absolutely nothing to you and you don't care, and then you can be like me.
Yeah, Chuck says FE versus Globicide, the way Flatside and Nathan's chat treated Rachie was absolute filth. Yeah.
Yep, that's what they do. That's what they do. Everybody's been through it. I went through it. I can't type anything in any chat now really without getting shit.
Yeah, just some sort of abuse, like Nathan did with the, you
Mm-hmm.
drinking again, like go and get a sandwich. It's happened, and it doesn't matter from who. I think even Dell had a bit of a go as well,
Yeah,
It's a lot of it goes on.
Witsit didn't like it when I went into geos
And you
and
said something.
tried to call them out. Yeah. All of the men shut me down.
That is a shame, because I think having more women around would keep the blokes in line. Although competition and who knows, it just gets weird. But if you had a woman that sort of, call it woke, it's a bad term nowadays, isn't it? Who understands and can see through these contradictions, see through the false dichotomy. Having that woman around, then it'd be hard for you to not be also like that. I think I've said this so many times. Women have this ability to have been able to ignore what blokes do, but it's not that easy for a bloke to ignore what the women do. Just in general, that's what I've noticed. Maybe just me personally.
They do have competitions in the background to do with the women in the arena. I don't know if everyone's aware of that, but yeah, there will be bets and things made behind the scenes of who can get a particular female to do something
Really?
that they want them to do. Yeah.
Well, messed up people in the arena, eh?
Yeah, like Kevin says, like
Absolutely.
topic, why are the red team, blue team discussions so toxic? And when this is like goes down to red team, blue team, male versus female, it doesn't really matter. There's the dichotomies there. Why are they toxic?
Have you ever watched a football match and seen the crowds and actually been part of the crowd and seen how they act just against people exactly like them, everyday people who just support a different team, and the animosity and the the hate and everything that comes out because they don't support your team. It's crazy. As far as I can see, it's everywhere. Every time there is you must pick this or that.
Betty's side rule to the extreme. Not just you can't follow that team, you have to actively fight against it, the opposite team.
But what happens when you say, hey, I don't want to pick a team?
Well, that again, you're then put on the other team, aren't you?
If you withdraw from one team, you then get put on the other team.
Yeah.
Automatically. But what about those people who like, no, I'm not part of any team?
Well, then you talk to the people on the other team, and you're not part of their team either. So you're always part of the other team if you're not part of their team. I think that's the way it goes, right? And it doesn't matter that you're not actually part of the other team. You're just not part of their team, so therefore you must be other team. Yeah, like Kevin says, yeah, it's round and round and round, circular, never ending. Once you partake in Betty's side rule, then the others are the ones that you've got to fight against. Happens all the time. Apart from those of us that have this epoche place where you don't really need to have a team. It's dogma. Don't accept it. But the arena wants you to be on one side or the other, and you can go to whichever side you want to. Right? Nobody's saying you can't. A lot of people do enjoy this backwards and forwards. That's why we need Nathan Oakley back up and running with his PC. You can't have if you know, like, if one of the teams just isn't there all of a sudden, then like, who are you meant to be fighting against? The Globers. Team Dogmatic Globe needs Nathan Oakley. Because if Nathan Oakley isn't there pushing the ridiculous flat earth stuff, then Team Dogmatic Globe won't have anybody to fight against. They'll have to talk amongst themselves, and they're no good at doing that. Have you ever got a Glober to attempt to not consider conversation about a globe? I don't think it's possible. That's where these like, we were listening to Seek Truth last night. He oh, a minute, got a phone call. Sorry, back in a bit. Cover for me, please.
Oh, okay. Oh, I've just come back. And what was Bev talking about? Or shall I go back to... Oh, yeah, realizing that
Fine, I'll come to your rescue.
you don't know
I'll
the
come to the
answer. You
rescue as
don't care.
well.
Okay, yay. Go for it.
No, sorry, you're there first, turn up. Come on, what were you going to say, boy?
Oh, no. After you, my friend.
Well, I was interested in hearing what Bev, or someone that might have seen STST last night, as to what was being said there. I think that's where Bev was going to go. Maybe you can just come back in a minute and carry on with that. Which means it's over to you, turn up.
Ah, right. Okay, so, hello, YouTube. It's been quite a long time since I've done this shit, so, I gotta keep this in check. So, how's the weather there? Spot on?
Kind of
no.
limiting, not swearing, isn't it?
Okay,
It is
hang
kinda
on.
limiting,
Let
it
me
is.
ask you a question. What do you think it is that makes people do this whole picking a team thing?
Loneliness.
Loneliness?
Anger. Boredom.
It's I would say it's all those things, and I would say probably the
Get your
more
own.
important factor that drives all of those is they don't want to be wrong. So at any cost, they'll stick with the team that is hypothetically winning.
So is there... I mean, do these people think there is something wrong with not knowing?
Yes.
Well, especially when all the answers are there. If you've got the answers, what's the point in not
Absolutely.
knowing?
Well, I've said it a bajillion times. There's nothing wrong with not knowing. In fact, I'm pretty sure by design it's that way because wouldn't we just stop progressing? There wouldn't be any room left to grow, yo. I don't think we can ever
once you know
reach that
everything,
point.
once you know everything, turn up. You know, once you know everything, you know everything. That's it.
Mm-hmm. Is there an element?
And,
Is there an element of like groupthink as well? Like caveman also said, pack animals we are. But yeah, I was thinking about like when you're in a group of people, the dynamic and how a group of people work plays into it as well.
yeah, and different levels as well of the people around us. There are differences in the football fans, the rugby fans, cricket fans, all these sports fans where people go to celebrate either their sport or the team. Football is one of the only few that they make it look like it's all under control inside the ground, but I don't think much has changed. I don't know. I'm not. So if anyone's out there that's involved in all that, let us know. But I have been on the terraces. I have actually banged my hand against the rear metalwork, thus to make a nice loud noise. So I know what it's like to be part of a crowd supporting a football team. I'm sure we all have done that in some or another. But when you're in a ground full of there's thousands of people, well, that's a shared interest.
I think there's another aspect too to look at. I think in some aspects it's not the case with everyone. It's only a selected kind of group or the kind of person that looks for the group, I should say. And that is if you're friends with a certain group, at a certain point, because you're friends with that group, you're going to side with them even if you think that it's bullshit anyway. So, I mean, that right there is a huge structural point for the team thing in itself.
Yeah.
Oh, you talking globe team? Or
yeah,
in any team, in any fucking team.
Were you two here when I was saying how when they bring you in, it's like this whole ecosystem of grooming. You come in at the lower levels and they treat you a certain way and they kind of mold you into what they want and they give you a little reward like a higher role, or they'll give you a wrench in the YouTube, give you that little bit more, your upper level, you've worked your way up through. I think that is like the group dynamics, and that is when you look at it and think about it, it's quite insidious.
Because how far, I'm not condoning this, but how far can one person's mind go? Now you got a group of them. I rest my case.
I can finally talk. Can you guys hear me?
Yes,
sorry,
we can.
Kevin, have you been trying to talk?
Oh, well, I've been busy. I couldn't talk. I could just type in the YouTube chat. I think Turnip and Spot On have it combined, have it exactly right. Well, and Emma as well. It's like this. Human beings are weird. We're all weird, right? In a way, because we have this drive to know things. We're curious species, right? We have this drive to know things, even if those things are ultimately unknowable. We have this drive that we must know. And then we also have ego that goes along with that. So the ego also plays a role and drives us to once we think we know something, that's when the teams start forming, right? We think we know that this team is better than that team. This concept is better than that concept. And then Turnip's exactly right that once you have that dynamic, like Turnip called it friends, then it doesn't matter. It's like you can't have a conversation. It's impossible. You can't even be seen to be talking with the other team or having a conversation with the other team. We saw that on STST's stream last night when Bev was just talking, asking some questions. He gets timed out for absolutely no reason. Yesterday. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter what it really doesn't matter what team you're on. It is a part of the human condition that this is what, and Captain Caveman's right as well. Like animals, like in our basest form, we're animals, but we don't want to think of ourselves as animals, right? Because we're higher than animals. We're capable of deep thought and philosophy and logic and these kinds of things. But in the end, you can let yourself go and not care about any of that. And as long as you're on my team or you're not on their team, right, everything is good. But the minute you start choosing, it's over with. It's over with. Your higher self goes out the window. And that's what's so important here is, can you have the conversations? Like, can you just have a simple, calm, honest conversation with someone? Whether it's in this arena or any other red blue team arena. And it's hard to see those conversations happen. So I'm loving it. You guys are right on, man, I think.
Why I think that line in John Wick is so fucking prominently true. The line is rules. Rules. It's what separates us from the animals. Without them, we have nothing. And that's what they're trying to do, exactly what Kevin said. They're trying to separate themselves from what they fucking are. You can't escape it.
Yeah, yep. V. Thomas says we're curious, and then the government steps in and the government doesn't even have to do it, V. Thomas. You get that, right? We do it to ourselves. That's what happens in this arena and every other arena. We shut the other side up. The government doesn't have to do it. I mean, they do,
right.
But they don't have
That's
to.
what I tell my sister all the time. I sit, because Michelle's all about this Hamas and Israel thing. Not to get into it or anything, but
yeah.
I keep trying to tell her, I'm like, Mo, what do you want to do? Like, what do you want to do? Like, what, band together and like, do you not understand that we need to get to them? Okay, well, let's go. You don't understand that we're never going to get to that point because we have to go through the people first.
Pick a side, right? You have to pick a side. You have to pick a side. You have to take a side. Yeah.
Oh,
That's
Chuck. Yeah, sorry. Can I just say, Chuck made me think the dopamine hit. So
yeah.
when you're with your group of friends and you say something smart against the other group, the other team, and you get praise from your group,
mm-hmm.
that makes you feel great. That
Yep.
gives you that little hit, and encourages you that behavior is, you get rewarded for that behavior.
Absolutely. Yeah, Chuck's 100% right there. You can see it happen, right? You can see it happen in the YouTube chats. You don't even have to hear it live. You can just see it happen in the words that are posted in the text.
Do you think that happens to everyone? Because I'm thinking back at that. It used to embarrass me.
Yeah, and me. I don't think it's everybody, but I think it's the majority of people, unfortunately.
Yeah.
You know how you go to a hypnotist show or you watch a hypnotist thing and they do that experiment to see who can be hypnotized.
Mm-hmm.
And the majority seem to be able to be hypnotized. Right? I was always one of the ones that was sat there going, hang on, why are all your hands stuck together and mine aren't?
That's
Like,
weird. Me too, Emma. Same thing. I could
Yeah.
never be hypnotized in one of those things.
Do they still do that
Yep.
sort of stuff? Because I would be
Yes, they do.
surprised if
Yeah.
they still do that nowadays. 'cause
Yeah.
No, they
I
do.
would imagine everybody
it.
would get stuck with that nowadays. There probably wasn't that many. That's why they had to put so many on stage and, you know, end up with the best ones. But
There's not very many magicians. It's a magician's trick.
well, it's
Illusionist.
not. No. That a hypnotist isn't a magician. That, like, anyone can do that. It's just manipulation of the mind. There's nothing special
It
about
was
it.
I'm saying it was derived by magicians.
Well, people wanting to trick people.
Yes.
I think some people are not easily, but no, sorry, they go into a state in their mind that they can be put there. And some people have, I mean, do you think it's real? I mean, what's your, just go
Askin
through.
said
I mean,
he was hypnotized on stage many times, several times.
There you go.
So
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't know what the memory is of it, whether it was pleasant. Or, like, I don't know. I can't say that I've ever experienced it.
My mate went to Derren Brown, and his missus got picked out next to him, and she went out there, and she was like one of the big parts, and he was literally just gobsmacked, like just could not believe it. And when she I don't think she knew anything about it when she came out of it, you know. So that was, but yeah, I mean, that was for him. That was the moment he went, oh shit, you know, like this is real. Went in there as the skeptic.
Yeah.
Came out thinking, holy shit. I mean, if you can do that, you can get someone to think that an onion's an apple and get them to eat it, then what else can you do? That was my initial thoughts back when I was young, a long time ago. That was 20 years ago.
Yeah, it's pretty powerful stuff, that, right? Like Gizmo says, the best people might actually be around us. How would you know?
Exactly. And Level said in the chat, it's a voluntary act. If you refuse it, it can't work. And I can kind of understand that on some level, but what if your default setting is just refusal?
Yeah. That's the difference. Yeah, that needs to be tested. Outright refusal.
Because I used to think, wow, that would be really cool if I went and got hypnotized. So I wasn't opposed to the idea. I just, my head went, no, you're not doing that.
Well, I was completely put off by the guy that I witnessed eating a fucking onion that he thought was an apple. So I just thought, I'm never doing that.
Yeah. You imagine going in to get, you know, like you've got a smoking habit or something, and you go in there to get it, like, and the guy's got you fucking acting like a chicken.
Yeah, I saw that as well. I literally did. It was the same one. They had this guy up there doing the chicken, walking around the stage, and I was like,
yeah, one of my friends
is this
was a chicken. Yeah, no, one of my friends was a chicken and knew nothing about it.
Afterwards,
yeah,
right?
exactly.
Afterwards,
So,
their memory has been blanked of the occasion.
yeah, it's like Ricky.
Right? How
Morty,
much more dangerous is that?
That's where I was going to go. Do you think that's like...
You'd never know whether you had been or not.
Yep.
Yeah, but is that what's happening every day with the red and blue team stuff? Like in every topic, every day, all the news, all the propaganda, all the YouTube stuff, everything? Is that what's happening?
Yeah, I think the thing that they say when they put the reset, well, that could be real. Like, you could just literally forget about something that's occurred. Like, if they have the ability to do that through, I don't know what it's through tone. How many times do you hear that repetition of things? Visual tics, whatever comes through in your headphones. How would you know?
Yeah.
Like, I don't think you would.
No, how could you? That's
It's quite
interesting. That's an
creepy.
interesting.
Yeah.
That's creepy shit. Yeah, you're right. Which
That's
is
why
again
we
why
need
you need
Nathan
Nathan.
Oakley back.
This is
Don't
why we
think
need
about this
Nathan
sort of
Oakley.
shit.
Yeah.
Let's get Nathan Oakley back. Come on. Who
Yeah,
wants to-
yeah. No one wants to hear about this kind of stuff. It's actually a little creepy and depressing.
How much you could have been manipulated, and if you think that they could do that, think about what they could do. Everywhere.
Well, all you have to do is look at the news right now.
Yeah. I can remember seeing, I think it was David Blaine one once, where he set it up that the people that he got to go to the show, to get up on stage, he put images in their head on the journey that influenced their decisions for the questions that he asked them.
Yeah. Yep.
So he already knew what their answers were going to be because he'd already placed those answers
Yeah,
in
not
the
creepy
minds of
at
the
all.
people. I know, yeah.
Not creepy at all. And we used to sit at home. I remember as a kid watching this at the weekend, the big shows of the magicians, the hypnotists, all like we were all as kids transfixed to that stuff. Remember the bending spoons? Remember that one? Who
Uri
did that? Was that
Geller.
Yuri?
Yeah.
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 And then
I
it was
was
the
watching
watch,
that on
wasn't
the
it?
TV. Yeah, he wanted everybody to do it with him and think
Yes.
about stopping a watch and stuff like that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And everybody just sat there and it was like they just did it. Oh, this is great fun. Yeah. I'm just gonna get hypnotized through my TV because there's nothing at all weird or creepy about that in any way. And all these parents just sitting their kids in front. Yeah, there you go. Try this.
Yeah.
Yeah, interesting times. But in our studies, like of history, like I'm not sure that any of this is really new. It's just the technology's gotten so much better, right? Wouldn't you say?
Oh yeah.
Like I mean, that's the sophists of old. Like we're great at
This
the
has
ability to
always
deceive
been-
people.
Yeah, this has always happened. Or as long as we've been around, this has always happened. There's always been people who abuse it.
Yeah,
for
have the
their own-
ability to manipulate situations, people, acts, whatever, for their own gain. I mean, people are selfish when you think about it.
Indeed. Yep.
And then you get people together in these group things with a common goal and some sort of a leader saying where things need to go to be able to be pushed for their particular narrative to be shown. Then that's the way this sort of stuff occurs. I mean, when we were first in this and when we first came and got involved in it, there was a guy who used to tell us that, you know, this whole arena is run by a certain group of people that dictate where the narratives is, where everything goes, who can who's allowed to be around here and all of that sort of stuff. Intimidation tactics, it all goes on around this sort of stuff, and I'm pretty sure that goes on within the entirety of the internet, because the internet has no police force. There's no governing bodies within the internet because it's supposed to be just about communication, but
No.
advertising, manipulation, there's all sorts
Absolutely.
of stuff nowadays. But there's
Yes.
no police, is there? There's no.
No.
Nobody
There doesn't need to be.
telling them to stop that.
No, absolutely. There doesn't need to be. It's like someone said earlier in the YouTube chat, like with the internet, like, free porn was like that was one of the first things. Why does anybody think that is these kinds of things, right? Like you say, there's no policing of any of this. Why do you think that is? Because we do it to ourselves. It's like, yeah, if we give them this,
They
I
just
mean,
give us access to it, and
yeah. It's just the bread and circuses. It's the same thing. That's why I posted earlier the thing of Russell Crowe from The Gladiator. Are you not entertained? It's bread and circuses. Just
Yeah.
give the people the lions and the Christians and the gladiators and blood and guts, and they'll entertain themselves. It'll be phenomenal.
Which is exactly what's going on at the moment. Everybody's entertaining themselves with pick a team in the news at the moment. I don't even have to say the subject because everybody will know what I'm talking about.
Well, it doesn't matter. Any month it'll be a different team, but you'll still have to pick red or blue.
Pick a team.
Yeah.
Yes.
Never ends.
Nope.
And I think, but people are becoming aware of it. Some people.
I would like to think that, but then it's like we say, right? That's why we're here for the conversations, because the only way out of that, if there is a way out of that, is for real human beings to have real conversations that just and not get upset about anything, but just go, oh, all right, well, okay, well, here's what I think. Well, all right, I don't totally agree with that, but okay, all right. And you just have a conversation about it. There's no need to get upset and take sides and have the blood and guts. But then but then that's not sexy, right? It's not who wants to watch that? Everybody wants to watch the blood and guts, right?
Yeah, they've moved. So in real life, you would have gone to the pub or something like that, a place to talk to people in real life. That's been taken away in real life. And now it's just done on the internet, which takes away that whole face-to-face interaction. It changes the way people talk to each other. You get the key, hide behind the keyboard. You can say whatever you want.
Yep.
With no repercussions.
Yep.
If you're face-to-face with someone, that's not how it works. Your actions have consequences. Your words, that kind of thing.
Right. You're exactly right. It's like what Bev says, that he wants this place to be like a pub. Like you would, if you go to a pub or a bar in America, right? You hang out with your friends and maybe you meet some other people, maybe you have some good discussions. But like you say, Emma, if someone decides to come up to you and say some nasty shit, well, don't be surprised if you get popped in the mouth, because that's what happens face to face. But here, like you say, you could sit behind your keyboard and say anything you freaking want. Doesn't matter. No consequences at all. Except to the other person's psyche and the ability to have a conversation.
I don't know how these people who sit online all day, throw them into a factory situation where you're working with quite a large number of people and you've got to get on and that kind of thing. You aren't going to be saying the stuff you say online in real life. You'll find out real quick, right, how real life works.
Absolutely.
But I think in real life, it's been taken all those places for people to gather and speak and discuss has been taken away. So it has moved online.
You see the thing. I tried to submit. The advanced simplicity that we do. T-shirt logic.
Yep.
I tried to submit this one because this is like a advanced simplicity to get things. Can you see what that is?
Yep. I see what it is.
Right. So the XX is parallel horizontals, obviously, on the graph, and we're showing that the XX parallel isn't the same as the XY perpendicular graph usage, right? So parallels are not perpendicular. Now, I'm going to have to write to them. They've said that's offensive. Now, surely these people that want parallels to intersect don't see that as being offensive, do they?
Yes.
I think so. The mathematical parallels not being perpendicular is become offensive. The advanced simplicity and the introduction of logic has upset them.
It's also
literally
an
got
absolute
one taken down.
It's also an absolute fact.
Yeah, I know.
However you look at this, like you can have the YouTube chat to ask what this potentially means to them. They can decide, right? But if you just take it at face value, like XX does not equal XY.
Yeah.
That's a fact. That's just a fact.
And you see this, I don't know, like Logos brought me this, which is put it in the chat there. This is physics in history. Don't know whether if you guys on YouTube can read this. It says the equal sign was invented in 1557 by Welsh mathematician Robert Record. Sounds French, actually. He was tired of writing is equals to in his equations and chose the two parallel lines because, I like this is great, this is all Welsh, 1557, no two things can be more equal. This simple symbol revolutionized written mathematics, making it much more streamlined and easier to follow. So the use of our using parallel lines as an equals to and then not equals to within the X and XY. I thought, I mean, that's mathematics, isn't it? Bit of a story in the in the mathematics. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I think they might have been mistaken. I'm going to reply back to them about this. Because, I mean, we're the ones that do the logic. This is advanced simplicity within mathematical XX and XY.
It is simple logic. That XX and XY is simple logic.
Yeah.
And it's the only good idea I've come up with so far. So
yeah,
it's phenomenal.
I am so annoyed with Teespring. It's like
simple design, simple logic. It's got a story behind it, the mathematical nature of it.
Yeah, and they don't like it.
I think it's we have been dealing with a guy called Beddy, a logician, and a guy called F.E. Dogma.
A logician? Are you sure a logician?
It's based around this Cartesian coordinate system, the X and the Y's, right? The X is parallel and the XY is perpendicular. Parallels and perpendiculars. It's a long theme that we've been running for years. So I do find it strange that don't be taking our design. But yeah, that would be the t-shirt.
So do you think if it said Fred not equal to Dorothy, that they would have this same objection?
Well, I don't know. I mean, you don't know what's going on, but...
Exactly, you don't.
Because, I mean, everybody is equal. Everybody is equal in the sense that, you know, peoples are equal to each other. But this is a mathematical statement about things that aren't equal, right? In the idea that parallels are things which are equal to each other.
Yes.
And yeah, might have a bit of a campaign to get behind that, right? They can't be banning mathematical statements about Cartesian coordinates.
Yeah, sure they can.
I just wanted it. All I wanted was that, a simple little mathematical thing on a hoodie, and you know that would have looked great.
Yeah, it would.
It looks nice, doesn't it? It's a nice. It looks like the t-shirt logic sort of design, white on black. Very simple.
Yep, very simple, clean.
Yeah.
and a mathematical statement.
Mm-hmm.
If you said red, if it was red, if you could somehow make it red, not equal to blue, or if you still wanted I like the X's there with the line makes the line
No,
through
that's
it. So you could,
that was my
It
design
looks,
right.
bit.
So you
I
could,
thought that
yeah,
was the...
it looks lovely. The design, it fits really well, and I don't see the problem with it. I really
no, I
don't.
know. I'm just wondering, like, if you had anything else in there, like red not equal to blue, or if you could come up with something with X's, like, axe not equal to something else with an X in it, right? That's different. Whether they would have the same thing, because again, you're right. It's just a simple. Doesn't matter if you
It's a
put words in
mathematical
there or
statement.
symbols.
You
It's a
can't
mathematical
really...
statement.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you can't really replace the X and the Y because it's about
No,
the
you could
X's
just
and the
you
Y's.
could take one off, so you could have X is not equal to Y, and see whether that was approved.
Yes, you could. You could.
Well, yeah, perpendicular. It would be, if you're talking about X on its own, then it's just a straight line.
Yep.
Of no particular orientation. Same as Y. They would be similar. That would be in the fact that they're just straight lines. But when you're talking about the XX, you're talking about two parallel lines that are equal to each other. And
I was just talking in mathematical formulas.
Yeah. Yeah, we're doing it the geometric. It was the thinking about it. So
Yeah, they're because
Yes,
they're
I
all
definitely,
they're all parallel lines except the
Yeah.
Y, which is perpendicular. Yeah, yeah.
I definitely did not have an ulterior motive for coming up with that design.
No.
Definitely not. It was definitely to do with the coordinate thing, imaging.
Zingy Thomas is talking about pronouns. What? Is there a mathematical pronoun for a X and a Y? I don't know.
Yep,
Strange times.
Some people's concepts are okay, and other people's concepts are not okay. Fascinating.
I'm waiting for Buster to come in. I don't know whether he's working or whatever. He might not. But the looking for the truth video has been finally finished. It does have a colloquial name. A common name, let's say.
Common name,
yeah,
known as,
yeah,
true level bitch.
True level bitch, yeah. But yeah, looking for the truth is a much better one, because I think I was, I must be the person that's heard that the most. If you think you've heard it more than me, come in and have a chat. But I've listened to it multiple times, and it sort of fits with the ethos of this server, because I've never got bored of it. The whole idea of looking for the truth and the words that Buster has within it, very fitting for the journey that we've been on. And this new cut it specifically targets me and my journey in this with Jesse Kozlowski. And the whole reason how I managed to find the truth that I have found is thanks to the influences within the this arena and the people that led me to it. So I don't think you can ever actually get away from all of this, because the fascination that people have, there's something that keeps people listening to these topics, something that keeps them here all the time. I'd say that's Logos, right? People are always trying to make a link with this unexplainable thing, the thing that has no words there, but you're always looking for those words, i.e. looking for the truth. You're always trying to find something that you can grasp onto. And yeah, I really like this new cut.
Yeah, the new cut's really good. It's worth having a discussion on the other end of that spectrum as well. When you finally release that, maybe we can talk about it, because what happens when you can't find the truth of something? Because that's where epohe comes in, right? And
Yeah,
it goes back to that idea of teams.
You don't have to accept the dogma, right?
Right.
Yeah. It's
You
okay to
accept
just
someone
ask
else's
questions.
truth. That's what it
I'll
is.
say that again, spot on.
Yeah.
Are you willing to take someone else's truth for your own?
That's a great question. That's a great question. You too, chat. Do you hear that? Are you willing to take someone else's truth? What do you think? There's a freaking phenomenal topic.
Can you accept somebody else's truth?
Somebody else's truth.
Well, I first off, right, you need to have a concept of what a truth is.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think that's foreign within particularly this arena, right? People have always asked each other for proof of this, show me proof of that, but they don't understand what that is. So the proof is hard to understand, and if you don't know proof, then how do you get to truth? So the very concept of what truth is, like, you might be like Nathan Oakley and imagine that 1 + 1 is 2, and that becomes a truth. But there's an essence to that, even to what that means. You placed a truth in some number thing. Knowing what
Well, the
truth
mathematics, isn't it?
Well,
mathematics proofs, and then it's related that way.
Yeah, but I think deep down it's the logic, isn't it? It's the logic behind the.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm coming at it from someone who's, not been to university and studied. Literally left school, gone to work, and just lived out their lives, without any additional, only the learning of life rather than going to classes and learning things.
Yeah. Well, that's what I got today. Have you seen in looking in the live chat, right? This is on Twitter. Yes, I do. I can't comment on most of these things because I have in fact, since I got rid of Farmer's Boy, it seems that those people aren't following me anymore. It's really weird. But this, yeah, Michaela Epstein says, what would you put in the middle? And it's a Venn diagram. And it's got a meeting of maths and science.
It's a good question.
Yeah. I would say, me, personally, I said logic. Right? But that if you then put logic in the centre there, that means that there's a part of science with no logic and a part of mathematics with no logic.
True enough.
And
I think that's good.
Yeah, I'm okay with that too, because
I'm okay.
That's the way modern day is. But
yep.
You would really need to put all three of them together and say,
You'd have a stack of planar circles, 3 of them.
Yeah, really. But I mean, that picture there, modern day, that's where maths is separated from logic and science is separated from logic. You notice it's got a capital S and not a capital M. Right? So even the person that wrote it...
That's arguable.
Can't stop
I
them.
make my capital M small.
Yeah, but I see what Bev is saying though. The S is prominent.
Yeah, that's a
Which
lowercase
tends to be
m.
what
Yeah,
happens.
yeah.
Yeah, S is like that's a big S, not big ass. Big.
Well,
big
all the other
S.
letters are all small letters.
Yeah,
Whereas the
yeah,
C and the H are, so.
yeah.
But if
Yeah,
not
the S
logic, what
towers
would
above
you
it.
put there? Like the meeting of maths and science?
I don't know.
Proof?
Yeah, I guess I could see that too. Spot on. Proof. Yeah. Because science, well, it depends on how you define these, of course, right? But we define science here as knowledge. Because that's what it really, olden days, that's what science actually means. So yeah, I agree with both of those.
It's interesting that a teacher, because that's what these people are following. They're leaders within these communities of this sort of stuff. But definitely separated maths from science, which I don't think you could do.
That's probably the non-Euclidean bit, the outside on the math side.
Yeah. Well, it's the maths outside logic or proof. If depends what you want to put there.
Oh yeah, I can put all sorts of things in there.
It's one of my favourites. When I discovered the two circles merging, creating the Vesa Piscis, and when you do that with the compass, it's quite pleasing. I found for the first time. I don't mean just draw two circles on a bit of paper like that. I'm talking about just doing it right. It doesn't matter it doesn't matter the representation of itself. It only matters about the words within. I think that's. But then. Be a nice straight line running through the centre of that Vesa Piscis.
Yeah.
One of the most coherent things I've ever seen Timothy type. Look at that. Well done, Timothy. It's like knowing and understanding that 0 isn't actually. It can't be taken from, nor can it be divided. That's a good one. Talked about that many times.
There you go. I got your Vesa Piscis.
Yeah, that is good. Yeah. We're getting the blackboard out soon.
Yeah. Get back to
Not
the
the white
geometry stuff. And this new video that we've got coming in, I'm pretty impressed with it. I quite like it. And I like the idea of making more videos. So that's definitely what we're going to be doing more of. The on the level production team does music, and we've got all sorts of projects on the go. This is the place to inspire people and be inspired. So come on in, click the link on the level Discord. I'm so eager to put the song out. Talk about all of the bits. It's got all the Fata Morganas in it and everything. It's great.
Nice compilation.
Bedford, all of the stuff that we've done that I don't think anybody else has, and Nobody else has done what we've done. We should be proud of that.
I am.
Yeah. It's not just as if we sat here.
Yeah.
Just live
Yeah,
streaming.
and then go down to Bedford Levels and, you know, set up a fucking 4-inch pipe 6 meters high off the ground in the wind. Things like that. Like, that's what some other people have done. It's probably about the all that's been done, really, in, you know, going forward with any tests.
Yeah, how many people have shone a laser from the bridge to somebody else at the other bridge at the other end of Bedford?
6 Mile, yeah. Good job you had your lasers, because mine didn't even reach the fucking sluice. Don't ever get a purple laser.
Yeah. Green.
Get the green one.
Yeah. Always green. Yeah. Red's not bad, but green's
I went
the one
for
that
colour,
you want.
and I paid the price.
I've got a blue one. That's not very good for distance. Although it is focusable for burning laser.
Yeah. Survival laser.
So if anybody does want to come in, that's what we're doing, open. If you've got any topics you want us to talk about as well, just stick them in the chat. We're helping Nathan Oakley. If you don't know, Nathan Oakley's flat earth debate computer has it needs some new internal hard drives. So he's doing a GoFundMe.
Again?
What do you mean again?
I don't know. Is it the first time he's lost the drives, or is it they've been replaced? Aren't they? They're burnt out or something? Is that right?
Phone call, just a minute.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've had issues. I won't go too deep into them to do with the networking, and I actually thought I'd figured it out earlier on because I got some internet in the position I wanted to get, you know, this Wi-Fi, and I figured I'd sussed it, but actually, literally half hour later, I realised I hadn't. In fact, they were near completed. It chucked me back off, and I never got on it again. So I've managed to set the network up through the software and everything, and I'm running sweet. Cost me a fucking fair bit to get this Wi-Fi router, but so I may be on there a little bit more. So for those that don't like to listen to me, that'd probably be bad news, but hopefully,
No, Rad's going to be happy to hear you more.
All right, Emma, leave it out.
What? That's a compliment to you.
Yeah, we talked about that earlier, didn't we? About people, you know, like praising and all that. Not that he's praising me. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that.
You're saying no, Rad's trying to groom you.
Possible. Possibly, should I say? It is possible. I wouldn't rule out anything out these days from what I've fucking figured out the last, 2007? What's that? 16 years?
Right, I'm back.
Nothing surprises me. Well, there's probably a few things that probably haven't yet, but are yet to come.
Bev just knocked his mic and you could hear it wobbling.
It was rattling, wasn't it? It was cool, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really?
I actually.
Yeah.
How about this then, right? There was a thread of 12mm bar threaded, and it was about 2.5 foot long, and there was a washer at the top of it. the thing fell off the bottom and the washer was let go. I turned around and all I heard was this. And I was like, what the hell was that? I looked around and there's this thing whizzing down this thing. There you go. Just so I'll let you know. Amazing.
T-shirt logic's okay. That's not too offensive. Like, at the minute. Similar sort of theme, though, isn't it? Like,
Which one?
the T-shirt logic. That's what I was saying about the XX and the XY not equal to. I mean, it's part of the same.
It's ridiculous. Yeah, well, when you email them, you can put that in and say, look, it's part of this.
Part of our logical, mathematical, to show people how easy, you know. It may look complicated, but really there's an underlying message at the base of it that's pretty simple. That one's about parallel lines being parallel, and the other one's about parallel not being perpendicular. These are truths that, like a lot of people you don't notice some things until they're pointed out to you. And then they could have been right in front of your face, but you don't see them. Think Euclid in his optics put that there, that you can only see what's in front of you, that your eyes, or your light rays pass upon. If it doesn't actually go to the memory part, then you can be blinded to certain things. And the hypnotist can make you see things differently as well, and make you
bypasses something, Bev.
Yeah,
I think they bypass a certain position in the brain or whatever. The bit where you normally go, why the fuck am I like doing this pecking like a chicken? That's gone.
Yeah, the reasoning part for yourself, you just lose the ability to reason, so you just become a drone. Suggestible. Highly suggestible.
Pecking chicken. On stage chicken, yeah.
Yeah, and it's got to be
on stage chickens could be the new sheep.
It's got to be at will, though, right? Because you have to want to be able to do it. Like, if you'd never seen what a chicken was, or you'd never seen a chicken, then you'd never know. You wouldn't be able to do it.
Yeah. Yeah. Like maybe act like a dodo. What would you do then?
Yeah. Again, that's another thing. Yeah. Was it even? Didn't we have the dodos in the mind? Wasn't that one of Betty's catchphrases?
Yeah. In dodos.
Yeah, Flat Fact says, yeah, the colour of the sun. People are convinced it's yellow.
It is if you look through a
yeah, you can make it red as well, can't you? It's low when it's low.
You can look through a fucking welder's mask like I did, and it's yellow.
Yeah.
Like you say, you can look through it through all different filters, and the clouds filter it. There have been times where I've witnessed the sun, behind the clouds, so I can look directly at it, without any fear of damage. the perfect black cloud or dark grey cloud, and it was just there. Is the sun white?
Don't know what is white. Is white just all of the colours? All of them?
No. No. White is white.
Well, if black is the absence of light.
We're really going down the light one. We're going down the light path.
Just putting the epoche out there, right?
Yeah.
Or like how easily it is to grasp onto epoche. Because if black is no light, then white would have to be the opposite of it, which would make it all light.
Mm.
White is what we call the colour, Black Fat says. But I wouldn't give white a colour.
Does white give all other colours their colour?
Weird stuff. I think that's why people don't.
Pete and Pete has
don't
got a
know.
good video on it.
Oh, Pete and Pete told me to watch their video.
Yeah. Oh, which one? What, the latest?
Yeah, because I asked him curvature of what? Because they said there's no proof of curvature. So what curvature of what?
What curvature of a hill?
Well, that's what I said. I said that, there is proof of that because there's measurements, so they can't mean that. So what are they meaning? Proof of curvature of what? Exactly. Told me to watch their video rather than explain curvature of what. We know what it is, right? It's a curvature of a straight line. It's the only thing you can actually have a discussion about because obviously curves are curves. Look, there's a curve. We measure it by using a straight line. There's obviously proof of curvature wherever it is. The only instance where there would be no proof would be where you haven't got a straight line to reference the curve to be able to measure it. But we've been living in a really strange arena for so long that it doesn't... Arc News, 1 a.m. Arc might be coming out. It's Friday, isn't it?
Yeah, it's Friday. Yeah.
Community Crunch.
It's actually Friday, I think.
Yeah.
Not the Thursday Friday, but the Friday.
Actual Friday. That might be Arc launching this weekend then. Hopefully. Or did they say trailer? Next time I post. Yeah, it won't launch.
They said the next time they post, hopefully it would be the trailer, but tonight maybe the trailer. Maybe, or it'll be the news on when the trailer actually is. So, tiny step closer. Still have to wait though.
Yeah. Well,
but yeah, you should start telling. You should start telling people we'll be playing that when it comes out.
Arc. As soon as the trailer comes out, we'll get I'll get it on the banner. Yeah, we're going to be back on Arc when Arc.
When
what's
it launches,
called?
and if we can,
Ascended.
this Arc Ascended, yeah.
Ascended.
And are we going to be getting a server? I assume we are.
Probably.
Yes, we are.
On the level
Okay.
Arc Ascended server dedicated to on the level gameplay.
So yeah, if anybody's interested, it will be on PC though.
Yeah, well, hopefully they'll be doing cross-platform.
Yeah, but that won't be at the beginning.
No, and we might be struggling for the servers. On the Arc. Yeah, there you go, Norad. That's good.
I think they'll put the servers out straight away, as like the Sons of the Forest.
It takes a bit to actually make the servers. You've got to think, like, they've got to figure out how to custom make the servers. Like, the official ones will be out, yeah. Private ones probably won't be out, like server renting won't be out until the week after.
Yep. That'll take a little while longer.
So you'll have to go dedicated and just get me dad to host it.
Okay. So we can all play together, just we won't be able to get our own dedicated server to start with.
We won't be able to move it over to the server, so it's just practice then for a week.
Practice on that
and
one.
then start fresh.
And hopefully it'll be with Unreal 5, hopefully it won't have the same, because if anybody remembers, like hosting an Arc game in the old version, you had to stay within a certain distance of the host of the game. Like you couldn't fly your flyer out of range. You'd get slingshotted back, which was shitty. But that doesn't happen in like Sons of the Forest. Like you can go wherever you want.
That's just as an update. There's some new cannibals.
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah, they wanted stronger cannibals.
Yeah, because they were getting wiped out by the mutants. All of the camps were one-sided, weren't they?
Mm-hmm.
So I'll be
they're gonna have
on that sword fight.
Yeah, if anybody's not played Sons of the Forest, it's in beta still. But I think they need to have something beyond a story beyond the story.
Yeah.
To make it worth playing, because like once you do the end piece of it, like you can choose to stay on the island and continue the whatever the quote quest is. But
it's just building.
There's no real story.
Really, it's just a building game, really. After that,
yeah.
It's a shame, really, but I mean, it's still in beta. The story seems a little bit short at the minute for me, for my liking.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I agree with that.
But good gameplay. But yeah, we will be moving over to Arc. Sons of the Forest will just get put in the back pocket and forgotten about.
I just want everybody to know, like, we're still live, so this is going to go out for all posterity to know that the oldest guy in the server is the one that brought Arc. I just want everybody to know that. That was my favorite game. That's what I brought to this server. The oldest guy here. Not some young guy who said, hey, there's this really cool game called Arc. We should go try it.
With dinosaurs.
It was me. Shit. Yeah, it was me.
I think I turned my nose up.
Sold dinosaurs to us. That's Kev.
Yeah, I think to start with, I turned my nose up at it.
Yeah,
because Kev didn't sell it very well, and I was like,
I never said I was a marketing guru with it, but
it was the dinosaurs.
I'll take credit for it now.
You went dinosaurs, but then,
but now it's my favorite.
Yeah, but then for Emma, there was the unicorns and the flying around and the,
looking after the animals, breeding them,
breeding,
growing stuff in the garden. Yeah.
I bet no one knew Emma was a groomer in a video game.
I was the top breeder.
It's like, if you want your dinosaurs to get it on, go see Emma.
Yeah.
They make really good babies. Yeah, it's going to be fun, I think.
Can't get me cooker to go low enough to just simmer.
Is it electric?
Number one.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
Do we
that's
need to
why.
set up a GoFundMe for a new cooker?
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
it's
You
just
need to.
too much. It needs turning down. But I need, well, I need a half, or maybe even a quarter. Really, just to. But it doesn't. It won't go there.
Yep.
Have you got the lid on it?
Yeah,
Okay, put a gap in the lid, or
I have. I've got the. I've put the spoon on the stirry thing in between.
Yeah.
Okay, then take the gap away.
The problem is it doesn't care, right? Once it turns on its heat, it just turns it's full bore.
Yeah.
It doesn't. It's just the time that it. Because mine's the same way. It's the time that it's left on, but while it's on, however few seconds it's on, it's like
no, it's
full
meant to be
blast.
slow cooking. You know, I've got a curry on the go.
Yeah, it doesn't do it. Doesn't do it very well though, does it? On electric.
No, I've had to move a pan off the ring.
Don't get the culinary specialist involved in this. Dear God, we don't need to hear
That's
about.
what I was asking. But I mean, I don't know whether they do curries, like stuff like that. Italian pasta sauce. How long do you leave that cooking for? You do it all quick, sharp, don't you?
Are you asking an Italian? No, you that if you're serious about it, it's all day, like literally all day. Yeah.
Yeah.
The longer you cook it, the better. As long
and
as you
it
don't burn
tends to taste better the next day as well.
Yeah, it will.
Oh my God! You have to wait an additional 24 hours. My God!
Instant gratification, no red.
It's the same as stews in the slow cooker, though.
Yeah.
You put them on in the morning, and by like the evening, your house smells amazing. But the next day, it's just on another level.
Yeah, especially when you're cooking tomatoes. They really need a long time to get going.
Just put the damn tomatoes out of misery, Kevin. Just cook them. My God.
You just buy yourself some ragu on the shelf store, and you just go that route.
No, I usually pick up the Newmans. I'm a Newman guy. You know.
Fell for the marketing, didn't you?
I would expect you to be a Newman's guy, being that you're into the races and whatnot.
No, thank you.
Or the racing, not the races, not to be confused.
I don't
let's
care
not
about
go
that.
there. Yeah. You don't?
No.
Okay. All right.
No. Not when it comes to tomato sauce. No.
Right. Which
Emma says,
takes
"What is
longer to
Newman's?"
make.
It's Paul Newman's brand. It's got his face on it. He's got a lot of like tomato sauce, salad dressings. Paul Newman, the actor. Paul Newman.
Yeah.
Oh.
Come on.
Come on now.
Come on.
Why is he got his? Why is it? What?
Why is he doing tomato sauce?
He does everything. Yeah, salad dressings. That's where where they started the salad dressings. Paul Newman's own.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's rock star. Well, like Conor McGregor goes for whiskey. Paul Newman went for salad dressing.
Salad dressing. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I see a future
who
in
uses it
salad
more?
Dressing.
Yeah. Well, who uses it more? I mean, whiskey or salad dressing? Salad dressing, of course. Everybody has salad dressing. Not everybody's into whiskey, as we talked about yesterday. And don't drink in Discord. So. No red.
Yeah, I'm a big. Everybody knows I'm the big drinker.
Yep, we know.
Coffee. Don't drink coffee in Discord.
Oh, see, there's always one in the crowd. Gizmo says, "I'm pretty sure there's a few people that are not interested in salads." Yeah, there's a few.
Salads.
anti-veg people. It's fine. I like a good salad though.
That's that green stuff, right? You're talking about the green stuff.
Yeah,
on the
yeah.
side. The stuff that comes on your hamburger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
J-Ro. Beautiful. I love you, J-Ro. It's awesome.
100%
J-Ro's
of
pretty quick with
profits
these
to
He is
charity.
memes.
pretty
That's
quick
pretty
with the
good,
memes
that.
now.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep, I do like it.
All they've got to do is say they're not making a profit, Bev.
Yeah.
They don't have to give anything to charity.
Mm-hmm.
The holidays and the company cars and all of that, that would just be on expenses. There's no profits. The house as well that they all need. I'm
Wow,
also waiting.
Az feels
Oh.
really strongly about salad as well. Did you see his gif? Holy crap. Wow.
He hates it.
Yeah,
Goodness.
our family's never really done salad stuff.
I like the classic Caesar, a really nice classic Caesar with anchovies on it. It's phenomenal. No, Rad, my trash can loves salad. Wow, thank you guys. Still 20 something people watching since we're talking about salad. But
What's your favorite
forego
salad?
if you're. Well, let me just say this: forego your salad if you want, and your latte, and send a few dollars to Nathan, because this kind of conversation, when Nathan should be in the after show right now, is no bueno.
Just think about what people could be listening to right now instead
I know it.
of us.
Sad, really.
Mm-hmm.
See the inside of my PC. Yeah, there's my PC.
Yeah, I got flashy lights
that
on
fan
mine
at
as
the
well.
bottom isn't inside; it's out. It's outside.
And you got fans in the back. So you got fans in the back, 3 fans, looks like.
3 fans, and then there's one on that little box in the center.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
The 4 strips on the right, the coloured ones, the ones that are lit up there. That's me RAM.
Mm-hmm. And how much RAM do you let? 128, you said?
They're 32 gig. 4 of
Yeah,
them.
Nice. Yeah.
And then
That's all you need.
My graphics card in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
And the power bit at the bottom.
Yeah.
That's it.
Decent graphics card. I mean, that's what's going to cost you, right? Is the decent graphics card. It's usually what
So we need to get Nathan Oakley. He called it a passive computer, but it's a passive. To me, passive means it's not really doing anything.
Yeah, passive cooling. Is that what he called it?
He called it a passive PC, I think. On his somebody spot on was reading it out earlier. On his GoFundMe. Gravity bimbos. What's up with that? Wow. Looks like he's doing all right, though. It's a good job he's got that in the background.
I told you his title was way better than ours.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, absolutely. If you manage to fit bimbos in the title of your video.
Is that one on the right there? Is that Planar Walk? Looks a bit like him.
Can you call Planar Walk a bimbo?
Oh.
Not so sure.
No. I think bimbos are usually women.
It looks a
And
little
no
bit like
matter
Arwen in the middle, back there in the background, in the middle.
Yeah, Fortnite.
Mm.
So I think that's one of the games I can quite safely say that I've never played it.
Me either.
never
Never
touching,
looked good.
never touching Fortnite, never touching Minecraft.
No,
Just
it's
never
weird.
happening. What was that?
It's for kids.
Yeah.
He's playing a kid game on a WAM PC. Gets a
It's
fuck.
a high-end gaming PC, that, obviously. Passive.
Yeah.
Passive
Shit out
PC.
graphics and all
Yeah, Flat Fact says passive is cooling without fans. But it has got
Why
fans.
would you want to? Yeah, we saw it has fans. And why would you want to anyway? What's the
I don't
purpose of
understand.
that? Is
What's
it
the point
better?
trying to risk the no cooling thing?
Exactly. Unless somebody says it's like way better than fans for whatever reason.
But
it
see,
doesn't
this is
make
the
sense.
thing. I was surely right. No matter how good your system is, you're going to need to move the air around, other than having like a refrigerator, freezer type unit. But that uses gases, right, to circulate them in order to provide the cooling. This doesn't have that sort of system. It's just, I don't know. It's like strapping a thing to your fridge and just letting it cool. Like, it can't, surely it can't extract the heat and put it somewhere else, because how's it moving that without some sort of cooling thing for you to move liquid, gas, or, the air? Just doesn't seem sensible to me at all. But hey, I'm not into these £5,000 PCs.
I want a super good PC so I can play solitaire.
I don't. Flat fact saying that you can, fans are noisy, but I've got a PC. I've got a distiller going in the kitchen. There's a fridge freezer in between, me and the distiller. And can you guys hear any of that?
It's sound.
So I don't know. Unless, like you want to broadcast. And he's broadcasting to a Discord, to a YouTube. Unless, like we say, does Nathan Oakley have a musical talent? Or maybe he's a singer or something. Uses it as a recording studio. Don't know. If anybody does, let us know. But we need him back live. We need this PC up and running. See, I've got an external hard drive as well. I just plug a new one in. Don't know the idea of why you need multiple internal hard drives. Sounds a little bit weird. But hey, I haven't got a high-end PC. Just got a good one. I'll settle for good rather than expensive. We'll put the link out again. I think my curry's nearly ready.
You're not allowed to have a break, Bev. This is a
What?
non-stop
I
stream.
know, and all going all day.
Yeah,
Wait for
yeah,
all
yeah. You don't get a
Friday.
break.
Okay, well, when can I put that Buster song out?
Well, Buster is not going to be here until after he finishes work, so gone 10.
Ooh.
You're going to wait that long for your curry? It's like 5 hours.
Yeah, I don't know how long it can keep going like that.
Unless someone out there wants to come in and change the subject, talk about something.
Talk about the gaming.
Whatever, yeah.
Because what we like to do here is like on the level, the server is it's owned by a gamer, so most of the stuff we do is like it does have a gaming background. We do a bit of VR stuff. We're going to be doing some VR recording because we've just found out how good that and how we can. We're going to see how we can play with it for making music videos. I still want to make a video of my son's tune. Have we even got that over here, As? I don't think you have you? You've not dropped it.
No, I haven't dropped it to you yet.
Oh, are we allowed to play that? Because I think everyone would love that song.
Yeah. Well, we're going to have a go with the VR recording and get some footage done, and then I think we can do the video for it.
Yeah, I think I'll probably release that one with the video.
Yeah. I like it. I'm feeling like this. Looking for the truth is like at the official launch, because most of the time we've been messing about, particularly the first time that occurred. The first time we put it out was cobbled together a bit, but this one I've been working on this cut for I don't know, nearly 2 weeks now, sorting the new Rick and Morty and all of that sort of stuff. So I'll wait till a little bit later. I'll wait till 8 o'clock to put it out then. I've got a thing. I've got a video to go over. We was talking about the other day. It's a geometry one, but it's from Blue Marble. And it's hilarious because Farmer's Boy starts talking as well. It's, for comedy. So we can go over that if you want in a bit. As a gap filler, in case we've got nothing else to talk about. Yeah, like Az says as well, we got if anybody else does want to come on and join in the On the Level pub, VR pub, we will be having a day where we will do a bit of recording for use in podcasts and stuff like that, where it would be good if we can get everybody in there, because then I'll just be able to put everybody in on the stream whenever we're there on the podcast. Should be good. We're making an On the Level VR pub, which is sort of where we are right now. If you want to come and join us, click the link On the Level Discord. There's all sorts of people here talking about all sorts of different things. I have been recording some stuff. You have a look. You want to see the video looks crisp as well. The new video editing. So thank you to everybody that's helped out. Members, Patreon subscribers. Thank you very much. But the new video editor is amazing. I think Nathan Oakley should try a bit of video editing every now and again. I think he did try, didn't he? Clipping a few bits together. But let's get Nathan back up and running with his PC.
Seems like we're running a telethon. I wonder if we should have been monitoring to see how much Nathan's made since we've been on.
Well, I mean, plenty of prayers, I hope for. That's what the most. You know, just well wishes.
Because it's give, send, go, right? Which is a Christian-based thing, so you can pray for the person that's in need.
And at least, you know, like you're not going to give your money over to a big corporation, giving them their cut. At least this is a Christian charity organization.
Yeah, I think it's good, but if you don't want to send, if you can't or whatever, send any money to Nathan. Yeah, send some prayers his way to get his that he gets back up and running quickly.
Yeah, I had a few comments, didn't I, from Betty, and
I'm not sure if prayers for us to shut the hell up and not start our streams at 2:00 in the afternoon or 8 in the morning my time, but that could be too.
Nobody wants us to hear us telling everybody the Earth's not flat.
That is for sure.
They don't need that. They need Nathan Oakley back.
Of course, the Earth's not flat, but we have to say that because that's reality and that's what we talk about. But there's no drama there for sure. Like there's no excitement in that. As you walk outside and look at the Earth and you say the Earth's not flat. It's obvious.
We've got some action with a guy called F.E. Dogma and Beddy. F.E. Dogma's posting quite a lot of stuff, actually.
That'd be Flat Earth Dogma? Is that?
Yeah. He's
Flat Earth Dogma.
Yeah. Yeah, Flat Earth
And-
Society type stuff. Anybody who has Flat Earth in their tag has normally got some sort of ulterior motives behind why they do that. I think it's like weird and creepy, but wait, check this one out. Right, here we go. This one is Beddy. Because I pointed out the fact that a surveyor uses Euclidean plane surveying tools, and they survey locally. And Beddy said, "Well, what about geodetic surveyors?" And I said, "What about them?" And he went, "Do they?" And I said, yeah, they use surveying tools, Euclidean plane surveying tools, and they survey locally too. And now he's says he doesn't know what a non-Euclidean tool is.
I don't know. Does anybody know what a non-Euclidean tool is?
And he wants me to explain what non-local measurements traditionally include triangulation points. Well, you're local to the measurement of the angle. That's not.
To be clear, this is a globgician, right?
Yeah, the finest.
Yeah. It could have something to do with it. The fact that he's a globgician.
Yeah, But he doesn't know what a non-Euclidean tool is, so it's pretty obvious. Because there is none. They're all tools that the surveyors have to use, and they have to be in the local position whenever they're doing the surveying that they're doing. But it's an ongoing thing. And then this one is in a similar sort of thing.
Non-local measurements. Well, wait a minute, because there's more here than just meets the eye. Does anyone know what a non-local measurement is? Like, has anyone ever taken a measurement that's not local? Like, how do you take a measurement if it's not local to you? You're the one taking the measurement. Is that even possible in reality? I don't know. Somebody may have to comment on this. Help us understand. What is a non-local measurement? How would one do that?
It's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because he thinks a triangle.
I guess. Like let's talk about this for a second. So you live in the UK, I live in America, right?
Uh-huh.
So if I ask you to do a measurement, then maybe that's a non-local measurement to me. But then I have to
relative. You can't be relatively speaking about local.
That won't work.
No,
huh?
That's like a kind of magic trick, isn't it?
Like if I said
a nonsense magic trick, a word play.
Well, how dare you? So if I said okay, so I'm gonna build I'm gonna build a ramp on my stoop, okay, for whatever reason, and I ask you, Bev, can you go out to your stoop and take a measurement of your stoop? You mean I can't use that non-local measurement? Because Betty's saying here, seems to me that he's saying that you can have non-local measurements. So you're saying that won't work for me. Like, I can't ask you to measure your stoop and have it fit my stoop. No?
It's always, as with any logician, right? Whenever you're talking to them, it's hard to understand what he's talking about. Because he's talking about a non-local measurements traditionally. Well, that's playing within the sophist realm of that's pure sophistry, right? Saying
it has
traditionally.
To be, right?
Because
that's what I was getting
at.
Doesn't
make any sense, does it? The injection of traditionally.
Does any tradition, can anyone point to any tradition anywhere at any point in time that would claim some sort of non-local measurement? I don't see that. It's like, how would that even work? Never mind the including triangulation points and what that means. Has anybody ever seen a triangulation point?
I think trig points. Yeah, I've seen them.
You've seen them, okay.
Yeah, the big concrete blocks. You're normally on the highest point and things.
All right.
But they're definitely local, right? They do have a locality to them. Those trig points individually.
Says you.
Well, I mean, traditionally, I think the trick's already been done, though, hasn't it? Within the non-local measurement, right? Because what is that? There is no such thing as. It's a nonsense. You have to have a start point and an end point, and the location of those both points are vitally important for the measurement.
Mm-hmm. And so both of those points would need to be local in order to measure them, I'd imagine.
Yeah, they have a location. Start and end, they normally call them.
Yes, I would agree with that. They would normally call that a starting point and an end point. And then the shortest distance between those 2 points, typically we'd say straight line.
That would be the measurement that you would be taking.
Yeah.
Like how
Straight
accurate
line
you
measurement.
are within your measurement of that shortest distance between those 2
Right.
points.
But this is a globe logician, a globgician. So I mean, could be different, I guess. I don't know. I don't know how it works.
It's madness, isn't it? To be expecting somebody, like, you know, like once you've got it past someone, though, right? Beddy's typed it. He's put that in as a comment. The other people, the blue marble scientists, will be able to look at that and just parrot it as though it means something. But really,
well done.
If you're ever dealing with these sort of people in this sort of arena, then that's a nonsense. It has no meaning. But he can imagine it does, and he'll probably get a few weeks content out of us not understanding what he means by the nonsense that he's talking.
Right. True enough. Okay, so that was Betty, the globgician, the proofless globgician. Okay, now we move on to flat Earth dogma.
Yeah, FE dogma.
8407. I don't know what the 8407 means. Does anybody know? Is that like a gematria thing? Is that?
I don't know.
Like,
I think
we have to put
they
the
just
letters
gave
in there,
a load
or-
of people numbers after their names when they did this
weird.
new name switch over.
Yeah. Okay. But it is flat Earth dogma.
Yeah,
and dogma means
absolutely
the definition of dogma. Real quickly, because you need to understand the words, right? We're all about the words here.
Yeah, it's
So
usually
you need to understand the words.
Religious based doctrine that you get given that you basically have no proof for. That one of the requirements of dogma is that there can be no proof for it.
Yeah. I'm with you. So just to be clear, so this is Merriam-Webster. I mean, you can pick any dictionary you favor, right? But this is just Merriam-Webster says dogma. There's two different ones. Number one, something held as an established opinion. So flat Earth established opinion. Okay, that's a possibility. Flat Earth dogma. Or number two, I think this may be where it is. A doctrine or body of doctrines concerning faith or morals formally stated and authoritatively proclaimed by a church.
Yeah, that's the religious side of it.
That's probably the one that it is right there. Yeah.
And it's
okay,
like
all
it's usually there was something about an established thing. So I'm not aware of the flat Earth having some sort of doctrine that they push upon anybody, even within the education system, right? And similar goes for the globe, what you'd think of within this arena, because nobody gets pushed on remembering the radius and the values of all of the mathematics. No, none of that, right? So we're talking a different realm now of even within dogma. But I think these people are the ones that push it. People like this guy, FE Dogma, and Nathan Oakley, and QE, Blue Marble Science, Fight the Flat Earth, Mr. Sensible, Conspiracy Cats. You name it. You've heard all of the names, and you know who we're talking about. Simon Dan. The not Professor Dave Farina.
Absolutely. Okay. All right. I just wanted to get that out, that we knew who we were talking about and what their names actually mean. So this is important when we get down to the what would you say, education that FE Dogma is going to lay on us here?
I don't know. He's been reading surveying books, even though he's got no surveying qualification. He likes to say something about he's been a project manager.
Oh.
That's his claim to fame, anyway.
I know project managers. worked with them many, many times. Yeah, there's some smart ones. Okay, all right, very good. Carry on.
Okay, so since you read the manuals, then you know you are not correct, because none of them say that level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. No, because that was something that I said, just because I like saying things 3 times. A little bit weird like that, saying the same thing 3 different ways. Level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. That's me, and I've never wrote any textbook, so I think I know that my words are not within any textbooks.
Could you actually put equal signs in there, maybe, since we were talking about the equal signs, the parallel in there? Like level implies
equals
an equal,
straight line equals
straight line
horizontal plane.
equals horizontal plane.
Yeah. All equal to each other.
Which
says
is why
they all show a level line curving down from the horizontal. Now, what I said was that the surveying book, in fact, I've got it here. Is that on the...
Yep.
This is the book that I sent to him.
Mm-hmm.
And it says the plane surveying, where because of limited extent of the survey, the curvature of the Earth can be ignored. Just ignore it. Depending on the accuracy required, the area which can be considered as a flat plane, look, it's there again, flat plane, is up to 300 kilometers squared, right?
300 square kilometers.
Yeah, which, and our test is only like, we had 2 400-meter water levels, so that's obviously within that bit where we can just ignore any curvature. So we can show that these water levels are a horizontal plane, right? We can show that, which is what we did in the Realising Euclid test. So he keeps saying that we going against the surveying books, but like, we're not. It says there.
But and you're right. You're exactly right. It says right there. But I would also say this: like, is any textbook taken? Is that taken as dogma? Any textbook anyone's ever used for any all time? Because I've never come across any, especially something that would seemingly deal with, I don't know, geometry and mathematics, like potentially surveying does, where you say you ignore something. Have you ever heard of something where you just ignore it?
Ignore it. Well, mathematically, like we've been said, level is a straight line on a horizontal plane, and you can prove that in reality.
Most definitely. Yeah.
So these are just words, right? You can ignore something that isn't there.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Like,
you can't ignore anything that's not there.
That's hiding in the closet. Just
ignore
Just ignore it. Yeah.
Absolutely.
It's not there. Just ignore it.
Don't need to discuss that it's not there.
Yeah.
But
there is another one here as well, right? There's another bit. It says, it's as a note in brackets. It says, note, on the surface of a sphere, the angles of a triangle do not add up to 180 degrees, as in plane geometry. So, like Gauss said, you can tell the surface that you're on, or the geometry that you would use, by measuring how many angles there are in a triangle. Simple. If you find that your triangles have 180 degrees, then you use Euclidean geometry. And that's what we're talking about here, right?
Yeah, but in this case, what kind of surface are they talking about? Is it a developable surface or not?
Well, like it just says on the surface of a sphere, the angles of a triangle do not add up to 180, but any measured triangle in reality will have 180, so therefore, it's not a sphere.
Euclidean.
You can ignore it, right? You can ignore what isn't there. So there's no extra angles for you to take account of, because it's telling you. They literally tell you. On the surface of a sphere, the angles of a triangle don't add up to 180 degrees. Well, when we measure triangles in reality, we're not on the surface of a sphere, right?
You think we could build a modus tollens around this?
It's just a simple fact, isn't it? You know, a chord, straight line.
Yep.
The largest chord, largest straight line. Like spot on was saying earlier with the Vesa Piscis, the perpendicular parallels. Right. I mean, this stuff can be proved. You'd have to step out of this geometric framework. But like Gauss said it before, you can tell what geometry in the surface you're on by measuring the angles in a triangle. When you do that in reality, Pythagorean theorem or whatever, you find that there's 180, known fact.
But FE dogma says they all show a level line curving down from the horizontal.
Down. See, how can you have that? Down. Like, you're talking about 180 degrees in a triangle, which we're talking about the chord line. The straight line having 180 degrees on each semicircle. And I'm not aware of how you could add some on a downward curvature. Because as above, so below, each semicircle would have to be the same because equals. It's literally impossible. Go back to it. But I mean, this is a guy who's trying to give you some sort of dogma. It's amazing.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
He can't come in and talk either. I think he says because of time zones or whatever. He won't be watching this anyway. You don't need to watch this sort of stuff. He says, so why is your website dedicated to promoting the lie that level is the same as horizontal? Look at that.
What?
He's like, why is the on the level website? He's calling it a lie. That's a direct attack. As for Earth curvature, we've not been saying that. We've been saying, wow. That's a direct attack, that, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, he must have been on the website and had a look.
I mean, level is horizontal, of course. Everybody knows it.
LIGO's much less than 300 kilometers squared. Actually, he read more like 250 kilometers squared. So it's getting a bit. These disco ball glass tiles are coming down a bit. Because that was one of my questions. It's like, what happens after that? Because that's a lot of curvature to store up to unload at a certain limit, isn't it?
301 or 300.1 or whatever number 300 plus a fraction.
Yeah.
Plus a millimeter.
There's too many problems because the diagonal distance would be different than the difference between the perpendiculars of the square, and the fact that you can't really have the perpendiculars leads you into all sorts of problems, self-refuting claims everywhere. So this is it's fascinating for me to watch what FE Dogma's doing, to be honest.
Yeah. So per the textbook though, right? The textbook that you had.
The one that
LIGO totally ignore any curvature for LIGO.
According
LIGO's
to
250 kilometers.
Yeah, that's what he's about to say. He's about to say, but they did account for curvature. So LIGO's again is one of the special cases. Yeah, LIGO did.
Oh,
like when it says we can ignore it, they say except for LIGO and Bev's Realising Euclid water level thing that you can do for yourself. Bev and spot-ons and the Malads. Just the Realising Euclid test, that one, and LIGO. Everything else just ignored within surveying.
What about canals like Panama Canal, Erie, like the really long ones? Can you ignore? What do they do with that? Do they ignore it? Because that's
they
longer
do,
than
but
300 kilometers.
he says not. I mean, you listen to Jesse Kozlowski in The Hump.
Yeah.
They you know, like, you can ignore it, but still imagine it. Right? How can you ignore something that you're imagining? An elevation grade. See, now a grade's a slope. Everybody knows
a grade
that.
is definitely a slope. Yep.
But how can you have a slope as a curve? What's he talking about? This is
There's
FE
no such
dogma,
thing.
right? He's mad.
Well, it is the dogma of the flat Earth, apparently. But I don't know if flat Earthers would agree with this. Do you think?
I don't know whether the globe earthers would agree with it.
That's a good point.
I don't think the globe earthers would want to even consider it myself.
Yeah.
All right, just putting me right on. What do you think in the chat? What's the chat think? Does FE Dogma think that plane surveyors do? Like, there was a guy called Jeff. My name is Jeff. Who said about? Let me see if I can find that clip for you.
You know, it's the bit at the bottom, so I just read it there. It says, but they did account for Earth curvature when plotting the elevation grade for the LIGO beam arm slabs. So, so they graded it ready for what they thought might be something that wasn't. Possibly. And it just tucks in under, does it? 250 kilometers. And just under the 300, which is where it becomes unlocal, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, this is, I've got it in the chat here. This is a guy called Jeff. Probably, possibly, we can't be sure, from Maine, but absolutely not a surveyor. He's just acting like he is a surveyor here. And this is it's in the live chat for you guys. I don't know whether you'll hear it. But yeah, listen to what he says.
If you don't mind, I'd like to address where you talked about plane surveying. Plane surveying is not flat. Plane surveying uses the 8 inches times the mile squared formula to correct their elevations due to curvature.
There you go. In direct contradiction to what the surveying book says. So when FE Dogma says that we are going against the surveying books, and Rumpus says he's read the surveying books, we're not actually going against anything, because for the size of the project that we do, what we were talking about, it says it can just be ignored. So that's what we were doing, ignoring it. Another group of people came along and said, oh, no, you have to take it into account. Don't know why. Because they don't, apart from this guy here. So we've got a guy called Jesse Kozlowski, and then this guy here talking shit about plane surveyors not being a plane surveyors. That's weird, isn't it? Can you imagine that? A guy that's pretending to be a surveyor saying that plane surveyors aren't plane. The plane that the plane surveyors use, not a plane.
Sorry, Ben.
Go on.
Well, the plane surveyors survey using the plane reference. I mean, to get to the end of that and then have something different, like, you've got what you got. You got what you got.
Yeah, you have to use the plane. I mean, how can you adjust from the plane? I mean, like I say, it's self-refuting claims everywhere within any of this sort of stuff. But luckily, there is only this guy saying it. There used to be quite a few other people that used to attempt to say these sort of things. They've gone now. Jesse Kozlowski, gone. This guy, Jeff, probably not from Maine, gone. They're never going to come back. And who do we have representing them at the moment? People like FE Dogma. Now, I'm not saying that these are surveyors, because they're not. Surveyors are good people. But surveyors know how elevations are measured, and they know the Earth's not flat. I know it's not what people want to hear. But I'm defending surveyors because I don't want people going and harassing surveyors because of things that these people who've misrepresented surveyors. And I'm talking about people like Jesse Kozlowski. I think it's outrageous, the shit that he's done. The amount of confusion. And, like, you'd have to put QE in there as well, because QE validified this sort of shit. Nobody else is really bothered questioning it. So that it was accepted that certain people became shadow giants. They were given the role as experts in a certain thing, which stopped people from having to use critical thinking for their own purposes, their own reasons. Just going to put some rice on. Okay, put the water on. I think it's a shame, but, you know, nobody's going to want to talk about it. Because nobody can talk about it. Who knows about nonsense? Who's the expert in the most nonsense? There is no one. There's no experts in any of this.
No, there'd be a sophist, expert in sophistry to combat.
Oh, there's a lot of people been part of this. This is a carefully orchestrated thing. Like fooling an entire arena of people into believing something that they don't even know what it is. Flat earthers don't know what flat is, and the globe earthers don't know what curvature is. And that's carefully orchestrated, that.
It. Well, argue, I say argue. I might have to rephrase that. Bicker?
No, the whole thing is never mention that we don't know what either of these things are. Yet that's what we're meant to be arguing against. But let's not mention that.
Yeah. What do you bring forward, isn't it? What have you got, isn't it? What have you got? Show us what you got.
Proof for whatever. I don't know. Like, who knows what proof is? Play this again.
Okay, Austin, if you don't mind, I'd like to address where you talked about plane surveying. Plane surveying is not flat. Plane surveying uses the 8 inches times the mile squared formula to correct their elevations due to curvature.
Complete and utter bullshit. And it's obvious why he's not around here anymore. Same goes for Jesse Kozlowski. Might be a really decent bloke, but he's convinced people of something that doesn't exist. And now there's a lot of people imagining they have proof of something they just don't have. And put that in the hands of somebody who's willing to accuse people of being, you know, less than bright. I don't know. Only in modern day society can that sort of stuff occur.
I wonder if he's finished his book yet. Nearly there.
Oh, who's having a book?
Yeah, no. Was he writing a book? I think that was the last time he was in the server.
I think Katz was writing a book. I don't know any, but like there's a lot of that's FE Data.
He had a meet
writing
up
a
with
book. Yeah, I think he went to his wedding.
Oh yes, FE Data. Yeah. Yeah, they had a meet up, didn't they? Have you seen that?
Yeah, he went to the wedding.
Cats.
Yeah.
Oh right.
Yeah, he was saying last night.
Oh yeah. So I was going to say, I don't know. Yeah, what was that about last night then? Don't normally watch any of his stuff, but you said that you visited, or what was he talking about?
Well, they're setting up a podcast. He's going to do a podcast once a week.
Oh yeah.
On Thursday. It's interesting because I'm not too sure who's in the arena. Like, and it's much the same as Flatsoid, right? Flatsoid decided to go and debate people, but how many people is there? There's getting less and less. Like the same names all the time. We've been in this arena watching what's been going. Yeah, we've been watching what's going on, and there's just less and less people.
And no debates.
Well, I tried to have a conversation about proof to find out what Flatsoid's proof was, and he seemed to have forgotten the fact that he said that there was he could prove the flat Earth with the scientific method. He just basically said he didn't say that. But I mean, he did say it. We've got him recorded saying it. So
it's in the Buster song.
Yeah, that's where it goes, right? That's the end of the conversation. Once you know that the people you're dealing with are that dishonest, that they'll literally just say, I didn't say that, and change their mind mid-conversation or whatever, then, yeah, where's the debate? Discussing gravity and stuff. I mean, come on.
I guess maybe after many years, seems to me, looking at it, that it's kind of reached an impasse. And that it's like I said to Jaron, he shouldn't call it debatism, call it nutterism. But it just seems to, that's my observation, it's just come to that. Both sides, there's no real proof. And any claims are just, no, that's not true. Just that's not true. And I don't know where it goes. This argument here is argument in reality. You can talk about there's no curve. We don't see a curve, and then they'll call refraction, and it all gets to bullshit. But this argument about water level is really powerful. And takes people really into reality without having to go to the stars or Michelson-Morley or interferometry or gravity or gravitational lensing or obscure stuff that nobody has in reality. This is a very basic argument. So I wonder whether the debates have just reached an impasse, and so now they're just arguing about nothing. I mean, they're going.
Bickering.
Some people are looking deeper.
We have to stop the idea of giving them an argument, because there just isn't one. They're just sort of bickering.
But there is a training. There's kind of a, coming into this world. It's mostly men. And, you hear the way people interact with each other is quite aggressive. You have to know your shit, to enter this arena, to actually speak about something, it is a big step. You've got to go get through this thing where I can't see anybody. I don't know when I'm butting in. I don't know any of that stuff. It's not normal. It's not reality even. What we're doing now is not even reality. We're talking into something that isn't reality somehow, because you're not here. You're there somewhere, but I can't see you. I don't see any faces or think, oh yeah, I should speak now. But yeah, it feels like the amount of information you need to collect to be in this arena is massive. If you just start with a curve, then you've got to learn about refraction. You've got to learn about gravity. You've got to really have everything. If you want to enter into it, you've got to have everything sorted out in your mind to have an argument, even though at the end there isn't really a proof. And so, people see, then people are just belittling each other and shouting them down, and that seems to be the way you have to do that. Go to Oakley or QE, they just shout at people, put them down, even their best followers, they daren't put their head above the parapet, because they'll just be, pushed down again, and there's only one man who's a top guy, So
that is,
I guess it depends what areas you look, where you're looking at. If you're new, you won't come here. You won't get to this server. You won't get to this by looking up flat Earth, for instance, because that's what the question is. Nobody's looking for globe Earth. People are looking at the question of flat Earth. What's that about? Or somebody says something. You go look. You've got YouTube. You get just total bullshit. To get into this, to get into the people you're engaged with, the people you talk about, is way down the road. You don't trip over these people. You come to Professor Dave and all the debunkers first.
I think you do, right? Like, what happens is the same thing that happened to me is on some sort of social media thing. You say something, you make a comment to someone, and then one of these trolls in the the periphery of the arena, they'll spot you and they'll start to filter you in, and you'll eventually end up with somebody like Fight the Flat Earth wanting to get you in some sort of a conversation, right? So he can get you into his stream. Particularly if you're still questioning something that you deem to be ridiculous. If you found a contradiction or something and that you're trying to ask people about, they'll filter you into it, either into that way or into the flat Earth community. Depending on you, how much you want to be able to find these questions, whether listening to a video is not enough.
Yeah, I guess they aren't the people who are going to come here initially, or even after. I mean, as I observe, there's lots of people who've been around for a long time, who are in the chat, or who won't come over here, who won't make that step just across this border. They're still holding on to flat. You know, they won't make that change. That you know, they like to hear it and they go, yeah, I get it, but they won't make that step somehow. And I don't think, I don't think it's for everybody to make that step or to think, yeah, to see the logic in it,
What you're describing, though,
and give up.
both of you, what you're describing is the reaction of religious zealots. What you're describing is exactly what happens. Pick your favorite religious organization or whatever, and find the zealots in that particular religion, and that's exactly the type of attitude and mentality you'll have. Just like Bev said, they'll bring you in, right? They'll try to get you to look at their side and accept their side, accept their dogma, and then when you bring up the contradictions, then they'll excommunicate you.
Yeah, they'll try and make an example of you as well in front
Absolutely.
of everybody else to say this is what you
Yeah,
shouldn't do.
it's definitely not for the weak.
Yeah.
It isn't.
Well, but it does stop the
isn't.
conversations, right? I mean, that's the thing. That's the unfortunate consequence, let's say, of this kind of thinking, psychology, call it, is the lack of a conversation then. Because you cannot talk about the contradictions. Then there is no conversation. It cannot be had.
Yeah. But as we said the other day, is you've got to come to that point of recognizing contradiction, because I think we're all, we're all indoctrinated. We're all part of a religious cult, even if it's not, the church. It's about what we've been conditioned by in the world, what we've grown up with, or education. It's very deep in our subconscious, this whole. I was talking to somebody just a little while ago. He's messaging him, and he teaches maths. He's a tutor, private tutor. He teaches maths, and yet he's really doesn't get. He's very intellectual. He's really challenged me to he sent me some stuff and writes some things. I think, wow, he's an artist. He's a teacher. He writes this stuff, and I think, shit, what does that mean? I have to go away and try and look at some words. Sometimes I think, what's he actually mean? Because I wanted to have a conversation with him. But he goes to the gravitational lens in, straight off of something that isn't there at all. It's just talking about going to the beach and looking at the horizon and considering what is in your subconscious when you're there that you're not really thinking about. When you have that challenge and you've got to unpick that and take that out of your whole paradigm and then look at it and go, have integrity within yourself to look at it and say, I hadn't really considered it. Maybe people, I don't think people do that necessarily. They just think, oh yeah, the ship's going over the curve. The earth is curved over there. It's just there in them. Like it's in my children from a week of talking about Isaac Newton. Went to my daughter's friend in the back of the car the other day and was talking about what they've been learning at school. And she said, there's a molten core at the center of the earth. I said, wow, you've got that now. In a week, that's just inside you. And I just think we've brought up on so many things that are really deep inside us. That I don't know how people came to this place, but I don't think it's been a short journey. A lot of people, the people here have been on a longer journey, or maybe they're older souls or have a different awareness. But this isn't, I don't think anybody came to this in 10 minutes, to this position in their lives to have let go of certain concepts or challenge them. Or, some people don't have them, never had them maybe, and haven't had that connection to fallacy, to illusion.
It takes a while, right? Even when we started here, there were certain words that we just stopped using. And it's amazing how long it takes to do that. Because once you realise that you're using words that just literally have no meaning, or give the wrong meaning, they're contradictory things. So you've got to stop using them, and it takes a while for you to be able to do that.
Yeah. I mean, I hate cliches. I just hate cliches. I beat myself up if I use a cliche. To be fair, you know what I mean. Little things, group. It's kind of like group talk. And it's like that in these little groups of this server or a YouTube channel. They have the language, certain language you learn to navigate your way around. There's certain things you say. Like here, right in the beginning, it was when you talk about Earth, you must say it's the soil. It's something you plant seeds in. You don't refer to it as anything other than that. That's kind of how it is. Strange, huh?
Yeah, well, that
You
that
learn
is
not to
something
say.
that's something that's learned for sure. I mean, and
Yeah,
again,
you
the
pick that
reason
up
why
here.
is
I pick
because
that up here.
yeah, but it's the reason why is because just what you said about you go to the beach and you stand there and you look out at the water and what comes to your mind? It's like what is populating your imagination at that point? And if you have a strong enough mind, you can wonder about things, right? You can let that wonder take over your mind and you go, oh, wow, what's that? You look up at the night sky and you, what's that? Having that wonder is phenomenal as a human being. The problem arises where you put something dogmatic in that place and you think that you know what that is. You think that you know, but you don't really know. You can't know. But you're arrogant enough as a human being. Your ego is such that you can say, oh, I know. Believe me, I know. Yeah, maybe some other people don't know, but I know. So that's why here we talk about Big E. That's why people talk about the Earth. Capital T, capital E. But for us, it's just the ground. It's just the soil. And the Earth is not flat. Then people will say, well, we're not talking about the Earth. We're talking about the water. Buster says this all the time, right? So you're saying flat Earth, but really mean water. But then water's not flat either. And flat's not an orientation. And then you say, well, you're a glober then, aren't you? Well, no, I don't make a claim about the thing upon which I live. Well, how can you not do that? You have to have a model. And then we've heard the people that say, you'll die without a model. We had someone say that, actually. You will die. You will literally die without a model. Imagine that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a really challenging thing to have nothing. To challenge those things and to wonder and not really get fixed on anything. The things we know. I mean, you were talking the other day about faith. That's a contradiction, isn't it? In some terms. But your personal experience is your truth about that. You don't have to make it in reality if it's something true inside you, and whatever has come in your life that has underlined that maybe. But it's a contradiction in terms, really.
It absolutely is. Well, it used to be for me, like in my faith, we talk about faith, whatever faith you might happen to have if you have one. For me, I used to say, I know. Like, I know this or that about God. Well, that defeats the whole purpose of faith. And in some faiths, right, that's what's required is faith. So faith and knowledge are two drastically different things, but not in this particular arena. It's not. You can believe what you know. You can know what you believe. And it's just weird. It's strange for me now in my mind because I can't fathom that.
Yeah. Damn, we're into a conversation. I've got to go and do the dinner. But yeah, it takes a lot of. It feels to me like a lot of inner integrity to keep challenging yourself, to not take on those things and to question yourself. I don't think it's for everybody. Not a lot of people do that. They're in these groups because they're not actually doing the work. They maybe got the script, but they haven't done the work in the sense of really internalizing it.
Yeah, no,
and
they
knowing
they
it was
just
the
want
truth.
yeah. They just want the bread and circuses, right? They want the blood and guts and
Yeah.
the drama of the gladiators and the lions and the Christians. That's what they want, because that's, again, we'll say it again, right? That's why you need the Nathan Oakleys. Nathan, you got to come back quickly, because you need that, because this is not that, right? What Air to Bear and I have been talking, like, this is like boring as shit for people, I'm sure. It's like, no one, where's the blood and guts, man? Come on.
Yeah.
Let's get it going.
You don't want the real people shit. Like, you want the dumpster fire and the shouting and the screaming and the two sides.
Yeah, it's how much truth you want. Because if this journey is about truth, if it was about truth, if it started that, maybe not. Maybe for some it's entertainment. Something they saw on TikTok or something. It's a laugh, or But if it's a journey of truth, then it goes on. So the people who are in this arena, if they're on a journey of truth, then they have to keep going. It's easy to stop and just take on another set of beliefs after getting rid of get rid of the globe beliefs, and then you take on another flat earth beliefs. And it's just like replacing one for the other. It's no different, without any real understanding of the truth of it. So yeah, I think people are, if they're here, maybe they're not on that journey. Maybe they started out, but don't know that they're all looking for that anymore. Straight lines and horizontals and perpendiculars are an incredible thing to free your mind. But that goes on too. That's further. It goes on further than that. I have to slip away for a bit. They've come back, a family, and I have to go and feed them. So I'll hopefully catch you later.
Okay, thank you very much. See you later. Sort me tea out myself. What do you want a video or something? Can I put a... What can I put on? I've not got anything here planned. What am I going to do? You want to bust a song? How about that? That's a quick enough. One of the new ones. Yeah. Bust Alive. See you back here again in a moment. I don't know how long this is for. It's a go. Then there will be no measurable change in our
got to choose. You can critically think or give yourself to accepted information too. Well, you got it right. Everybody's got their own way to go. Fast to what you know. Don't let their opinions throw you off. You got to stay the course you're on. You got it right. Everybody's got their own way to go. Comes the time you have to choose. You can't hold two conflicting truths. Eliminate the wrong path to take. You'll find the answers that you need. Contemplate before you make a choice. You got to let your voice be heard. You never see this place again. You got it right. Everybody's got their own way to go. Comes the time you have to choose. You can't hold two conflicting truths. Eliminate the wrong path to take. You'll find the answers that you try not to enable the thoughts. They got another problem with this bridge to cross. No matter what I say, they're doomed. You got it right. Everybody's got their own way to go.
was good. It was very good. World famous Buster live set. Happens quite a lot. That Buster does it. A lot of that at the on the level pub. Interesting conversation Kevin was having with Erdbear there. I think it was Erdbear last week when we were having that contradiction chat. Get into some good conversations.
Yep.
It's free for all Friday. If anybody does want to come over, click the link, Discord. If anybody else that's listening that's already on Discord, if you want to come in, if you're finding it difficult in the Discord, put a message in the live chat, because we've had to implement a role system in order for you to be able to gain access to the VC. We had a few gratuitous globe science events that we don't want to have back again. So yeah, come on in. Doors always open. Any sort of conversation. If anybody's got anything in the chat as well that they want to have a word about or conversation about, just let us know. It's particularly if there's any budding globe surveyors out there that want to take on reality as a measure of a straight line, a distance, a unit value, straight line. I wonder if anybody's going to take up Bob's logic.
Oh, I don't think so. I think they had hoped that would have stayed dead and buried wherever they had buried it.
Has anyone heard from Bob yet? Has he gone missing or is he around?
Don't know.
I bet there's nobody going to defend him. Even Rumpus was giving him up, wasn't he?
Yep.
Let me get that. Put it up in the chat if anybody wants to have a go at the logic. Nobody wanted to take it on Twitter. You know, they're just not interested.
That logic is hard to defend, though, to be honest. There it is. Bob the Science Guy's modus ponens.
Mm-hmm.
And that is not a misspelling. If anybody was wondering, you may look up modus ponens and not find anything.
Yeah.
But that is not a misspelling.
Until we get it on the website.
Yeah, then you'll be able to find it for sure. So Bob the Science Guy's modus ponens. So if, reads like this, if and only if
I like that.
Earth is a sphere, P, then the shortest distance between any 2 points in any direction will be a great circle distance, Q. Modus ponens confirm Q, affirming P. The shortest distance between any 2 points on Earth is a great circle, affirming Q. Therefore, Earth is a sphere, affirming P. Sound good to everybody? It's good, right?
It's what you call circular logic from the globe.
Well, it would have to be, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, great circle distance on the globe
is
definitely circular. So your argument is most likely going to be circular. Sorry, spot on.
No, circular reasoning, yeah. Circular reasoning.
There's a little bit of affirming the consequent in there, is there? Is there some affirming the consequent?
Absolutely.
May want to look that up, logic. I mean, again, I know we have to keep repeating ourselves with Like, this is not the juicy, sexy stuff, right? This is just logic. But affirming the consequent.
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. Capitalize. What?
No, carry on.
Yeah, it's just logic. So affirming the consequent in logic is it's a thing. You can look it up yourself, but it's typically, I mean, for real logicians, it's a problem. But for I don't know, Betty hasn't weighed in on this. I think Betty probably doesn't have a problem with this.
Modus ponens, right? That's what it is. Modus ponens is affirming Q, like confirm Q, i.e., affirming Q, the consequent.
The consequent, yep.
Yeah, which then affirms P for you. I mean,
absolutely
fallacious in traditional logic, but then the straight line distance would be a straight line, not a circle. So, shortest distance between 2 points in reality is a straight line.
But then some people will conflate, or will want to conflate in their mind. Imagine that a straight line is somehow a circle.
Well, what happens? Yeah, when you hang a plumb bob, is that a great circle?
Could be to some, I suppose. They try to conjure an image of a circle from a weight hanging from a string, perhaps.
That's why I don't think they're going to attempt it, right? Because it's a difficult argument to push, I think. Only the most skillful globgician. Even that's why Beddy's not. He's, this is above Beddy's grade of globgic. It's sort of similar to the high quality that we had with Sean Hawkins and the Polaris argument.
Yeah, yep.
They're that far beyond that they can't even talk about it to anyone. I think that's where Bob's gone with this.
Eric says the magnetic North Polans. That's maybe what he's talking about there.
Yeah.
Well done, Eric. Yeah.
Danger Bears never heard two truths, two conflicting truths.
Great song.
Yeah.
But then again, I'm like Rob Keane. It's like all Buster songs are my favorite songs. That's my favorite song.
I think it takes a while for you to see like the actual message and the genius within the lyrics. Because I don't know, listening to that, put myself in, like a newbie position coming round this arena trying to work out, what's going on. And you hear, you can't hold two conflicting truths within a lyric. Takes a while for you to wrap your head around just those lyrics.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just the words themselves. Like, I think the natural thing for a human being to do is, well, I don't do that. What's he talking about? Two conflicting? You can't. Of course you can't. I don't do that. Whoever would hold two conflicting truths in their mind at the same time? What does that even mean? Yeah, it could be difficult. I'm with you. It's the curse of advanced simplicity, isn't it?
How many people have asked themselves that? Have I got conflicting? What is it?
Two conflicting truths. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a contradiction, isn't it? But when you actually hold them both as truths, as long as you can keep them compartmentalized, you're fine. which I think is modern day society, is taught people to have this ability to keep these things separate.
Yeah, you can have like science. That's a nice big locker to put everything in. Or you can just go, well, science did that.
Yeah.
Don't have to worry about that. That's science sorted. I think most things come under science. So most things have been sorted. That's why, we've got mobile phones.
Well, it's like Bev and I were talking one day about our dads. It's like, my dad came from a line of Masons, not Freemasons, but actual people like brickies. And so he knows level is horizontal. Absolutely, without a doubt. Bev's dad as well, right? Level is horizontal, right? Bev, your dad's, well, of course.
Absolutely.
But both tis globe.
Mm-hmm.
Tis globe. Those are two completely, just totally compartmentalize them. Like tis globe is in, you watch Star Trek, Star Wars, science fictions, planets. Tis globe, blue marble.
Every start of most films, the majority of films start with it. So
yeah.
I
But
mean,
then when you think about reality,
the news starts with it. Like all BBC programs used to start with it.
Yeah. Here in America, Universal Studios, the movie company, Globe.
Oh yeah, all the movies.
Yeah.
The movies. Not all. I should watch what I'm saying there. Majority.
Yeah. But then when you think about reality, level is horizontal. Both our dads go, well, of course, don't be stupid. That's what my dad would say. Don't be stupid. Of course it is. When I was
it's
young,
not until you
Well, they're both together, right? They obviously have to go together. It's just that in this arena, people try and tell you something different.
Mm-hmm.
Until you stand each end of a canal.
You just don't think about it, though, right? Even if you do that spot on. If you're standing at each end of the canal, level is horizontal, of course. But you're not thinking globe then, are you? Or are you?
No, my dad will go through, like the water level in the canal. I said, yeah, it's definitely horizontal. I mean, it can't be tilting. There can't be a hump.
There's no flow, right?
Yeah.
Rise over run. It's obviously.
The other bit just occurs somewhere where you're not.
Yeah. Over the hump. So I had to say it.
Over the rainbow. Over the hump.
Well, isn't it 32 degrees? Well, not every hump is 32 degrees. All humps vary in size. Not all, actually. But there are humps.
Eric says Eric is like, I don't know if this is blasphemy in some areas. Like, could they string you up for what Eric is saying? If two truths are conflicting, then one of them is not a truth. Could that be? You think? It's dangerous stuff there, Eric.
Yeah, I'd say that Eric, he might be putting himself in the people that don't really accept contradictions in reality. Which I think is a slightly strange group to place yourself in, because then you start noticing where contradictions apply, because you have to step out of the false dichotomy into a place where you see contradictions in both of those models. I think. Well, I would anyway. That's where I've always been at the beginning. People have accused me of being something that I've never been, because they have this false dichotomy, two sides, red versus blue team.
Yep.
And you'll find us right between both of them, a straight line between the two of them.
That's where epohe is.
The divide. Yeah, epohe.
Is it what's the magnetic thing? From Thingy Ken Fearhopolis. The bit in the middle, the point convergence. Whatever. That's where epohe is. It's like it's in the middle of two models, but you can't really pinpoint it because those two models aren't reality. You just find yourself in reality. That's where you are. The two different models are just trying to avert your eyes from focusing on reality, things that matter. Because things that aren't real don't matter. You don't really need to pay them much attention.
Yeah, but that idea is flipped on its head, isn't it? Like many other things in modern, shall we say, modern times, as we've learned since the let's say the early 1600s, where there's a clear demarcation then. So then you get the upside down world. You start the upside down world that we live in today, which is everything that's fantasy is all that matters. And reality doesn't matter at all. Reality is a matter of perception. Like the meme that Emma wanted to do. It's just an absolute fact, but can't have it. Reality can't have it.
Yeah, parallels and perpendiculars. I think I said to somebody the other day, I was a speak truth. The other day I was saying that the ultimate conspiracy theory is the perpendicular conspiracy.
Yep.
Vertical and horizontal aren't perpendicular. They have somehow an ability to become parallel as well. Which, to me, that's an end game sort of conspiracy. If you can allow your mind to accept those sort of things, then you've been affected by something. I don't know. I think you'd have to say that it's beyond faith, that sort of stuff.
No doubt.
Vertizontal.
Yeah, at that point you've gone into the active deception, sophistry.
Yeah, and you don't want to be pushing that to people, too many people anyway. Or I wouldn't want to be responsible for handing out such a ridiculous paralogism.
Yeah, most people are just walking around oblivious to.
Yeah. Yep. You'll turn some people's minds to mush if you're not careful. We've seen it happen. Seen it almost in real time, right? Someone actually lose their mind.
Yeah. When you're that deep in the end game conspiracy, if you can imagine perpendiculars being parallel, and then find some sort of a way to justify saying that sort of a hate speech thing, then
We're in trouble.
Yeah. I mean, why aren't the Globers allowed to have such a contradiction of ridiculous conspiracy theory? I mean, who are you to make a mathematical statement saying it's an impossibility, but put it on a t-shirt? People might start asking you what it means.
I'll make a Glober out of you, yeah.
Opening up conversation. Clothing for conversation on the level line. Also with the MSA's range. T-shirt logic.
Yeah, I could do with a new t-shirt.
Eric says, if geometry contradicts your model, don't change the geometry, change the model. I think the thing is that you don't need a model. In fact, using geometry to form a model of reality is a very bad idea. It'll never work.
But then you're left with epohe, right? That's why we haven't been able to sell epohe, right? Because I don't know how many people really want it.
In order
Like,
to
how many
sell it,
people
you
really
have to
want
show
that?
them the contradiction. And I've tried.
Yeah.
And some
Yep.
people can't
Yep.
see the contradiction, and other people don't want to hear about it. That's why the problem is.
Mm-hmm.
The contradiction's so painful that you can't even consider it as an option.
Yep. That's why the incredulity of people when they try to have a conversation with you about this particular topic, and then they'll ultimately ask you, well, what is it, Bev? What is it? It. Bev, what is
Yeah.
it to you? What is it? And he's like, what's the it? Well, I say the earth. Well, what is it? What is it? And then you say, well, it's the dirt, the ground, the thing that we. No. What is it? What's it? It. That's like, how does somebody get in that mind frame? Psychologically, where is that person that would sit and
Well,
constantly
they've been
ask
given a
that question?
whole. They've been given a whole. A completeness. And that's a strong bond.
Yeah, it seems we don't do well with, what would you call it? Like a mystery, or like it doesn't sit well. Like it's. I think for most people, it's like, I've used this example before. Like if you've ever had a hangnail, right, a painful one in your finger, and you accidentally rub it against something like your pant leg or something. You go, that hurts like hell. That, I think that's what it's like when they're faced with a contradiction, or the idea that they can't actually know something. But they have to know, right? And then they have to have you answer the question for them. What is it? What is it? And then if you sit there and go, well, epohe, it's like, I don't make a claim. I don't know. All I deal with is reality, what I see in front of me at the time. That's all I deal with. And I can have proofs there. It's the anger that baffles me, right? Where's the anger come? Why? Why are they so angry? All of them. From Nathan to QE to Fight the Flat Earth to Brenda to Rumpus to why?
It's the whole thing is fueled by it, isn't it? When you look at it like that, yeah. It's not long if any conversation that Bev was involved, when he first started talking to people, it may start initially as, you might get no. Sometimes you didn't even get that out, but I mean, and it just goes to shit every time. and I witnessed it, you know, every time, and it was I learned a lot. I've learned a lot, put it that way. Yeah, I've witnessed, like gaming and anger that's fueled by not being able to see the other person, and you know, like you're not actually in their vicinity. You know, like we spoke about it earlier, actually. Someone on the end of in the internet, in the ether somewhere, you know, and it seems like people act differently. And I must admit, I've gamed before, and in my younger days, and still in the present. But in my younger days, it did. I remember being, you know, like affected by it. So this whole sort of not being in front of the person, because you're not going to act like that in front of someone. And I think that these people are aggressive over the airwaves. I just don't think they'll be like that. You know, if they were to just be face to face, I just never. That hasn't made any sense to me. How that I was looking for some sort of looking for knowledge on subjects, and I was faced with, you know, all this shouting and name calling, and not just name calling. I mean, to the highest degree of sickening, really. But.
Yeah, it's baffling why that anger comes out like that.
It was different though, right? So it's when we first started, i.e. the talking to Zanuck over on the science versus pseudoscience. There was a lot of realizations that came to us very, very early as to who was willing to attempt this. And I think all I've learned over this time is that more people have learned how to do the sophistry. Meaning they can know nothing about something, but then immediately become an expert. Like immediately. While still having no practical knowledge of the thing. Because although people like Blue Marble claim to be an engineer, and Jared, is it, the other one? Like they don't actually seem to have the hands-on thing that people like Spot On and obviously others have got. Actual practical knowledge. Obviously, the people like Jesse Kozlowski, I think they've employed this Flat Earth Society network. They've employed people who are retired because they don't really know what to do with themselves. George, Blue.
Yeah, up until then, I think everyone had just been planar surveying, probably, if any surveying at all.
I think there was a guy called Chris Van Matra that was Flat Earth FE Core guy. That was the man that Jesse Kozlowski had as his partner, let's say.
Might be worth a look at that again. Well, I haven't seen very much on that guy at all. Can't remember. I know his name, but...
I went to see him in the talk to him about the water level test, him being FE core, me being a paid member of FE core. Nothing ever happened. It's weird, that. Nobody wants to have a look at a very simple test. I think it's because it's not, it's within that 300 kilometers squared where they completely ignore, which incidentally, that QE's formula for the distance to the horizon, yeah, that's within the it's within the plane surveying boundaries, so there wouldn't be any curvature there. Strange that, isn't it? That might be why it's horizontal. That might be why the horizon's horizontal, is because it's within the distance according to QE and the measured distance. Puts it in the in that boundary. Just got to find somebody to be able to measure it now.
Using Blackpool Tower as a measuring rod.
There's a guy on Twitter that thinks he can dismiss anything I say now because he's told me to go and make some more measurements of Blackpool Tower, and when I haven't, he can just dismiss anything I say, even when it's got nothing to do with anything we're talking about. He can just reply with, "Have you done these done these things I asked you to do? If not, go away."
A nice tactic. So he witnessed a few tactical plays.
Yeah, there's something a bit weird going on with the Twitter, because they have this guy, you might know him, the disco ball surveyor, Aaron Burrell. Well, he'd been dead quiet for ages. Then all of a sudden he pops back up again and takes a load of heat off, and he does a load of stupid stuff, and he keeps them all, all of the trolls busy for quite a while. And then they find out that he's been doing some really weird shit, and now he's gone, and all of them have gone as well. There's nobody on that Twitter thing. It's almost as though those trolls that have been doing that thing for all that time, they've just gone elsewhere, just disappeared, like they do round here. Look at the chat. The usual regulars, they're not around anymore. We've done mission successful.
Yep.
No trolls. So most of the people that watch us now are, I like to think, genuine people that are watching just for, I don't know, free for all Friday, isn't it? I mean, people can have conversations about whatever they want. Conversations are made better by people coming in and having these conversations. But initially, when we first started here and went to 24/7 and all of the other servers, it didn't matter. Any moment we started talking about things about within the arena and why there's no new people, and what happens to people whenever they get attacked for whatever reasons, and how hard it is to build up the courage to be able to speak, to start off with, in a room that you've perhaps never talked in before, is people you've never talked to, how hard it is to open the mic and say, hey, hello. Because you never know how you're going to fit in with anybody modern day. You haven't got a clue who you're going to offend or what by saying what. So it takes a bit.
But the people that might already be there, because it was a bit different if you start one up and and you learn together. But some people now are coming in solo within a group that's already established. But it's anyone that's contemplating coming in, just come in. Like, I didn't speak for ages, and then got the courage to just have a chat. It just happened. I bumped into a few nice people, but and the rest is history, as they say. But, yeah, come on in. I know Bev says it a lot. Come on in, and there's a bunch of us. If you're up for the truth, then I'll say this is a good place to start.
Yeah, I think if you're up for being challenged, challenging yourself. Because you can guarantee that you are definitely holding contradictions. I can guarantee that I am as well. And if anybody wants to come and point them out, I'll be grateful. I'll say thank you.
Everybody does.
Yeah, there's no way you can get away from it. Modern society, you've been taught all sorts of things that you may not even know they're contradictions just because of your own ignorance.
Can you have a contradiction about a proof? Is that possible?
Well, like we say, any contradiction would be proof of a dogmatic globe. So I suppose it depends upon the usage of the word, how you gain proof.
So if you gain a proof in reality, let's say, if you're able to do that, if you think you can do that and you're able to do that, can there then be a contradiction? Because I think we've said before, like there are no contradictions in reality, but that also depends on the words, doesn't it? Like what's reality?
I personally can't accept any contradictions in reality. But that's just a personal view that I hold. I'd also hold the view that if you were able to hold a contradiction, I feel quite confident in saying that nobody can actually talk about it. That'd be a personal thing. You'd have to put in with belief and faith.
Right.
What was that about? Emma, you feverishly looking for any information about?
That's one of the developers. They've got a Discord.
Are you on it?
No, I've only found so far the Twitter. Can I just say, I thought No Rad was quite good at memes, but lately he's going right downhill.
He's trying to quantity.
Yeah,
Yeah.
QCDs as they're known in the lingo. Quality,
He needs
cost,
to get
delivery.
He needs to get his mind right.
Exactly, caveman, exactly. More Hello Kitty, less OnlyFans.
Well done, Emma.
No one's coming in for a chat then?
No, we've lost it.
I don't think so.
No, nobody's going to bother coming in for a chat with us. Who wants to come in from the arena that we've been in? It's pretty obvious that no one can talk. We've just seen arguments, bickering, people saying that's not an argument. Really strange rebuttals, which I can go over if you want. Let me. Get me brew. I was going over a video the other day, Farmer's Boy, Blue Marble. Let me just check, see whether I can get the thingy working.
Think about
Okay, do you want to hear a bit of what's this? What we've got? Oh, Betty's logic. Oh, that's from a bit ago, isn't it? Or is it a new one? It was quite interesting at first when Betty came around. Because, it's a bit new that having a logician and, all of that, hoping that there would be a decent conversation. But, I mean, what's Betty turned into now? It's a joke. Yeah, it's not a new one.
Perfectly valid argument. This is modern logic, though. This is globgic, modern day logic. There you go. Is it any wonder men can be women, women can be men? All the rest of it happening. I mean,
put your mind into a certain place, don't you? That's all you've got to do.
Just accept the contradiction. Call it a valid argument. There you go.
Yeah.
All's right with the world. The world between your ears. Because you've just created a condition where a contradiction's fine.
Yeah, I think this is that separation of valid and sound, isn't it? Whereas
no such thing in real logic.
Mm.
There's no separation between valid and sound in logic.
Yeah,
in the form, there might be
P's and Q's would have zero meaning.
Exactly.
In Betty's world. It's just whatever you want.
Yep.
Well, why is me little thing on that? He wrote
I
Betty's
think we should.
logic out, got hit by the bot.
I think we should have an attempt at reversing that logic and running it past Betty again.
There's a check.
Yeah. Well, just with instead of nonsensical statement being the if, we make verticals or parallel be the if. See if we can follow Betty's validity with that. See if that's all right.
Okay, so if verticals have this relationship, if they are, then I don't know why if he goes straight into another if then if statement that we've just said, then level is horizontal. But does it have that relationship? Vertical. See, I know Betty wants to put vertical in that statement, but if you were talking about level, you'd have to talk about plumb.
Right.
Not level and vertical. Because that's obviously a mistake on his part, right? But you don't want to have a globe logician doing that. Because if level's perpendicular to vertical, then it's a straight line.
Mike says you can link together whatever non sequiturs you like, and Betty will call it valid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So don't mind your P's and Q's.
Modern logic.
Anything'll do. Doesn't matter. If green is blue.
Right. This is modern day logic, and apparently published as well, because don't forget, this is a self-proclaimed published logician. Of course, he won't tell us his real name, so we can't go get any books that he may or may not have written. I don't know why. I use my real name. I don't give a shit. It's like, if you're published, dude, put your name out there. Let's get into it. Let's get the book. Let's talk about it. Again, probably boring, but hey. Modern day logic.
Betty is, I'd say it's just a sham, right? It's not real. It's just another Jesse Kozlowski.
Yep. Another character.
Yeah.
But why? I mean, look, like they love to say it, right? I mean, we thank all the 18 people or whatever watching us now, but it's like there's only like a handful of people. Like, why do they care? Why put this out there? Is it only because we're actually talking about the truth of logic? Like real logic, trying to bring that back from the dustbin of history that they've tried to relegate it to since the early 1600s, since Bacon, since Descartes, since Hume? Is that what they're upset about? Because no one cares, right? You look at the numbers again. Everybody wants Nathan. You want the salty balls talk.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to hear about it. There's no danger of what we're talking about catching on. Real logic, going back to, first principles. No one cares about first principles. Come on. Why run after us so hard, Betty? If you're listening, you're probably not.
I think
strange.
He took a job on. It's like he's taken a job on and he doesn't really, his heart's not in it anymore.
Yeah, you could be right there. Because this is just sloppy shit.
Came in very strong, and he was like a sextant guy. You think about when Betty came in. He was going to Antarctica and doing all of these things that are meant to impress people. Like, I think he was playing to the wrong crowd, really.
Yeah, he certainly didn't know who he was talking to. Yeah. Absolutely.
What about this one? This is a good conversation. What about that? This was Steve McRae a bit ago.
Who's Steve McRae? I don't know Steve McRae.
Steve McRae is...
Shadow Giant?
Well, no. Within the community, let's say.
Okay.
Early on, there was Steve McRae, Red's Rhetoric, and a girl called Cheshire Vicky. And they sort of, Sean Hoffrod, this community group, they were like the original debunkers, let's say. But if you take on Red's Rhetoric and fight the flat earth type mentality, you'll get an idea of how they did it. Now, Steve McRae, in my mind, is like Aaron Ra type character. He likes to imagine himself as that sort of a character, right? You know who Aaron Ra is?
No
He's
clue.
like an atheist, and he likes to debate religious things. So maybe from a similar sort of group that QE came from, the evolution
side,
thing.
yeah.
Yeah, you know, like those
Right.
that sort of science versus thingy, right? Well, he put this out. What are your opinions on it? Because he thinks when I was growing up, the term oblong referred to an elongated object such as an ellipse or a rectangle with rounded corners.
No.
Now it refers to any elongated object, including any rectangle, he says.
No. I mean, fair enough, right? Like whatever your imagination when you were growing up, but no, not for me. It was like completely opposite for me.
Yeah,
like
he does say,
to me,
right, when did I miss this change took place? Or am I losing my mind?
Oh, he's giving an option.
Yeah.
One or A or B, one or two.
I said, yeah, it's never
what did
had
you
any
say?
rounded corners. I think you're losing your mind, Steve.
Okay, so I would have said, maybe been a bit more positive and said, I don't think it was a change that took place. So you're left with the opposing choice. You're losing your mind or lost it.
Yeah.
No, oblong has always, as far as I know, when you say oblong, at least in my brain, I picture kind of a rectangular figure.
Yeah. That's what I did as well. I checked my Euclid book. It was in there, yeah. It said that it's not a very common used term, but rectangle.
Oh, it's a Euclid associated oblong with rectangle.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Well, shit, that's, Euclid is, we know, like at least 2,300 years old, 2,500 years old.
Yeah.
If, Euclid was Euclid, whatever.
So I don't know when the change occurred. Probably in Steve McRae's understanding of what an oblong was. Whoever taught him that an oblong was a thing with rounded corners, because...
Well, how could that be, Bev? Because, teachers and textbooks, we know they never lie.
Mm.
I mean, you just ask guys like Flat Earth Math.
Yeah.
Right? Who's a purported teacher. I mean, they never lie.
Steve McRae told me that what would I know? I know nothing about geometry.
You know nothing of geometry.
Yeah.
Huh.
I was the only person that commented on it. And he told me that what would I know? Nobody would listen to me concerning geometry. I said, that's fair enough. I sent him a picture of a Euclid book where it said it and that, you know.
Any comment back on that?
No.
In fact, it was in Euclid? No. Okay, all right.
No. Res Rhetorics took a picture out of a plane, of a plane window. So he's getting around a bit on flying about on planes. It's good. It's good for some. Right, I think it was this one. Do you want to hear a bit of a?
Oh, we may as well. Sure. No one else is going to object, Bev. I think we're safe.
This is a stream.
Dichotomy. What's a dichotomy?
What?
Dichotomy.
Who's put that?
The title of the video, dichotomy.
Oh,
you know
it's dumb F of the year.
Oh, I see.
This was the thing that Red Rhetoric used to do, but since Red Rhetoric's fucked off, and I don't think he's going to come back again. I'm not too sure. I think the end of this sort of thing ended. This is December. It's Christmas spirit. This.
Oh yeah. Yep.
So Christmas time last year, a few months ago.
Oh, I may remember this, but yeah, it's good to go through it again.
Well, I was listening to it the other day, and there's a great bit about straight lines and stuff. Whenever people have to imagine it and start talking about stuff, yeah.
Right.
Okay, so I don't think you need to see the pictures over on the Discord. So just listen to it.
Really? Then what do you mean by horizontals or parallel? Well, see about that. It's like, oh, wait. What about this quote from you where you say, yes, I am a flat earther? Oh, I was just taking the piss. Oh, so you don't mean any of it? He has put himself into such a pigeonhole, and he is trying so hard to get out of it.
Oh, yeah.
I say we solidify it.
I believe so too. I'm perfectly fine with it. I think that's a really good choice, if you want my opinion. I don't know how in the hell you think you can sustain an argument that says level is horizontal, but I'm not a flat earther. How do you do that?
How do you do that? Is anyone else all right with that? Level is horizontal. I'm not a flat earther.
What are you thinking?
Saying it.
Right? What is he thinking? Because the Earth's not flat.
Mm-hmm.
What is he thinking? I don't. Again, I can't put my mind where these people's minds are. I don't understand how it's possible for these people to think this way. Differential leveling is used to determine that the Earth's not flat. And level is horizontal. In planar surveying, level's horizontal. Of course it is.
Like Nathan Oakley, though. Blue Marble and these guys are singing the same tune.
Same tune, same team.
Exactly the same. They want level being horizontal to be flat Earth when it just isn't.
It's opposite.
Yeah.
It's opposite. But it is. It does fit into. Hang on a second. It does fit into. Yeah. It does fit into everything we've talked about today. Like again, opposite world, right? It's you say something or you make a claim about something or whatever it is, and it's just the opposite of that. It doesn't matter what proof is, what reality is. It's just opposite. Just say the opposite. Just say the contradiction. And bring that into your mind, and you're good to go. Just we can agree. Then you have peace. We have I've said this before, right? I believe we on the level crew have brought peace and harmony to the globe flat Earth community because they're on the same team. Look at this. Can you tell me? Is there any difference if you weren't paying attention and Bev just played this clip and you didn't know the characters? Could you tell who's globe Earth and who's flat Earth here? I don't think so. Yeah, carry on.
Eric can say it as well.
Yeah.
It's dead easy to say, but to some people it's crazy.
You can't.
I think he ended up muting me on Twitter because every time he would say that, I would reply to him as like, really? So, what is the shape of this reference that you are measuring all elevations from?
See that?
Shape of a reference.
Every time he said, every time I'd say anything to anyone, that's what he would literally reply.
What is the shape of a reference?
Yeah.
What the hell does that even mean?
I don't know. I don't think there's an answer you could give him.
These are crazy, like certifiably crazy fucking people. Seriously.
Any answer would be a Euclidean answer, which would obviously falsify whatever he's imagining anyway. So,
Jesus.
And he won't give an answer. He won't give you an answer.
No, because that would mean he would have to admit to being a
the shape of a reference
proponent.
Exactly. That's the dishonesty that comes out of him. And what's amazing is how he's managed to convince that collection of lapdogs he's got that sit over there every day listening to the same chant.
Yeah, collection of...
There's nothing wrong with that argument.
I remember that.
It's astounding to me how cult leaders like Bev are just they're a real
cult
enigma.
Leaders.
Yeah, I'm a real enigma. What? How can you be a cult leader and an enigma? Nice.
Wow.
I wouldn't say it's an enigma because there is actually a very common psychological archetype that ends up in that position.
Psychology.
And there's someone else that in another part of the YouTube, Discord, and Clubhouse realm of things that is made similar waves, except he's worn thin on a lot of people that Bev reminds me of.
And that would be?
And that the infamous Darth Dawkins.
Who?
What? Who?
Darth Dawkins. Never even heard of him.
Who the hell is Darth Dawkins? That's not a real person, obviously, right? Who would name their child Darth? Knowing the character. Come on now.
I don't know. Has anybody ever heard of that? Whoever it is. Might give us
a
link
Darth Dawkins.
Within the community. I'm not I don't know how many times we have to say that we're not in this community that people imagine we're in. I don't even know who that is.
Does anybody? Let me just ask before you go again, because this is just sticking in my mind. This shape of a reference. Anyone in the YouTube chat? I know there's a delay, so we got to wait a second, Bev, because I want to hear if anyone knows what the F a shape of a reference is. Eric, I have no idea.
I think he's talking about Darth Dawkins.
Oh, Darth Dawkins. Yeah, delay. Okay. I really love to know. Like, if you have even if you're talking about a reference, because first of all, reference could mean a lot of things, but if they're talking about a reference point or a datum, it's a point, right? Am I right? Like, there's no shape to a point. A point is that which has no parts.
You reference your horizontal to the datum, and then your horizontal becomes the new datum once you've referenced it to that other one. So it comes from a point.
No clue, flat rocky, no clue. Eric, that sounds crazy. Yeah.
But I've been tagged with this sort of stuff for ages. They think if they can ask you a question that you can't answer, then they think it's a question that stumps you. Well, some things aren't even questions. Like
some
this.
shit is just stupid.
Yeah.
Like Mike says, sounds silly, Kevin. Yeah. Sounds crazy. Sounds all right. Okay. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, it's not normal anyway.
I mean, think about it. Adamantly professes to stay with a certain position on a topic, doesn't exactly know everything surrounding that topic, yet wants to talk and come off as if he does. And they're also both raging narcissists.
And then the thing with Bev, which
see, a lot of people have called me a narcissist. I'm not really too sure what a narcissist is, to be honest. So they might be right. But I don't think these guys are psychologists. And I don't think internet psychology should be done by people gathering together in Blue Marble Science Discord servers. But
so so let me read what a narcissist is. Okay. So, and I'm sure because they called you one, these people would say, yeah, that's Bev. But anyone who has talked to Bev regularly or knows Bev in real life, let's see if this fits. This is again Merriam Webster. Narcissist. An extremely self-centered person who has an exaggerated sense of self-importance. That's the first definition.
Wow.
Okay. And then B, a person who is overly concerned with his or her physical appearance.
Well, not the last one, for sure.
Not the last one, for sure. Okay. But so there you go. An extremely self-centered person who has an exaggerated sense of self-importance. Well, in a way, all human beings, because of their ego, have a little bit of narcissism.
Well, I think you're always with yourself.
Absolutely.
So, who else are you going to ask?
Yeah. Extremely self-centered, though. So, extremely, right? Okay. So, self-centered. So, all you could do then is go by a person's actions. Like, a person could say whatever they want, and you can determine what their, what their sense of self is by what they say, maybe, but it's more about what they do. So, anyone who knows anything about Bev and Bev's life, that's the last thing I think of with you as a narcissist. But then again, I'm one of your lapdogs, according to these people. So, of course, I'd say that. But that's what a narcissist is, according to Merriam-Webster.
Well, these guys are obviously the experts.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah,
yeah.
In everything, they know everything. Yeah.
His client, his little fan base doesn't pick up on. He said he's all about. Oh, you go back to first principles.
This is Larry.
Okay, first principles. Identify shape of the Earth, then measure it. Instead, he's like going at it, like in the middle.
Has he got the right idea of what first principles is?
No,
I'm not too
absolutely
sure.
not.
I think he's Earth shape first principles.
Yeah, 'tis globe.
Yeah,
as we say.
Yeah, we start off with the globe.
Yeah, yep. Axiom 1
Where
for the
else
win.
could we go back to? This is Larry, the guy that told my son triangles have more than 180 degrees.
It's like, I don't know the shape, and then, I'm going to pretend that measurement can't happen, and then he takes, as many people, Blue particularly has pointed out, he starts out with, if this, then that, therefore true, because his if was taken as an assumption. If the Earth is...
Wait a minute.
I don't think he's really understood logic either, but I mean, do you want to hear that again?
Yeah. Well, there was a piece in there about you claiming something about not measurements or can't take measurements or something. Like, I've never heard you actually say that you can't take a measurement and have a
this
measurement.
Is Larry, obviously.
Maybe they're...
Yeah,
maybe different idea of what measurement might be, maybe. All right.
He's sort of similar to George, I would say. When we were saying, can somebody keep a check on George? He doesn't seem like quite with it, But Larry's been like this all the time. No difference.
Then that, therefore true, because his if was taken as an assumption.
He thinks you get a proof from your if. Let's go again. Let's listen to Larry's understanding of logic.
I'm going to pretend that measurement can't happen, and then he takes, as many people, Blue particularly has pointed out, he starts out with, if this, then that, therefore true, because his if was taken as an assumption.
What?
It's not like, listen to the
struggling.
Yeah, let's go back and listen to that again. But then listen to the reply, right? Because obviously there's a lot of people there that are gonna be able to correct him on his bad logical form of the if then, mind your P's and Q's.
I'm going to pretend that measurement can't happen, and then he takes, as many people, Blue particularly has pointed out, he starts out with, if this, then that, therefore true, because his if was taken as an assumption. If the Earth is flat, the sun doesn't set. Well, there you go. The sun's not setting because the Earth is flat. It's like, well, wait a minute. That was the if. You didn't prove the if. There was no then P. It's like, come on. It's like,
if the Earth is flat, the sun doesn't set?
Yeah, and then he says, the sun doesn't set. The sun's not setting because the Earth is flat.
Wow.
It's like, whoa, wait a minute. That was the if. If you didn't prove the if, there was no then P. It's like, come on.
Sounds logical to me.
Then P. Where'd you get then P from?
Then P.
Yeah.
Not then Q, then P.
Then P.
Yeah, wow. I think Mike is right, Globjic.
Yeah.
Mike Dornan says, if globe, 'tis globe, Globjic.
Yeah. This is
yeah.
Larry Scott, further known Shoe Bill nowadays. He might have changed it since we've let the cat out of the bag. But yeah, this is the last surviving globe surveyor. If you can catch him out there, you might be able to get him to spout his knowledge, obviously, not logic. Somebody could do to teach them this bit of logic. I think it gets good here now.
No, he goes back, he says going back to first principles, and that's exactly what he does not do. And then he makes all these assertions, and just because a water level does create a horizontal plane. Yeah, true.
Yeah, a water level
Yeah,
does
true.
create a horizontal
Yeah.
plane. Yeah, true.
All right. Well, so what's the problem?
Just because it does.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
At the end points, and it's only horizontal at the middle.
Huh?
Mm-hmm. Do you want to hear that again? Just because it
Yeah.
does at the end points, it's only in the middle.
This is logic.
Yep.
This is good, guys. Pay attention to
Yeah.
pay attention to this in
This
the
is
YouTube
to back
chat,
up
in the
Bob.
Discord. Yeah.
Just because a water level does create a horizontal plane. Yeah, true. At the end points, and it's only horizontal at the middle.
Anyone want to attempt to unpack that?
I may have to write this down because
It does make a horizontal plane at the end points, but it's only horizontal in the middle. Listen to it again. I mean, what more do you
we
need?
may have to pause it. We may have to parse this. You might have to pause it here. Okay, I'm closing my eyes, trying to concentrate.
Okay.
Jesus.
All right, here we go.
Just because a water level does create a horizontal plane. Yeah,
Stop.
true.
Yeah, true.
Okay, so just because a water level tool creates a horizontal plane.
Yeah,
true. So a water level. So the crux of that is water level tool creates horizontal plane.
Does create a horizontal plane.
Does create horizontal
Yeah,
plane.
True, he says.
And then water level tool, as we know, right? If you have a single one, has two tubes, one either end.
Yeah.
Of course, you could take another one, like if somebody wanted to do a test and go out there and like you have two water level tools, like you could overlap them, and then there'd be more tubes, right? But nonetheless, just one single one has two tubes. Okay, so then you get horizontal plane. Yeah?
Yeah, it does produce a horizontal plane, yes.
Okay. All right. I got it in my head.
Right.
Yep.
At the end points, and it's only horizontal at the middle.
What? What the fuck?
It does create a horizontal plane at the end points. But
which is the two tubes.
Which is it's the entirety of the water level that you have.
Yes, the entirety of the water level tool that you said creates a horizontal plane.
Yes. But only in the center.
Flat Rocky's got it. That's a paradox. Period. That's a paradox. Ooh.
Well, I mean, obviously, this is the top globe surveyor. In fact, he's the only surviving globe surveyor, and this guy's
a surveyor.
He likes. Well, he pretends to be retired. This is
retired, I guess so.
The guy that looked at the tower. He said he did a load of reciprocal shots of a tower, and I asked him had he ever been to the tower, and he said no. So he did reciprocal without actually going to the bit he was supposedly doing reciprocal. It's pretty doubtful whether he is actually a surveyor.
Well, I was just gonna say, okay, guys. So let's put a scenario out there. So hypothetical, right? You are a you work for what's his name, Bezos, that owns Amazon, right? And so you're going to create this. You're tasked with getting built a brand new Amazon warehouse, like a mega Amazon warehouse, right? Huge. And you're the person who has to. You're the general contractor. You have to get this. You hire Larry, okay, to create your slab, your level, horizontal slab for your huge Amazon warehouse, okay? You're the guy. You're responsible. You're accountable, right, in the end. And Larry says, I got it. I got you covered. No problem. That thing is going to be absolutely level. But it will have a hump in the middle. How's that? Is that good?
I'll only be
perfectly
horizontal
level
in the middle.
Yeah, horizontal in the middle, but the other sides will drop away from the middle. And then you go. So you're saying I'm going to have a hump in the middle of my warehouse. Yeah. But no, it's going to be level. Don't worry about it. Like it's going to be perfectly level, but horizontal only in the middle. How's that? Is that good? You'd hire that guy, wouldn't you? This is what we're dealing with. Seriously. We're the ones. I'm the lapdog. Bev is the cult leader. Listen to this shit.
It gets better, I think.
First principles. Because we have shape. Because we have shape.
Yeah, I won't even let him get away with saying that.
See? Blue won't even allow me to get away with saying that shit that fucking Larry said. He's very forceful, he's Blue.
Oh.
Every time he says a water level creates a horizontal plane, I have two responses to that. Number one, how do 2 points create a friggin' plane, you moron?
Larry's just told you it does. Literally just told him, and now he's calling me a moron. Effectively calling Larry a moron, right? They can't say it, though.
I thought you understood Euclid. Okay. You need at least three, and they can't be collinear. All right, let's get beyond that.
Wait, why do you need at least 3 planes? 3 points to establish a plane? Like Euclid does it as a definition.
Yeah.
He doesn't need any points. He just says length times breadth
is a plane.
Yeah. So I don't know what Blue's talking about, but he won't let me get away with it.
That's not what it's doing. It's establishing 2 points of equal elevation. That's what it's doing.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Look, so Larry's doing, okay, yeah, then Blue. See, now Larry's taking it personally because he can't understand that Blue's not been listening to what he said. Blue's so blinded by his having a go at me, he didn't realise that Larry had just said that.
And if you really are a planar surveyor, again, plane is in the term planar surveyor. I mean, what is Blue talking about?
I don't know. Like, plane surveyors work in reality, so I don't know what Blue's saying here. Like, is he the plane surveyors don't work in reality, or that they just don't work on the globe? But I mean, it's hard to tell. Like, this whole arena sounds ridiculous to me. Always has done.
Yeah.
Horizontal. We're the word plane off.
Yeah.
And okay, so the 2 points describe a horizontal of a water level. Yes, they do.
Yeah,
and
they
it's
would.
horizontal, a point in the middle only.
Horizontal, a point.
In the middle.
A point in the middle is horizontal.
Yeah,
yeah.
The bit where the water level isn't, right? There is no water level there in the middle.
And if correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know if they're going to get to this or not, but if you put another water level tool in the middle of the span of the first one, so you go from the middle of the first water level tool and extend beyond the end point of the first water level tool, then they would say what? That middle is not horizontal anymore? Some other middle is horizontal? I mean, where does it end? It doesn't, right? It doesn't end. I think Mike Dornan had it right. He says with these people, every sentence contradicts the last. It's obvious they just make shit up as they go. Half the time, I think all the time, maybe. But Mike says half the time when they are off script. Yeah. Gee.
Yeah.
Have shape.
Gets worse.
Shape was determined first. That's the first principle. Determine your shape, then measure it.
Shape is a first principle.
Yeah, he thinks shape is the first principle. It's
shape
weird
is a first
what they've
principle.
Understood about first principles, isn't it?
Okay.
It's his globe, obviously. Axiom 1.
Yeah.
But like even Axiom 1 isn't first principles. It's far more basic than that. So don't be mistaken by globe surveyor shadow giants.
Yes.
There'll never be any more globe surveyor shadow giants coming into this arena, you know.
I can't
They
imagine.
won't be allowed.
Center of it's the only point that's going to be where that line that you draw between the two endpoints is perpendicular to gravity. No other place, just there, just in the middle. 1 point.
Yeah. Yeah, and I don't know if he's a clown that knows better, but he's just going with it, or if he's really stupid.
Yeah, either a clown
Wow.
or stupid, says Larry.
Wow.
And don't forget, this is DFOTY of the Dumb F of the Year early winner. They're talking about me. This is a group of men that have decided to get together to talk about me being stupid. And they sound smart as fuck, don't they, really? This is intelligent talk.
Kind of got to go with stupid, but that level of stupidity, I mean, I got to go with the charitable one. I'd rather him be a liar than that stupid.
How about both?
That's a possibility.
Yeah, they're not mutually exclusive. No,
No.
I was just trying to be charitable.
Blue, what did you and Wally did to Bev? All I hear on his channel is Blue Marble, Wally. Blue Marble, Wally. What's going on?
Yeah, apparently, listening to Bev, Wally has convinced me to do and say all kinds of things.
Yeah, Wally put you into it.
Yeah. Wally's the one that did it. He put me up to it,
Well,
and now I'm carrying the
sometimes
torch.
it's the other way. Sometimes you put Wally into it. Depends which day is it.
Well, you see, Chikey, these two are as bad as each other. They just keep.
Here we go. Farmer's Boy. This is what we've been waiting for. Some always intelligent conversation when Farmer's Boy gets in on it.
Daring each other to go and do these things, to deliberately wind Bev up. And as we all do, as we are all Blue Marble scientists, we're all, part of Blue's gang, apparently. And obviously, we're putting them up to it. And
Well, if that were true, I'm totally ashamed of myself. I certainly didn't want to.
Hey, where's Wally's
create
just
a
said in
gang.
the side chat?
Oh yeah,
Blue
there's
Marble
Wally.
Science, you are my puppet.
Come
What's
on,
my
Wally.
puppet?
Get in here, Wally. I need help. Come on. Hop in. Tell me what I should say next.
Yeah.
Oh God. The guy's just incredible. I'm not Wally's incredible, but I'm talking about Biff.
He just dreams these things up, these conspiracies and these collusions and gangs, and we must be doing this and we must be doing that.
I dream up conspiracies. I think what he's talking about is the fact that I said Wally should have told you about the stolen concept fallacy that you're about to fall in. And of course, they can't see contradictions, so
nope.
He's unable to see it to this day still. There's a lot of people that have fallen into this stolen concept idea. They can't even understand the principle of what they want. They want to use Euclidean geometry to dismiss Euclidean geometry, which is fantastic, but this is where they have to put their minds.
Oh, really?
It's either someone put you into it or you had to ask a permission.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, permissions. Yeah.
Yeah, like we get together after hours and plan
It's
and
good to
plot
see
these
that
things
they
out.
they
Don't
listen
tell
to
him
what
that.
we say.
Blimey, don't give the game away.
Of course we don't. Jesus. How silly.
Oh dear.
How silly. But they just get dumber by the day. I mean, the latest thing he's been just berserk about is the fact that pi prime, let's call it that, spherical pi, has different values. I'm sorry, that's just part of math. That's the way it is. Look it up. I didn't make it up.
Yeah, but that's spherical geometry. As far as Bev's concerned, that's not real. That's not a thing.
No.
You're just making it up.
The only way you can say it's not a thing is to say spheres don't exist.
To get that?
Pi being different values.
Yeah, the only way you can get around saying that is by saying that spheres don't exist. He's going to use a sphere to say that pi changes.
They don't know what a sphere is, do they?
I don't think so. Don't know. I don't know whether they know about the pi relationship. But we're now going to see the defense of the blue marble science. I don't know. Pi debacle? It's hard to tell. Let's go back a few seconds just to go back over this, because this is pretty groundbreaking stuff. I don't know why Nathan Oakley didn't pick up on any of this. I think it's because the geometric understanding of impossibilities. And it may be that old thing that, you know, people don't understand mathematics. Or, you know, like what the idea of it is for proofs and whatnot.
The fact that pi prime, let's call it that, spherical pi, has different values. I'm sorry, that's just part of math. That's the way it is. Look it up. I didn't make it up.
Yeah, but that's spherical geometry.
He didn't make up pi having changing values. Blue didn't do that. He did. It was Blue that did it. But he's going to tell you it wasn't. So that's how Blue gets away from it.
As far as Bev's concerned, that's not real. That's not a thing.
No.
You're just making it up.
The only way you can say it's not a thing is to say spheres don't exist.
Spheres,
of course they do.
Mathematical, Euclidean.
Yeah, but he does actually admit that Euclid talks about spheres, doesn't he?
Well, Euclid does talk about them.
Well, yeah.
He does admit that Euclid talks about spheres. Is he having a laugh? Farmer's boy.
He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Farmer's boy hasn't got a clue. No.
No clue at all.
Him saying that I do admit that Euclid talks about spheres. Yeah, it's a definition within Book 11. I think we've said that for a long time. So we don't have to admit anything that we've been saying for a long time.
Yeah, I know. That's I think he does grudgingly admit that, but
see, grudgingly admit that, as though
that Euclid talks about that Book 11 exists in the Elements.
Yeah, see, this is very clever tactics, isn't it? Like, it's like, oh, so you do admit that I'm a man. Like, how do you reply to that? It's like, if you say yes, it's like, when did you stop beating your wife? Type question, isn't it? Like, oh,
Yep.
You do admit that Euclid talks about spheres, do you? Like, yeah. Oh, well done. Thank you very much. You finally admit it. It's terrible sophistry, but you know this sort of stuff goes on. Farmer's boy.
doesn't take it to any sort of logical conclusion.
Doesn't take it to any logical conclusion. Do you hear this? This is Farmer's boy talking to Blue Marble Science.
Of course they do.
But he does actually admit that Euclid talks about spheres, doesn't he?
Well, Euclid does talk about them.
Well, yeah, I know. That's I think he does grudgingly admit that, but doesn't take it to any sort of logical conclusion.
Who doesn't take it to a logical conclusion? Me?
You don't. You don't. Well, you don't, but Euclid may not either. But certainly you don't take it to its logical. What is its logical conclusion? Logical conclusion.
Well,
That
the
these
law of
guys
identity
think.
is book 11 definition.
Yeah. Are they saying these guys think that they live on a Euclidean sphere?
They're awfully confused, and I think yes. I think
What
they
the
think
actual fuck?
that a Euclidean sphere has non-Euclidean geometry about its extremities.
That is crazy.
I think that's what they're saying. But
if that's what they're saying, they really are certified. Like no kidding, certifiably crazy.
You'll never get a conversation with any of them about it, though, right? That's what we've learned. Whatever happens in these guys' minds, ECV sorts it out that they cannot talk about it. I don't think we're finished yet either. I think it carries on.
Holy.
Well, the reciprocal zenith angle really has them upset too. That is a horrible experience for them.
They smartly moved away from this Euclidean sphere.
Yeah, into reciprocal zenith angles.
Into reciprocal zenith angles, yeah.
Yeah, and he says that we're scared of it. It's like, we've been trying to get you to talk about the stolen concept for ages. You can't do it. It's impossible for them to talk about this. Yet, this is the only place that Blue Marble can, when he's got his little buddies like Farmer's Boy backing him up, talking even more shit than he is. But yeah, apparently we're scared of the reciprocal zenith angles.
Yeah, and real surveyors. We don't like them either.
No.
Hey, Larry.
Why does he think we don't like real surveyors? Like, this is just a smear job. Crazy. Larry's not a real surveyor.
Don't you dare mention surveyors and their and what they do. Oh no.
Yeah, do talk about surveyors and come and have a chat with us about what surveyors do, how they measure elevation changes. We've been saying this all along. People like Farmer's Boy here, the ones that like he says, he's saying quite a bit, but not saying anything at the same time. And it's bad for, you know, people. They can just imagine they can go against everything that we say because of, well, obviously nobody's listening to Farmer's Boy, but Farmer's Boy still thinks, you know, he's an authority.
Yeah.
Sorcerers of the dark arts.
Yeah, well, Bev's got a certificate, of course. Don't forget that.
Yeah, that's right. I have got the certificate. Yeah, this the only person with a surveying certificate in this arena. But don't worry about it. They can say it's a throwaway one.
But he never shows off the one that he was actually going to college to get. He never shows his BTEC certificate. That's the course he was sitting. He wasn't doing a surveying course. But he never shows that one. So you kind of wondered, did you actually pass that? Did you get it?
I got an A in his surveying course.
So they know what marks I got. Just off the top of his head. How many marks do you think Blue Marble got? Do you know anybody else's marks for any of their certificates?
No, or well, like, college transcripts or anything else.
What sort of grade did Fight the Flat Earth get in his nuclear physics PhD or whatever it was that he got? Any idea?
Yeah, no one knows.
No.
I guess he would have done, yeah.
Yeah, he's very, very proud of that. Well, I would be too if I had one.
I mean, there are people who are still proud that they were on the honor roll in high school. I mean, that's essentially what Bev is showing.
Yeah, exactly. It's a high school report card.
It's a certificate within land surveying. So when asked, do you know anything about land surveying? And you go, Yes, I have a certificate here for land surveying. It's quite relevant, but not enough for blue marble science.
Equivalent.
For
someone who got an A doesn't
certificate
seem to know a
somewhere.
lot about it.
So what, Timbo?
Hi up, Timbo.
I'm just saying, for someone who got an A and having done a very similar course, he doesn't seem to know a lot about it.
Yeah.
You know what? This just struck me. Oh, we have another parallel between Darth Dawkins and Beverly. They both peaked in fucking high school.
Darth Dawkins again.
He's obsessed with them. They are. I think they're obsessed with these people. Aren't they?
Yeah. Don't know. That was college, so maybe a little bit beyond high school.
Yeah, it's just the more you think about it, the more actually sad you kind of get when thinking about their existence, about what people of this type have to do to just make themselves feel better. It really is sad when you think about it.
Good afternoon, peoples.
Oh, here's Brenda. Brenda coming and joining in. Party's getting going.
Well, hello, Brenda.
I wanted to ask about this different values for pi thing. When I brought that up, it was simply the result of a Google search, and I'm not confident enough in like higher mathematics. I thought it was just kind of like this one-off weird thing. Like sometimes mathematicians make these kinds of inside jokes, but with Blue and other people giving it seems like it's more serious than that it's like an actual thing, right? Is that true?
Yes.
Okay.
That was Farmer's Boy. Farmer's Boy's the one that's answering this question.
Okay, because like when I Google something and I get a result from like a branch of math that I don't know, I think I know, but I have to kind of be careful and you know, because it's just out of my any out of my knowledge.
Expertise.
We were talking about that earlier. We were talking about that earlier, and you have triangles and spherical triangles. So if you're going to talk about spherical triangles, you have to say spherical, or it better be context driven. So you have a pi without a modifier or without context, that's pi. But if it's spherical pi, it's either part of the conversation, or you have to say spherical. You can't leave that out unless the context makes it obvious.
Okay, that's understandable. But because sometimes if I Google things and it's above my head, but I don't want to be too far. What would you say? Ahead of my skis. I don't want to be ahead of my skis.
Well, that's fair enough. But it basically boils down to this. We all know that pi is 3.141 blah 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 blah, and that's you know the relationship between the radius and the circumference of a circle in planar geometry.
Anyone? I'll put it back again. Have a listen. Check up on your mathematics and stuff. Let's see what he says. This goes for you in the chat as well. Listen.
One blah 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 blah, and that's you know the relationship between the radius and the circumference of a circle in planar geometry.
Again. Well, maybe I went back too far.
Because sometimes if I Google things and it's above my head, but I don't want to be too far. What would you say? Ahead of my skis. I don't want to be ahead of my skis.
Well, that's fair enough. But it basically boils down to this. We all know that pi is 3.141 blah 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 blah, and that's you know the relationship between the radius and the circumference of a circle in planar geometry. Yeah.
Anyone? Give you enough chance there. Did you even hear what he said? Was Farmer's Boy talking? He said, we all know 3.14 blah, blah, blah. And then he said, it's a relationship of something. Does anyone know what pi 3.14 is? A relationship of?
I'm just back. I know it is C over D.
Okay, C over D.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to hear what Farmer's Boy says?
One blah 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 blah, and that's the relationship between the radius and the circumference of a circle in planar geometry.
Radius and circumference.
Yeah.
In planar geometry.
Mm-hmm.
They certainly know what they're talking about.
You said it was.
No, they know
diameter.
exactly what they're talking. These are the.
Would that be you that got it wrong then, or would that be Farmer's Boy that got
Must
it
have been me.
Yeah,
it must have been me that got it wrong. I always thought that it was the circumference over the diameter.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Are you sure? Because Farmer's Boy seems to
radius.
say something different here. I mean.
Yeah,
Are you
obviously,
sure about
Farmer's Boy's the authority on this.
Authority?
He's telling Brenda, right? Obviously. You want to have your top guys on board here.
Mind your P's and Q's, so to speak. Yeah, you want to mind your P's and Q's. Make sure you got it all right before you open your mouth and say something like this. Yeah.
2D.
2D.
But if you take a sphere and then draw a circle of any size you like on the surface of that sphere.
Any size you like? Not too sure. I think there might be some limiting factors that Farmer's Boy's just missing out on, but...
What's the radius line now? Is it still a straight line?
Well, Bev would say it must be a straight line, and it would form a chord through the sphere, and there would be like a sagitta and a chord, and he would say that arc just isn't a diameter.
Oh, you're saying that straight lines are curves? You were saying straight lines are curves? Oh, that's a new one.
Exactly. But this is the problem. If you draw said circle on the sphere and you draw the radius from the center of that sphere on the surface to the circumference of the circle, what have you just drawn? Is it a straight line? It's one of those things that Bev. Well, yes and no. Yes, it's a straight line drawn on a curved surface.
Right. So,
can you believe what you're listening to? Farmer's Boy, but you didn't know he was a mathematical genius, do you? Do you want to hear it again? Because this is fantastic. I thought this was great. Have you ever heard of a curved radius? Because
never.
It was like a vertical to me, a plumb bob, right? It's one of the things that within maths that you can guarantee have this relationship. A radius, but I mean, he means diameter, right? But we can forgive him for that. He does mean diameter. Brenda even tries to correct him, but he's just obsessed with the radius for some reason. Maybe he's model afflicted and just got, carried away with his model affliction. But yeah, like Mike says, he sounds so confident. This is what confidence tricksters are like. And they've become like this because they can get away with this in this arena. Nobody can question what Farmer's Boy's saying because Farmer's Boy is doing this for the globe. He's attacking me, right? For the globe. That's what he's doing.
On the surface of that sphere, what's the radius line now? Is it still a straight line?
Yeah, radiuses are always straight.
Bev would say it must be a straight line, and it would form a chord through the sphere, and there would be like a sagitta.
A radius wouldn't form a chord through the sphere, Brenda. Stop being ridiculous.
And a chord, and he would
But
say
it
that that
doesn't.
arc just isn't a diameter.
Oh, you're saying that straight lines are curves? You were saying straight lines are curves?
Yeah, an arc is not a diameter. I'd be quite confident in saying that too, as well. But, you know, different in this place that we live in.
Oh, that's a new one.
Exactly. But this is the problem. If you draw said circle on the sphere and you draw the radius from the center of that sphere on the surface to the circumference of the circle, what have you just drawn? Is it a straight line?
The radius of the circle on the sphere. Mad.
It's one of those things that Bev. Well, yes and no. Yes, it's a straight line drawn on a curved surface.
Right. So it would be a straight line, but it would also have a curve. It would have its own arc to it, and that's where once you put in.
This is diletheism. I don't know who this guy is that keeps coming in. He's a sort of a special case study. I don't know what he's coming in for, but both is the answer. Both straight and curved, according to the dogmatic globe believers. Farmer's boy's having his light taken away from him.
In that third dimension, people like Bev go into mental vapor lock.
That's right.
Yes, their heads explode. You can't have a curved straight line. End of.
Yeah, absolutely. That's an oxymoron.
Yeah, you can't have a curved straight line,
That's
right?
absolutely, yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Law of identity violation.
Yeah. But the mathematical, I think
As far as Bev's concerned, and all the rest of them, you can't have a curved straight line. But if you draw a straight line on the surface of a sphere, on a ball, it's got a curve. But it's also a straight line. And at that point, they just go, error. And
Yeah, I've never called that a straight line. That's
so he's got. This is why they shouldn't do this, right? Because he's
a voice of reason pops in.
Yeah. I don't know whether this is a warning to tell Farmer's Boy that he shouldn't really have done that, but I mean,
it's a line, but not a straight line.
It's a geodetic.
Well, it becomes a point of clarification that that's a straight line on a sphere, meaning it has no angle points, and meaning it
has no angle points. Did you hear that?
There's no angle to a straight line. What the fuck is he talking about?
Listen to this again. Larry is, old school, but this is why we said George needed some help. He started saying stuff like this.
It becomes a point of clarification that that's a straight line on a sphere, meaning it has no angle points.
Has no angle points. What?
What is an angle point, first of all? That's the first question. Second is the second question would be, if there's a question, is can a straight line be an angle?
It's a straight line on a curved surface because it has no angle points. Listen to it again.
Geodetic.
Well, it becomes a point of clarification that that's a straight line on a sphere, meaning it has no angle points.
Yeah, a straight line on a sphere, meaning it has no angle points. Larry, the last known globe surveyor, dogmatic globe surveyor.
We're the crazy ones, though, Bev.
The top man, yeah, I know, yeah.
And meaning it is a great circle.
Meaning it is a great circle. Straight line. Great circle, straight lines.
So if you have 3 points that are a great circle, that's a straight line because there's no angle point.
No, it's well, I don't call it a straight line.
So here's somebody else saying, I don't call it a straight line. I don't call it a straight line either if it's curved.
It's a line because it's the shortest distance between 2 points on a sphere.
Right.
That's what makes it a line. So that's why I don't use the word straight line, because it's not a straight line.
Well,
But it's just, yeah.
Isn't that the definition of straight line? Which definition you use?
Yeah, use that one. Shortest distance between 2 points on a sphere.
The definition
That's
of
the
a straight
definition of a
line
straight
is
line?
the shortest distance between 2 points on a sphere.
On a sphere.
Yeah.
These guys don't know what a sphere is. I'm convinced. They cannot know what a sphere is. Cannot.
Is
It
a
depends,
segment.
you know, it comes,
It's a
are
segment
you
of a
writing
great
white
circle.
paper? Are you writing a white paper, or are you making, you know, constructive discussion? You know.
Right. Yeah, it's a segment of a great circle. Okay, we realize that. It's on the curve.
This is what Bob's logic was, wasn't it? Bob's
Yep.
shortest distance logic
Sure sounds
that
like
we
it.
did last Friday. So always comes round. Don't know why I managed to get this, but that's what. But Blue Marble is supporting Bob's shortest distance logic.
Curved surface. Okay.
Well, if you go by Euclid, then it's not a straight line. It will not
Yeah,
define the straight
yeah.
line like the shortest distance.
But we're allowed to have different geometries.
There you go. Well, if you want somebody to let you know that you're allowed to have different geometries, that Brenda's the person that you want breaking that news.
Not if your name's Bev.
Well, I'll
You
say
can-
one thing. The other day in his live stream, he did correctly identify the logical problems with quantum eraser's black swan argument.
Oh, see? So Brenda heard all of the problems with quantum eraser's black swan argument from me. Imagine that. Imagine Brenda's to be recycling all of that stuff, but
He identified all except the main one.
Well, yeah.
so this is okay. Now, Blue Marble Science is going to tell us what the main problem with a geometric argument is.
I have a great idea. Maybe we let Nathan present Bev arguments, and then Bev will find the flaws in these arguments.
Chaiki says he's got a direct contact with Nathan Oakley. He can get Nathan Oakley to present arguments. That shows a close affiliation between these groups of people, Blue Marble Science and Nathan Oakley. Quite a while.
I kind of like the idea.
Actually, it was not Bev. It was Pepper Organist. Surprisingly.
Yes, you're right.
The real problem with the black swan is it's a one-off, and in any scientific endeavor, you deal with a data set. So go take a
Larry, the problem with the black swan is it's a one-off.
Yes, as it should be. One, yeah.
It's a big problem.
Black swan argument is about showing one example of something, anything, in fact.
That's a problem. Listen to it again. Listen to him. This is Larry Scott. He's a well-known figure in fact, the last surviving dogmatic globe surveyor. Listen to him. It's a problem.
Not Bev. It was Pepper Organist. Surprisingly.
Yes, you're right.
The real problem with the black swan is it's a one-off.
It's a problem.
The
Okay.
real problem with the black swan is it's a one-off.
Yes, one defies a categorical statement, which means all. Yeah, this is problem. Okay.
So the real problem with the black swan is it's a black swan.
Yeah, it's a falsification.
That's the real
right?
problem with it.
The real problem is that you only need one of them.
And in any scientific endeavor, you deal with a data set. So go take 1,000 photos of that oil platform and find out which one is predominant in a bell curve. But they like that one outlier that just destroys all the rest of the data. And that is not science. That is not metrology. That's just data fed.
So the black swan isn't science, according to Larry. You need a bell curve. A black swan bell curve. A data set. But you only need one, Larry. Put it in the data set with all of the others.
Well, that's the misfit with calling it a black swan. In a black swan, yes, you only need one of those occurrences.
Like, what's going on here? Can you imagine having to deal with, like, listening to this? This got 1,000 and odd views or whatever. They're contradicting each other. And whenever somebody makes a mistake, they don't point it out as a mistake.
There is no mistake here. Sorry, but because in this argument, modus tollens, as I remember, is stated that every horizon should be, etc. So every means all. So you need only one to nullify the statement, all. And this is their problem. Okay, I agree. It is problem because it nullifies argument that this horizon is at that distance. Yes, black swan nullifies. So they have problem. I agree.
So are there swans of any other color than black? I've never seen them.
I've seen swans with a black head and a white body. Now what?
Over here, most of
Larry's seen swans with a black head and a white body. So now what? How do you take that for your falsification method within scientific endeavors? Huh?
No, white swan is all white. So it doesn't matter. Color doesn't matter. It can be pink swan also because it is not white. Pink is not white. Black is not white. Blue is not white. It doesn't matter. Color doesn't matter. Nullifies a categorical statement. All black swans are white. All horizons are at that distance. It is nullified.
These are logical geniuses, though. Come on now.
This is good. If you want to hear who's listening to logic and who's being affected by logic, then yeah, it's these guys. Sorry, guys.
Yeah.
The ones that live across the road from me are black.
Has somebody
Yeah, well, yeah.
has somebody genetically engineered a glow in the dark swan yet? They've done it for
time.
cats. They've done it for cats.
Yeah, give them. Well, yeah, I suppose give them time.
That
but,
would be kind of cool.
Yeah, I'm not too sure, Brenda, the genetic engineering of a luminous cat or swan. I don't know.
I'm not sure the swan would see it that way.
Glow in the dark swan.
Yeah, just like the glow in the dark cats.
I must admit, I have a black cat, and it would be quite handy if she glowed in the dark. Because a number of times
A glow-in-the-dark black farmer's boy.
These are your shadow giants, people. Listen, your globe shadow giants.
A glow-in-the-dark black cat.
Seriously.
Oh, they have cat's eyes for that, don't they? Like the one thing that you can see in the dark is a cat's eyes. They don't need to be glow-in-the-dark black cats. For fuck's sake.
Time to go downstairs and I haven't switched the light on, and oh, it's a cat.
I think they're super expensive. I would think they would be, but I don't know. But they might be super expensive.
You know, Brenda, and your affinity for these glow-in-the-dark cats, I think the Mechanicus biologist would like to have a word with you.
I would have the obvious name that you would give such a cat would be Pixel. Ha 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 ha! See, I made a joke.
I'm not sure the Omnisia approves of such innovation.
Yeah.
I'm not sure either. Now, the real problem with that argument always has been the fact that he swaps from a calculated horizon distance, not including refraction, to an observation which is clearly highly refracted. That's the flaw.
Flaw in the argument is the bit that never gets mentioned, that isn't in the argument.
Yeah, conclusion doesn't follow from the argument.
They all miss that, don't they? They all miss the actual flaw in the logic is that it doesn't follow. It's a non sequitur, and he tries to just change his P without anybody noticing.
Yes, in the argument, real predication upon which is argument is made is radius, the number. And in this argument, this radius is denied by supposedly this number of 1 point whatever it is. But in conclusion, there is statement that the Earth is not a sphere. So the conclusion is about shape. And modus tollens is about defying this number. So that's the flaw. I would say it is just invalid conclusion because it is non sequitur. That's the problem. And they cannot see that.
Yeah, so they have to bring the refraction in. Now, Blue's done this just recently as well. Similar sort of thing.
Yeah, Bev doesn't mention that. Does Bev believe in refraction?
Oh, and by the way, the name of your...
Do you believe, Bev? Do
Do
you believe
I believe
in refraction?
Well, yeah. It's hard to tell what refraction is because, like paper, I think you do see in straight lines, yet this, what they call refraction, is something that occurs with the air on the way to the image, and that image travels in straight lines. So refraction would be something that occurs within
medium.
Yeah.
This is what medium does with let's say light. So, but even if it is refracted, we still see in straight lines. So we position objects according to straight lines. And this is true because we are creating images like in the mirror when we don't see real straight lines bouncing off the mirror. This is how image in the mirror is created. We create this mirror where rays are supposed to meet on the other side of the mirror, which is absolutely just imagination. Because in real life, these rays are bouncing off of the surface of the mirror, but we see things like as they were behind the mirror. So we connect these rays behind the mirror. And of course, they are not behind because they are bouncing off. But we see things behind mirror. So that's why this image is apparent only. But this is what our visuality does. So that's why it doesn't matter if it is refracted or not. We still see in the straight lines, and we create image in our retina and in our brain or whatever, seeing them in straight lines. It doesn't matter if light bends or not, we see in straight lines. And we put position of an object in straight line, always. We don't account for curvature of anything. That's the rule of optics. Straight lines always, even if they were not straight. It doesn't matter.
Rumpus is coming in saying he's going to show us a display of some low IQ. Any chance you want, Rumpus, you can come in the chat and tell us about it as well if you want. Give us your practical display of the low IQ. Anytime.
Rumpus, I can't distinguish between refraction and reflection. And mirror is creating reflection, not refraction. But in the mirror, we see things behind the mirror, and the rays, light rays, are not going behind the mirror. That's the point.
He's only doing this as a distraction, right? Because
I
his
think
mate
so, yes.
Farmer's Boy said some stupid shit, and Larry said some stupid shit. So he's now pretending to deal with the refraction, which Blue Marbles brought up because there's an argument made that didn't mention it. And that's what he says the flaw in a certain argument is, the fact that it wasn't mentioning refraction.
Yes, but refraction kills the globe argument. So because we still see in the straight lines, and the refraction is, of course, not reflection. So the light is refracted somehow. So it is like lensing effect. So at some point, light may be not bending, like curving, because light is not curving, but with a change of density in the air, it may be refracted at several points, maybe even. It doesn't matter. But from point to point of refraction, it is going in straight lines anyway. Like that's why it is called also lensing, because we know how lens is refracting light. So this is the same effect we can have in special circumstances in the air. But still, if we can see object with refraction, we still see this object in straight line. So we are looking, our eye is looking where it is, in the straight line. So our eye is not accounting for curvature of bending light.
Well, Farmer's Boy said that the radius is curved, but it's a curved straight curve.
Yeah, refracted radius. Yeah. This is just nonsense. Another nonsense. So refraction nullifies this whole modus tollens. because if we see in straight line, it means that there is no curvature visually. So whole geometric, let's say, they say geometric argument, which is not for me geometric, is just nonsensical. Because if we have a globe or sphere, and the sphere is refracted into straight line, the whole so-called geometric argument is invalid, because we refer to our vision. And in vision, we have no curvature. So bringing up this geometric, so-called geometric argument is just nonsense. So, or refraction or curvature. You cannot have both.
Lou likes to support QE though, the best mates. Let's not forget, right? I played this so you could hear Farmer's Boy, the mathematical genius, talk about the curved radius.
Yeah, mathematical genius.
Yeah.
Curved radius. Yeah. Refracted radius.
Rumpus, that's why I think Rumpus is here. Rumpus and Farmer's Boy. Rumpus and Farmer's Boy have a very close relationship, obviously. But Rumpus and Blue are here because they're defending their buddy, Farmer's Boy. I mean, they both like to look after Farmer's Boy. He's like a special friend. And he was the one that said a curved radius.
Rumpus still doesn't get
Making
it.
Stupid quotes. Yeah.
You cannot have in this argument. So if you are using refraction, you are not allowed to use this argument, this modus tollens. This is my point, because it refers to visual. And if someone is assuming refraction already, which is begging the question, because this refraction that Rumpus is talking about is this 7/6R refraction. So we have radius already there in refraction calculator. It means that if you are trying to prove sphere with the radius, and you are using this radius in your premise, you are creating a circular reasoning. So it is formal logical fallacy. It means that you cannot prove anything because of circular reasoning. Circular reasoning cannot prove anything.
That's the point as well. Rumpus, while you're here, Rumpus.
Rumpus is not prepared. We are going over this modus tollens, and Brenda owned it, apparently. And Rumpus doesn't know what we are talking about.
No, Rumpus hasn't got a clue.
I think he's maybe he forgot or what. I don't know.
They short-term memory. They have to, right? Because they have to be able to forget all of the faux pas that they've all made. But I mean, they're not really faux pas. That they are integrated within their model. He knows this.
Yes, Rumpus, we know
so
that
clever.
in this calculator it is 7/6R. So R is in refraction already. So if someone is using in premise or in antecedent in the argument this 7/6R, you cannot have R in conclusion because you are creating circular reasoning. You cannot prove R by using R in premise, in argument. That's the point. You, Rumpus, don't know what is argument and how to create argument, and that's why you don't know that you are creating circular reasoning by using R in premise, and you have R in conclusion. And if you have R in premise and conclusion, it means that you created circular reasoning. So you cannot prove anything. You cannot have thing which has to be proved in a premise, only in conclusion. This is how argument is created. So this radius has to follow from something else than radius, because it means, in circular reasoning, it means that because radius, therefore radius. It is
Yeah,
fallacy.
Paper, you're gonna have to like let people know, because there are people that think everything circular is good. Is circular reasoning a good form of reasoning? Because I mean, it is circular after all, and there are some people that worship these circles and stuff, right?
Maybe,
So
but this is formal logical fallacy.
what
Circular
about
reasoning,
great
yeah.
circular reasoning? Can we?
It doesn't matter. It is still circular reasoning. So it means that you have something in premise and the same thing you have in conclusion. This is what circular reasoning is. It means that the thing is proved by itself. That's why I said,
So
because
you're not
radius,
liking circular reasoning. What if we did 7/6 circular reasoning, right? Just to add a bit, just to make it not quite. Well, it just makes the circle bigger, doesn't it?
7/6R means that the refraction is bigger than radius, than the surface of the sphere.
Yeah.
This is what is called, but still this number, this radius number, is in calculation.
Well,
And
could we increase the circularness of the reasoning to make it acceptable?
I don't know, but it's still circular. It means, and that's why it is called fallacy, because you cannot prove things by itself, because you are creating self-evident conclusion.
Rumpus is saying, right, that QE was trying to invalidate the spherical Earth, but didn't include refraction, right? Well, Rumpus, we've been telling you for ages, he had his fallacy that, like, got rid of the entire argument was because he changed his P. He didn't mind his P's and Q's. That's the reason that the argument was invalid, not because he didn't add something in that wasn't even mentioned within the argument. That's not how you falsify modus tollens, Rumpus. You're ridiculous.
Yeah. QE's argument is invalid because it refers to radius. So if the Earth, as I remember, this P was,
I'll get it for you. I'll put it up on screen.
On live chat?
Yeah, I will do. And yeah, I'm just getting it for you now. This is his.
Okay, so if the Earth is a sphere with a radius 3959 miles p, then horizon distance measurement must be no more than, etc. So we have Earth is a sphere with radius. So in fact, real predication in this P statement, in antecedent statement, is radius, not that Earth is a sphere. Because in his Q, statement, he is referring to radius, because these measurements, in quotes should be, this 1.225, etc., is referring to this radius. So if his picture is referring to this number, it means that he was denying radius, not sphericity of the Earth. But in conclusion, he says Earth is not a sphere. He didn't disprove sphericity of the Earth. He only allegedly disproved this radius only. That's why his conclusion is invalid, because his conclusion is about radius, this specific number. That's why QE's argument is invalid. It is non sequitur. His conclusion is non sequitur, and this is our objection. And also Mr. Sensible mentioned that this argument
at best, you
best,
falsified the radius.
Yeah,
yeah,
and that's true. That's true statement. And Rumpus, you should know that. Not from us, but maybe from Mr. Sensible. And it was like 2 years ago or 3 years ago. So
wow,
for
look at that. Rumpus says, you don't even know what an argument is. You don't even know the flaw in QE's argument. He says the logic in QE's argument is valid. Like,
no,
Rumpus actually thinks that argument is valid. Rumpus,
go to Mr. Sensible and ask him. He will answer your question, because if you don't believe us,
sounds
here,
like
because...
no. It sounds like now Rumpus is sticking up for perhaps one of the worst arguments ever done. It's been over 4 years, Rumpus, and you still can't see the problem with the argument that's right there in front of you. It now sounds like Rumpus and Blue Marble have both defended this argument. It's fucking rubbish. If you can't see the flaw in it, then you guys... I mean, stick in the chat and make as much out of it. Try and make a video with Blue, Rumpus. It sounds like you should be the one talking about this. Call it defending QE's fallacy that he calls a black swan.
And if we don't understand that this argument is invalid because it is non sequitur, then Rumpus go to Mr. Sensible and have a word with him. Because if we don't understand, so maybe Mr. Sensible also doesn't understand. But I think in that case that Mr. Sensible does understand that this argument is invalid. So go to him, please, and have a word with him. If you don't believe us, but still, we let's say debunked this argument. It is formally invalid argument. Formally, the conclusion is non sequitur.
Look at that. That's Rumpus defending a fallacious argument as valid. So if you want to know who you can trust in this arena, I'd say absolutely no one regarding any arguments, who's on what side, who's working together. It's pretty clear that Rumpus and Blue Marble are working with QE. Same team. Rumpus can't see the fallacy and sticks up for it.
Rumpus is playing some game. He says that QE's argument is completely valid, but in next post that QE's argument is not sound because the first premise is false.
Rumpus says we didn't know what an argument was until Betty came.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, this is
Rumpus.
sad.
You're hilarious, Rumpus. And knowing that you're the best that they've got. Obviously the falsification, just say whatever you want, Rumpus. Just get out there and say something. Do some pushback. Doesn't matter how ridiculous it is, Rumpus. We'll support you because you're the only one willing to do it, Rumpus.
It doesn't matter. In that case, it doesn't matter if this argument is sound or not sound. It doesn't matter. The conditional statement, if, then, means that you can have even impossible antecedent. And the argument is that you are denying this antecedent, not directly, so not as you are doing, that premise is false. It doesn't matter. We are falsifying antecedent by falsifying consequent. We don't check if a premise or antecedent is true by itself. We don't care. Modus tollens is the way of disproving antecedent, and this way is by disproving consequent. So once we disproved consequent, we don't bother if antecedent is true or sound or valid, or it doesn't matter. We are just taking into consideration only consequent. And when we disproved consequent, therefore we disproved antecedent. So we don't care about the valid or sound antecedent. It doesn't matter. And by the way, in this argument, supposedly, QE thought that his antecedent, his predication, is sphericity. But in consequent, he is defying or denying only radius number. So he is not referring to sphericity. That's why his conclusion that the Earth is not a sphere, it doesn't follow from this argument. From this argument only follows that the radius is different. It has to be much, much bigger. And this is what Mr. Sensible said. And he was right, of course. And this is it about this argument. So he created non sequitur conclusion from that argument. It doesn't matter if it is sound, true or not true. Who cares?
Rumpus
the construction
does.
of
He's got to support QE. Of course, Rumpus has to support QE. So Rumpus does care. He's put in there. Big Blue says QE's argument was that he could see too far in a picture that has got nothing to do with the argument. So the actual argument has got nothing to do with seeing too far. QE's totally flawed argument was that he could see too far in a highly refracted image. QE has fooled Blue Marble into thinking that the picture is the argument. So bad. Like, they're all propping it up. QE made a messed up argument and then he brought a picture. That picture is now what Blue Marble science is now talking about. An image. I don't know how he manages to science the image, but yeah, that's what he's talking about.
And by the way, when he's using this refraction, Big Blue is talking about refraction, it means that he is creating circular reasoning. Therefore, he cannot prove anything about sphericity of the Earth. Because
does it not prove sphericity of the Earth if they use circular reasoning? Is circular reasoning not one of the best ways to prove their model?
It is one of the basic fallacious argumentations. So circular reasoning always was and is fallacious reasoning. So if you have definition what circular reasoning is, it is called just fallacious reasoning. So that's why you cannot prove anything, because you cannot prove anything but the dogmatic globe model with fallacious reasoning. That's why we don't need to disprove modus tollens, or because just we can only say that this is non sequitur, and this is enough to say that this modus tollens is invalid. And by the way, Rumpus is confusing conditional statement with modus tollens.
Mm-hmm.
Modus tollens is this is operation upon conditional statement. If then, and we are dealing with then, we are doing something with this then.
He thinks it's a valid form of modus tollens. He's not spotted the minding your P's and Q's. He thinks you can just change your P from the initial statement to what you're falsifying at the end. But Rumpus hasn't got a clue about this.
Yes, conclusion is invalid. Conclusion shouldn't be about shape of the Earth. And conclusion is about shape of the Earth. That's why this conclusion is non sequitur. It doesn't follow from this conditional statement. That's why this conclusion is invalid.
Are you surprised that Rumpus hasn't got a clue about what the actual form of the modus tollens is? And the,
yes, he has
the
no clue.
identity of your P and Q statements?
Absolutely.
Keeping them the
He
same,
has no clue.
equal. They have to be equal all the way through. You can't just change a P statement from the beginning to the end, falsifying a different P than what you started with as your antecedent. Rumpus can't see it, blinded to it.
Yes, and he says, yes, the radius of the Earth, if there was no atmosphere, so no refraction, has a specific distance to the horizon. Yes.
Sorry, wait a minute. The radius has a specific distance to the horizon.
Yeah. From that, consequence of that would be this distance.
Well, but the radius has a specific distance to the circumference. Because that's the distance of the radius, right? I mean, not to the horizon, Rumpus. Radius is only go from the center to the circumference. They don't have anything to do with horizons at all. But Rumpus is geometrically illiterate, so that only to be expected.
Yeah. And logically also, because he cannot understand that this is only about this distance to horizon and radius, not shape of the Earth. And conclusion in QE's argument is that the Earth is not a sphere. So he is saying that his modus tollens is disproving shape of the Earth. And it is not about that. His modus tollens cannot disprove sphericity of the Earth because it is constructed, this modus tollens is constructed in such way that it can disprove only this number of radius. Only. Nothing more. It cannot disprove shape of the Earth. But he is trying, in conclusion, to say that it disproves shape of the Earth. And this is non sequitur. That's why it is fallacy. Rumpus. Learn logic. And refraction is not in this argument. So don't speak about refraction, because refraction is not in that argument.
No, you don't even know what an antecedent and consequences. Consequences. Yeah. Wow.
Yes, but I have learned that I think in primary school, conditional statements are part of grammar. This is not even logic. This is just grammar. Creating conditional statement. If something, then something. I don't know. What's the problem with Rumpus?
It's Brenda's argument anyway now, Rumpus. You want to be correcting Brenda. And Blue Marble says it's a bit too complicated for you. So what you want to do is you want to get Blue Marble and Rumpus. Who's the logic guy on your side? Have you got, what's he called? FE Maths, Flat Earth Mathematics. He's your logic guy, Rumpus. Get him and you get a thing going over at Blue. So you go live, Blue. It's been a while since you went live. So jump on it.
Rumpus, you are not. You are wrong again. In the argument, there is no refraction. You are adding your global or spherical refraction into that argument. You are doing that. QE is not doing that. This modus tollens is without refraction. Without. Don't add refraction to that argument.
They have to confuse everybody about the modus tollens and logical arguments, I think. Because, like Nathan Oakley said, he said, that's not an argument. Well, same team, crew and all of that, Rumpus and Blue, supporting Nathan and QE. It's strange, isn't it? That these people are looking after each other. We do want Nathan back online. And, I mean, is QE going live? Is he, or does he not do Fridays? Might be Saturdays. We'll keep an eye out on that. Might be a good one tomorrow. It's QE's chance to get the limelight out, isn't it? Grab the limelight off him. His argument's got nothing to do with refraction, Rumpus. You're the one that keeps going on about refraction. The modus tollens was fallacious because his P statement changed. It had a reference to a numerical value at the beginning, but then lost it at the end. He thinks the inclusion of a picture can take away the numerical value of the initial P statement. It's ridiculous. And the fact that you guys can't acknowledge that just goes to show that there's something fishy going on here, Rumpus. Between you, Blue Marble Science, and QE. And Brenda now as well. It's like you're all in on it. Nobody wants to acknowledge how bad an argument QE made. They just want to try and bring in other things about refracted stuff. It's got nothing to do with the image, Rumpus.
Yes.
Keep
and
saying
he's-
this. QE brought a picture in. It's got nothing to do with the argument. Nothing at all. Could have been a picture of his kids. So it would have made no difference to the argument. The argument still stands as a fallacious argument without QE's picture or BMSLB's picture.
Yeah, we are dealing with a fallacious argument without any picture. We just see what he wrote, and from that, what he wrote, we know that this conclusion is non sequitur without watching any images. We are just dealing with logic, how to formulate logical argument, and we can see flaws in his argument. And the most formal fallacy here is non sequitur, because his conclusion is non sequitur. And by the way, in this picture, this is you, Rumpus, who is
He's
adding
just saying some
refraction.
stupid shit. Don't take it as though Rumpus is giving some sort of valid rebuttal to anything. Look at what he's writing. It's ridiculous. He's saying you still don't know when to use the antecedent and consequent. Literally the P and the Q. Like Rumpus hasn't got a clue what he's talking about. And you need any more obvious, like just watch what Rumpus is writing in the chat.
Yes, I can see that. But still, first, he says the image has a refraction. How can you prove that? So you are assuming, Rumpus is assuming refraction, this 7/6R refraction already in image. So it is just invalid reasoning. But
there is no image there, in the argument that's on screen right now.
Yeah.
There's no image. And the only reason Rumpus would be bringing an image up is to defend the guy that brought the image in, as though the image has got something to do with the argument, and it hasn't. It's got nothing to do with it.
Yes, we understand that it is distance to horizon is derived from the image. Yes, we know that. But we are talking about argument itself. This is conditional statement. Back to school, to primary school. Learn how the conditionals are created. This is rather simple statement. If, then.
What do you mean you get a distance from a picture?
It is because in this oil rigs picture, there are distances. So there are known distances between oil rigs and horizon, etc., and the height of the observer. So I'm going with that these numbers. It doesn't matter if it is true, correct, or not. But Rumpus is implying refraction. So it means it is a globe, but refracted. So if globe is refracted with refraction with 7/6R, it means that he's creating circular reasoning. So either way, modus tollens is invalid because it is non sequitur. And if Rumpus is trying to use refraction, he is creating circular reasoning. So that's why I called it dilemma. On FED, it was called Arwinian paradox, but this is not paradox. It is dilemma. Because or you have to go with this QE argument, which is non sequitur, or if you are going with refraction, then you are killing this argument. QE's argument is killed by refraction, and you are creating circular reasoning. So you have both ways wrong. That's why, for me, it is very funny for Globbers.
Well, I don't think it's funny at all. I think the fact that Rumpus is the best that they've got, and the best that they've got is somebody that hasn't got the foggiest clue about anything to do with logic. He's defending QE's argument as though it's valid, telling people that it's valid when it's not valid at all. It's like one of the worst forms of argument I've ever seen.
Yes, we are going back to grammar. So it means that Rumpus not only cannot understand logic, but I think that he has problems with grammar. Because conditional statement is creating conditional statements is in grammar. This is part of grammar education. And he cannot see what antecedent and consequence is or consequent is in conditional statement. And from that conditional statement, you can create modus ponendo ponens or modus tollendo tollens. Or sometimes, very rarely, you can create also modus ponendo tollens or modus tollendo ponens. But this is at very rare occasion where you can do that. But generally, we have two, modus ponendo ponens and modus tollendo tollens. But this is what we are doing with already given conditional statement. So modus tollens operates on already existing conditional statement. This is what the part that Rumpus cannot understand, I think, yet. That we already have conditional statement. And we are doing something with that statement. We are doing denying the consequent or affirming the antecedent. If we are affirming the antecedent, in order to affirm consequent, we are creating modus ponendo ponens. And if we are denying antecedent by denying consequent, we are creating modus tollendo tollens. But the conditional statement is already given. So this QE argument, if the Earth is a sphere with radius, etc., then the horizon, etc., this is conditional statement. It is not yet modus tollens. Modus tollens is when we are denying consequent. When we denied consequent validly, then we can have conclusion from that. And that conclusion would be that the radius is not that radius. That would be true conclusion from that modus tollens. But QE's conclusion is that the Earth is not a sphere. Has nothing to do with this argument. That's why it is non sequitur. Rumpus, you understand now or not?
No, he's gone. He said we don't understand. Okay. That gives him his way to get out of here. Because obviously, the way I saw that is that we've falsified an argument that has been claimed to be flat Earth proof. I mean, we've been doing it for years already, but just recently, it's come to light that we've obviously falsified it, and you can see it on screen where the falsification is. His P statement, after he's negated it, has changed. He's just thrown in a different P statement. Now, that's the falsification for the argument. What Rumpus has done is, Rumpus has come in like a good little Flat Earth Society guy and said, it's a valid argument. And the problem with the argument is the picture that isn't mentioned in the thing. The reason how he managed to falsify it, the not Q, is a picture that isn't within the argument. QE actually had the nerve to write a fallacious statement and then hand people a picture, which they obviously take on, right? And Blue Marble and Rumpus and all of them can say, that's the wrong picture, or that picture's got refraction in it, or whatever.
Yeah, yes, I agree. Because you can use that picture as denying the consequent, because in modus tollens we have somehow to deny consequent. So we have to deny this distance to horizon, and this picture is denying assumed distance. So that would be evidence for denying consequent.
But
I can agree with that.
Within the divided line, images are lower than trust. Just imagination.
Yes, I agree.
So
yes, I
bringing
agree.
that image in, like, it's another one of the things that I used to say about this. That the black swan is for you to find. The statement allows you an ability to find the black swan. But if you want to go and find your own black swan, then you should go out there and get it. That's what QE made a mistake about. He showed everyone a picture that not many people can verify. So they're never going to actually get it. Whereas by Rumpus's method and QE's method, you can just show people a picture of Santa Claus and say, look, there's Santa Claus. I've proved it.
I agree that showing pictures is not very good to support your argument, because we have various conditions, let's say atmospheric conditions. So the same thing looks different in different periods of time or seasons or whatever. So and we can see that because we have time lapses from many let's say places, and we can see that this horizon is moving up and down, lights are moving up and down, and buildings are moving up and down. They are more tall or more squeezed, etc. So we know that, and this is what refraction does. So picture is very weak support for the argument. But in this case, yes, that was QE's support for this argument, for denying the consequent.
That's how QE found his black swan.
Yes,
and
I
he
agree.
tried to push it on everybody else as the black swan, which is very fallacious in itself, right? Not telling people that they're best off finding their own proofs. QE wanted to force his proof on everybody else, and it's not really a proof because it's just a picture.
Yes, and by the way, even if this picture truly shows that that this distance is greater than assumed in this model, it's still, this conclusion is still invalid. But people now know that, or they think they know that because of this picture, Earth is not a sphere. This is what people know by this argument and this picture.
Yeah,
they think
Nathan Oakley's been telling everyone that this argument took the radius away.
No, it changed number only.
Well,
not
Nathan Oakley has been telling people for years that this argument took the radius away.
No, this is a wrong statement. False
yeah, there's
statement.
loads of false statements coming from them, but they'll never talk about it. they might even pretend that they never used to do it. Like Nathan Oakley said, that, you know, he never called it a proof. He did. QE definitely did. Flat Earth proof. There isn't a proof. But I mean, hey, the door's open for anybody that wants to come in and have a discussion about what you think proofs are. Flat Earth proofs. Apparently the sextant's the new proof. Unfortunately, Nathan Oakley's PC's back, gone, knackered. So if anybody can afford any spare money, Nathan Oakley needs it so he can get his PC back up and running. Then he can tell us about these proofs. Tell us why he thinks that women drink all the time. What's up with that? Maybe there's some women in his family that drink a lot. He has to take it out on people. But thanks for popping in, Rumpus, and showing us you know absolutely nothing about logic.
And grammar.
Yeah, Rumpus and Blue. Don't even know about the logical form. Things are valid to just
If they're still
change your P statement.
If they're still listening, though, they should go to the Give, Send, Go. Give Nathan a few dollars. Blue Rumpus. Come on, guys.
Oh, this isn't good.
Chip in.
It was 160. Is that a new one, that? I'd bet. Because, I mean, you didn't just take that picture this morning, did you? Because, I mean, of all of this we've done, how many hours we've been? 7 hours. And it was 165 when we went live. Come on, guys. You can do better than that. Tell us we've done for 7 or 8. We're going to go for nearly 10 hours. And we're not going to net Nathan Oakley any...
No dollars? No pounds? No money? Nothing?
Not even a penny.
Have the prayers gone up?
I hope the prayers have gone up. How many prayers is there? I hope there's more than 15 prayers.
Okay, well, at least there's that.
Yeah. Prayer count was running at 15. Askins donated his money to Arwin.
Well, there are a lot of needy people.
Yes.
You know, it's getting to be that time of the year.
Well, doesn't Arwin have a part of the Flat Earth debate computer anyway? I mean, he is part of the Flat Earth debate, isn't he, Arwin? Like a side member, anyway, panelist. Well, thanks for your efforts, everyone. Bear's checking. He's coming now. How many more prayers did we get in him? I'll get the link. See if we can find out how many more prayers we've got.
Hopefully Rumpus and Blue will send some prayer. I know they're tight with the Lord.
Oh, I think they've gone. I can't see. Yeah, I can't see them coming back again.
Oh, that's too bad.
Unless they've been timed out. I'll have to do the Nathan thing again. So please give generously, as much as you can, to Nathan Oakley. Give, Send, Go. There we go. Let's have a look. Yeah, he's right. Only terrible. It doesn't say how many. It doesn't say how many prayers he's got. Did we read this? We perhaps didn't go over it properly. Perhaps you don't know how how vital this PC is. It says the funds from this campaign will be received by Nathan Oakley. Goal £300, only 300. And he's raised 165. So it's a little over a year ago. I was given a passive PC, and during that time, it has managed to destroy, and then like double dots. This is the list of stuff that his passive PC doesn't sound very passive, does it? It's wrecking shit.
If it's destroying shit, yeah, no, it's not passive at all.
Not
You'd want a
non-passive,
passive PC then, yeah.
That maybe that's what this money's for, to pacify it. Oh, Mike, wrong place. First super chat from Mike Dornan. Thank you very much, Mike. We'll pass it on. A passive PC, to pacify his PC. Keeps wrecking shit. This is the stuff it's wrecked, right? It's GPU, which brackets replaced by the person who bought the PC, which no longer cooks everything inside the PC as of a couple of months ago. So it was a cooker, a passive cooker, up until like why would the GPU cook stuff? I don't get it. These passive PCs are weird. He says it's wrecked. It's RAM obviously got replaced by the person who bought the PC, which is now spec, so it doesn't cook itself.
I suspect that this passive means passive cooler, and this cooler is too passive, and it is not doing its job properly. That's why Nathan Oakley's comp was cooked, because cooler was too passive. Should be more active, I would say.
Well, it's a passive PC, except the fact that it keeps destroying all of his other stuff. But it's fixed now. Don't worry about it. Nobody will need to replace any of that stuff again. And now, both its drives attached directly to the motherboard have died. So internal hard drives, they've died. So that's like it's wrecked 4 things, his passive PC. What was that? Did you guys hear that though?
I didn't hear anything.
150 quid for a 2 terabyte hard drive. I'm pretty sure I got it. It is an external one. I've not even used it yet. Let's have a look. Seagate. 8 terabyte. I've got one here. I'm pretty sure that didn't cost. It's an external one, right? But I've got that spare. When I got some money last time, I made sure I had a. Oh, you heard it as well, Mike. It might have been for you, that, it might have been a bit delayed. Thank you very much, Mike. That noise, whatever it was, that was for you. You might have done that. In order to replace the 2 drives, the PC will need to be stripped and the information on the old drives transferred together with a fresh install of Windows to do away with the issues the now cooked drives cooked. See, it's really weird that he uses that, isn't it? Cooked, seeing as he's got a passive PC that does passively remove the heat. Unfortunately, as with any unexpected expense, I have to reach out to my very supportive community to cover the costs of the repairs. After 13 months of work with the PC at 100C, The drives failing isn't exactly welcome, but must be resolved to continue recording FED. Massive thank you in advance to all of you who support this campaign. The amount being asked for will cover 2 by M2 NVMe in whatever the largest size, as I'm constantly running out of space. Cost of stripping and rebuilding the PC with the new drives. Cost of ghosting the information from 2 old drives to 2 new ones. And cost of restoring Windows and testing. I've asked the tech guy for the quote on the work, and the 2 drives hopefully is not much more than my original target of £600. It's now £300. Update, don't worry. After meeting with my tech guy and looking at prices of HDD M2 drives, I have decided not to increase the capacity, and at the advice of the tech guy, Craig, who suggested that 800 may not be the answer, so instead has recommended a cheap replacement that should be sufficient that costs around $150 per 2 terabyte drive. I have lowered the target to £300, as that may be that's all that is needed. So just £300.
And he's going with the HDD, not the SDD.
It seems like it, yeah. I think that's just to get it going again. Right? Because his tech guy will have gone, don't put 800 quid's worth of gear into it, because, to be honest, I don't think it's going to... I think, you know, like, can we be sure this is going to be okay? It doesn't have a very good history of, you know, passively... I'm not too sure about how this passive removal of heat works, because in my idea, you need a movement. There has to be some sort of movement. Otherwise, aren't you just making like an oven situation? I mean, not a fan oven, just an oven.
Well, that's what he said. It's cooking.
Yeah.
So, yes.
A free Apple Mac desktop. Nice one, Mike. That'll do. Get some of that. See how it runs. Would you reckon it'll run Arc, Mike? Come gaming with us. Come and join the VR chat. So, yeah, I think the idea of heat transfer, it means you have to transfer the heat from one thing to somewhere else, which requires a movement. I don't know, like, where the heat's meant to go in that corner of the room. What can you say, though? Nathan knows much more about it than we do. And Nathan's the one that has the high-end PC. With the chopstick remote.
By the way, I was thinking about that. So he said that someone gave him this PC. And then he's also said it's cost £5,000. I'd want to know who that friend... Like, if I was him, I'd talk to that friend and go, you're not really a friend, are you? You're just a dick that handed me a computer that I then put £5,000 in and still can't have it work reliably. I'd be mad at whoever gave you that thing, Nathan, personally. But that's me.
Yeah. I know if somebody was said to me, I've got a PC, a passive PC for you, I'd be, nah, I'm all right. I've got a PC. Thanks very much. Because he must have had something before that. Right? I remember when he first got it, I think there was rumours going round that it was like a £3,500 PC. But that only rumours. You know what this arena's like. It's later been confirmed that it was a £5,000 PC. Which I've seen some of them. Somebody was posting the $5,000 PCs, the liquid cooled gaming PCs. And that's some nice kit. But Nathan Oakley's isn't liquid cooled, because if it was liquid cooled, it'll have lights on it and all that sort of shit. Like Fight the Flat Earth's living room. Like all colourful tubes and shit all around it. I don't know who does the PCs, but passive PCs. I definitely say no from now. Just say no to passive PCs. If anybody's learnt a lesson, hopefully Nathan might do a stream about it. You know, like what sort of PC would be best to get for the professional YouTube streamer. How good you know, an option passive PC is for the professional YouTube streamer. I'm all right. I've got a PC, like I say. If anybody does want to know about PCs, come and get in touch. Like, there is a really good shop that we go to, but I'm pretty sure everyone should know a local PC guy that you could go to. They'd probably be grateful for the custom. Looks like Nathan's already got one. So if people could click the link and help Nathan out, send him prayers or whatever, it doesn't really matter. I don't know whether, like, it's 165 quid would be enough for him to do one drive at a time.
I don't know.
Like, they don't need pairs like RAM, do they?
I don't know. No, I don't think. I wouldn't think so. But I just wanted. Maybe our reach isn't good enough, Bev, because like you say, we've been at it all day.
Well,
today.
Nathan, yeah, nobody knows who Nathan Oakley is around here. I mean, like, Nathan Oakley has told everybody to unsubscribe from us, so.
Well, that's true. I mean, but his people know, right? I mean, like all those characters on the like QE, Neil, 10th Man. Like these people don't strike me as being the you know, down on your luck, don't have any money kind of guys. I mean, just those three characters, if they just chipped in £100, I mean, there you go.
Anonymously.
Yeah.
Like we did.
Well, yeah.
I bet there's hundreds of people that have donated 100 quid anonymously to Nathan Oakley.
I'm sure. But in his time of need now, where are they? Where are they? Where's John? The guy that said that your argument was not an argument.
I don't know whether
right. I mean, I know Arwen's not going to be able to.
No, Arwen's got a few croissants and herbal teas to get from the shop.
And I who knows if Betty would chip in now? I mean, the way they treated Betty.
I don't know whether Betty's really been at Nathan Oakley. Betty did a lot of chat stuff in for Flatside. Obviously, panel member at QE's, but I don't know. Like, I've not watched Nathan Oakley for quite a bit, to be honest.
Yeah, well, I'm just talking about like his immediate, like who else is in there? Adam Meakin, you know. What, Adam doesn't have a few extra pounds to throw Nathan's way? Chocolate?
Chocolate's
Elijah?
been doing one of his own at the minute, hasn't he? He's...
Oh, yeah. I mean, what about that? Not to mention the rest of the arena. I mean, we're not flat earthers, so, not our monkey, not our circus. But, where's Flatzoid? Where's the other flat Earth characters helping Nathan out? It's sad to see what's happened to the community.
Is there only... Oh, come on. Apart from the anonymous donor, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, there's Sheila, Adam Meakin, Michael Kahn. Is that it? Seriously, that's it? Only like 4 donators, other than the anonymous.
So there was an anonymous £100.
Yeah.
Adam gave him £10.
15.
Good for Adam.
I think it was 15.
15. Okay.
D Rose gave 30.
D Rose.
Yeah.
I forgot about D Rose. Yeah, good on D Rose.
Yeah,
That's all.
well
That's
done.
awesome, dude. Yeah.
And Sheila.
Is that 10th man?
I don't know. Michael
Sheila?
Kahn, Adam. Oh no, Adam only gave 10. Sorry.
No 10th man. Did 10th man spend all his money on sextants? Maybe. Could have been. Sextants are. I mean, they could get expensive. Some of those sextants.
Yeah. So good on you lot, people. But I think they did that before we went live today. And they, like, most of the last one there was done 23 hours ago, so it seems like they've dried up a little bit. It's a shame.
It is a shame. Community doesn't rally around its own. I mean, that's terrible. We've done what we can, and we're not even flat earthers.
Yeah. Well, like, obviously, I'm a carer, and I can't do much. I'm just a humble, part-time YouTube streamer. Now, I'm nowhere near on the same level as Nathan Oakley, the professionals.
Well, and you're not a flat earther, so
yeah,
there's that as well.
Yeah, there's not enough flat earthers streaming. I don't think. Not enough to keep the globe model going. I mean, who's the globe model going to have to... See, that's why I don't...
Well, they have Witsit.
Come after us again.
They have to, right?
Yeah, that's why we need Nathan Oakley back. Right?
Yeah.
They keep coming and telling us we're flat earthers, Nathan. We need you to, shoulder the burden of the flat earth. Because they're going delusional with Nathan not being around. They actually think that we're flat earthers. This is what happens when Nathan Oakley stops going live. There's a load of lost people wandering around, pointing fingers at people saying, you're a flat earther, you're a flat earther. And that can't be good for society. I mean, where does that end up? Imagine Nathan Oakley doesn't come back for a week or so. What are they going to do?
Oh, God. No, they don't want that, because that means we're going live at 2:00 every day. Jeez.
Yeah.
What a freaking nightmare.
If Arwin was around and he had if he does, then Arwin could be doing it, and Nathan could just go over there and sit with Arwin.
Yeah, that would be a boon to Arwin, I would think.
Yeah, just say
Arwin,
come
support
over
Arwin
and
getting...
put your channel out at 2:00 and we'll go live.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Choose your Patreon membership. Is that a month? Buy me a pint, buy me a burger, buy me a bottle. A night on the town. Do you get a night on the town with Nathan Oakley?
Oh, that's a deal. How much is that?
An oil change.
How much is that one?
40,
The night on the town dinner.
£42.50.
$42.50 a month.
Yeah, I think so. Isn't that how Patreon works?
Oh yeah, I know that for a fact. I support someone on
An
Patreon.
oil change for 85.
An oil change? That can't be. That can't be a monthly thing. That has to be
oil change.
Who changes their oil every month? Not in the UK, and you don't drive that far.
Whoever lets Nathan change their oil has to get their oil changed every month.
Oh, I see it. If you join the night on the town, then you are buying Nathan Oakley a night on the town every month. That's what happens.
Oh, you're not going on the town with Nathan.
No, you just get to buy Nathan a night out on the town.
Oh, yes, that's right there. You definitely get nothing.
Yeah,
I get to eat out. Nathan, you may want to modify your. Like, that's not a very good selling point. You definitely get nothing. They get nothing for £42.50. That doesn't seem like a great deal.
Well, you never know. I don't know how many supporters he has. He can't really have that many, right? Because that sort of thing, you'd be able to buy your own hard drives at 300 quid, wouldn't you?
Yeah, well, you would think. But I'm not surprised he wouldn't have any. I mean, who wants to pay £42.50 for definitely getting nothing?
You'd get yourself a good Chinese, wouldn't you? I mean, he's got how many kids? Him and his missus, a couple of kids, delivery. 30 quid Chinese, chippy tea.
Easily. Yeah. I don't know. These are hard times, right?
Yeah,
Inflation
hard times.
and all that stuff.
Yeah, it might. Yeah, you never know where he lives. Chippy tea night out could be 42 quid. You never know.
It could be double that.
Yeah. It might go for the expensive fish, whatever that is. Cod.
Yeah, there's you got to have cod when you're talking about fish and chips, don't you?
I don't know, a nice bit of haddock.
Oh, that's an expensive fish.
What, haddock? More expensive than
yeah.
cod?
Yeah.
No, not round here enough.
Yes. Well, here it is. Holy crap. Yeah, it's like haddock is like double the cost of cod. It's really expensive.
So anyway, can we I don't think we can do any more for Nathan, really. I mean, we've been doing a Nathan Oakley thing, and we've had literally zero effect on it.
I'm glad we can't do any less, because that would be taking money away from Nathan. We don't want that.
Has he got a new video? It's been installed. It's got amps. Amps.
We did it.
Oh, his hi-fi's all right. Oh, he's got 4 amps. 4 amps. Is that real?
What's this now?
Wow, he's got 4 of them, and they're 500. He's got £2,000 worth of amps in April.
What?
Wow. He's got some, I'm telling you, I don't know what he does. I bet he's got some sort of musical training or something. He might be opera singer, perhaps. That's my bet. Nathan Oakley does opera. He needs like high quality sound, and it's got to be voice, hasn't it? That, you know, because he can't have any fans running in the background. It must be opera. 4 amps. That's amazing.
500 a piece. Gee.
Yeah, and his speakers went as well, didn't he? Like he keeps. I wonder how loud he can get that shit going in that room with the sound, the dampening.
Sound deadening.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, maybe you wouldn't have to have 4 speakers with unless you had the, if you didn't have as much sound deadening. Would you really need that much?
What sort of
Would
an
you
opera
want?
singer do you think Nathan Oakley is?
I don't know, but would you want like super high quality sound in a sound deadening room? I don't know. I don't know these things.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I mean, like, yeah, I don't know. We need to have a word with some musicians or something because it's obviously, where's J-Ro? He's the speaker man, isn't he?
Yeah. Somebody's got to chime in here because obviously Bev and I don't know what the hell we're talking about when it comes to this stuff. Somebody's got to help us.
And why do you need 4 amps?
I don't know. And these are like for the hi-fi, right? This is not like for it's not like Buster having 4 amps or something with all the guitars he's got and everything. I mean, that's different, right? You'd think. Mike Dornan says all super unnecessary. Well, I don't know about that.
Yeah, Spot On's going on about his £300 headphones. It's always a Spot On solution that. Just get some really shit hot headphones and you don't really need anything else. You just put them on, sit back in the chair. I mean, at 300 quid as well, you could probably walk around your house.
Yeah.
Or your
You don't even
mansion,
need that.
depending how big your house is.
Oh, Mike Dornan's being just super critical here. He says, wouldn't just a good mic be good enough? Be enough? Clearly not, Mike.
Yeah, I mean, Buster's got a nice mic, hasn't he? But I mean, like I say, Buster does singing and guitar and live guitar, all of that sort of stuff. Not so sure what Nathan does with all of his audio setup, and I think there's something going on in the background. You're probably going to find out Nathan Oakley on Britain's Got Talent or something like that. You'd be like, what? He's like, you'd be like, is that Nathan Oakley? And be like, yeah, I'm a flat earther. I do flat earth YouTube. That can be his sob story, right? He'd get well with that, wouldn't he? He'd be like, oh.
Yeah. What would he sing?
Like
we'd have to find out what
voice.
he'd sing.
Yeah. Madam Butterfly or something like that.
Yeah, Gadget. We don't know Gadget. We don't know when he's going to be back. But Bev and I have been saying like all day. It's been basically myself and Bev. I mean, Emma we had a good chat earlier with Emma, but that was quite a while ago. But I mean, we can't keep this up. I mean,
nobody
going
wants
live
to hear
every
us
day
telling us that the Earth's not flat. I mean, let's get
No.
Nathan Oakley back, and then you can have somebody to pretend that the Earth is flat. He can pretend he's got proofs again. Flat
I mean,
Earthers need
where's
some hope, and there's only Nathan Oakley that can give it to them.
who is carrying the sextant banner while Nathan's incapacitated here? That's what I mean. Witsit's not doing it, right? There's no way Witsit's carrying the sextant flag, is he?
No, nobody's had
No,
that one for a while.
He's ether guy, so not
So, and we know Jaren's not carrying the sextant flag. I mean, Jaren's got his own flag to carry. That's the driving in a straight line and ending up going in a circle.
Circles, straight line circles. Yeah.
Straight line circles.
He's
That's a
bought
flag.
That one.
Yeah, that's a heavy flag to carry. So you can't carry that flag and the sextant flag at the same time. So, yeah, Askin's right. Nobody said keeping it flat would be cheap.
No.
That's for damn sure.
No. I'm still fascinated by passive
cooling.
Well, passive PCs.
Passive
It's
PCs.
like they don't actually seem to do anything except they're really sort of destructive to all of the other components.
Passive PCs that destroy your, well, I don't know what, your life, really. Certainly your financial situation.
Yeah, Gadget says life's not the same without Nathan's daily show.
Yeah, feels empty. Yeah, there's a vacuum, a void, a large
Gadget
void.
no, is Arwin back to fill that, like sort of semi-fill the gap, or has he gone over to one of these other streaming platforms? Has he left YouTube? Been divorced from YouTube? My cat wants something. Can you tell?
Yep.
What is it? Not food, I hope. That.
FPV, hey, FPV.
Yeah, Askin says he's back on his main. Yeah, so he is back on YouTube then. So on Monday, let's put it out there, right? Let's see whether the YouTube gods can sort this one out. What about on Monday if we get Arwin to go over to Nathan's, get Nathan to jump in Discord on his phone and join Arwin's stream, get Arwin to live stream Nathan in the Discord channel. I mean,
that would be great.
I don't think anyone would notice it, really, would they? Other than Nathan being on, in the Discord. But he could mute people within the Discord like he does on the thing anyway.
Yes.
He doesn't necessarily have to go to the what is it? What's he doing in the background? The Google Hangouts, the Google Meet thing.
Yeah.
Skype or whatever.
But I mean, they could rough it. Yeah, but they could rough it for a little while, don't you think?
He should be able to go in Discord. I think, like we've done it, all of this sort of stuff. It's all done directly through the Discord. Nobody needs to go to Streamlabs or Skype or Google Hangouts. Just straight through the Discord.
I think it would help
for us.
Yeah, and I think it would help out Arwin because Nathan gets a super chatter to a session, and then those would go to Arwin.
Yeah, you
because
could get Arwin to hand a few of them back to Nathan. If he was making any donations for the PC and all that. Yeah, let's put it out there. Arwin, let's see if Arwin would be up for helping Nathan out on Monday. They might not have mentioned it.
Maybe not. Well, someone will have to suggest that because certainly Arwin's not listening to it. I mean, none of them are listening because Nathan told them to unsubscribe from us. So somebody will have to let them know.
And Arwin won't ever talk to us. So if there is somebody out here that will or can get word to Arwin about that, pretend it's your idea. I don't want credit for it.
Yeah, we don't want any credit for it. We're just trying to help out.
Why not get a tea bag? I'm not remembering many things. Take your brew. I'll make my own. I know, go.
Arwin has a Commodore 64 and a P1000. P900. Okay, thanks, spot on.
Yeah, it was a P900, wasn't it? Who was it? Ranty gave it to Nathan to take to Arwin. To give to Arwin. Yeah. I don't even know if Arwin still got that or not. Has anybody seen it recently? Is that what he uses as his camera? live stream camera. No, Rod, just have quite a lot of pictures of Arwen.
I don't know what to make of that.
Disturbingly large collection of Arwen pictures.
A portfolio,
Yeah.
actually. An actual a portfolio of Arwen photos. FPV seems a little bit incredulous as well. He says just a cash cow of flat Earth society nonsense.
Well, yeah, but where else? What else would you do with your cash? You've got to use
Right?
it, you know, in order to push a narrative at least. And that's what we're saying, FPV. We're no good at it. We can't do it. We're not
No.
inside that loop.
Terrible at it.
Nathan Oakley's the best, as far as I know. Claiming proofs and then going back on his word. That's can only be done by Nathan Oakley. And you need somebody who's like aggressive with it at the same time. I mean,
Who needs weed? Who
we
needs
have
weed
as
money?
many guests as Nathan does, admittedly.
Askin says he needs weed money. By the way, is that Arwen? Who are you talking about, Askin? Who needs weed money? Yeah, Arwen. Okay.
Yeah, always Arwen, isn't it? He's just about got enough for food. Flag says he was blocked by Nathan. So one of the norms, I think.
Yep.
Or he does have people that do it for him now. He's got, you know, like we have mods. He has the Divergent Droid.
FPV says he avoided them all several years ago because they're pushing crap. Yeah, we'd like to avoid it, FP, but we can't just leave it a void, right? So that's why we need Nathan back, because otherwise we have to go live at 2:00 GMT.
Yeah. Yeah, come on, let's get Nathan back, otherwise you'll have to deal with us. And it's the wrong time of day, really.
It is.
Midday.
It's bad for me because I have meetings in the morning.
Guys, yeah.
Yeah, it's much easier just to leave it at the 8:00 GMT. That way it's getting close to the end of my day. I can participate with this 8:00 in the morning for me.
That'd be
like
rough.
for the birds.
Yeah. Not even, most of you haven't even had a cup of coffee yet, so.
No.
Yeah, Americans are pretty.
Yeah, well, No Red's had 3 or 4, but he's not normal.
Six good quality, 6 spare. Wow. Nathan Oakley, broken amps. For any of you interested, I have 12 channels of amplification. And the system needs 6 amps to be fully functional. Is that 6 amps of like power? Like a 6 amp fuse?
That's how I would take it. Yeah, I think.
have 6 good quality amps and 6 spare. Of the 12, 9 are currently broken. See, that sounds like...
No, that can't be. That's amps.
Not like, yeah, it's not like an amp.
That's amplifiers he's talking
fuse,
about.
A 6 amp fuse
No.
or a 9 amp fuse or whatever.
No.
That's individual units. I don't get it.
He needs 6 amps?
12?
Who needs 6 amplifiers? Well, he's got 12, but he needs 6. And 9 are broken, which means if you do the maths on that, I think he needs 3.
Yeah.
Right? Do we do the maths on that? I mean, we aren't flat earthers, but I think we can do maths.
I think he got that fixed, though. So at least his sound system's good, right? He's got
I don't
amps.
know.
Look, there's a picture of him pointing on it. 6 mono
hell
block amplifiers at £469 each.
Yeah, 500 pounds a piece.
That's a big fucking surround system. Can you imagine that?
What are you doing with that, man?
That's like a thingy cinema, isn't it?
Yeah.
Cinema. $3.5 grand for a pair of speakers. Wow. And a $5
times
PC.
are tough.
That's some. How much money's he got in that room? You don't want to be out broadcasting that, do you?
That's well over 10 grand. It's
Yeah.
got to be with the sound deadening stuff and everything else. It's got to be 10 grand. You didn't spend 10 grand on your setup, did you, Bev?
I haven't even got any speakers. The speakers are in the front room, but it's never been switched on. I think that went out with CDs, to be honest. I know, like, when I was a kid, we used to have amps and ghetto blasters and all of that sort of stuff. But I don't know, music's just dropped off. Isn't music like digital now? I mean, I'm sat in this room here with my PC and a headset on. And the music is like live music from Buster or Danger. Like nearly everybody in the server's got a guitar or some sort of musical talent, apart from you, Kev, and me.
Yeah. Yeah. Not our gift from the Lord, that's for sure. God didn't see fit to do that, but hey.
But yeah, loads of other people have, and that's where we get our sound through headsets. I don't ever imagine that. I don't know. That's great. Maybe that's how he moves his airflow. Well done, Ed. Maybe that's how he moves the heat. Just fucking turns the sound up and like. Ooh,
that could be.
Ooh, have the windows
That
and
will
the
move some air.
curtains fucking pumping.
6 amps will definitely start the air moving. There's no doubt.
Especially in like a UK room. Like they're not. He's not got
huge,
massive
right?
square feet of space in these things.
No, you're not talking about like a 850 square foot great room like we have here.
Like at most, like 3 meters by 3 meters, and that'd be a big class as a big room.
That's a 10 by 10 for you in America. 10 by 10, big.
Mike Dornan's got his phone and some headphones. That's it. Yeah, I mean, what do you need nowadays? I can remember when Walkmans came out. About then was the decline of the home cinema system. I mean, I did used to have a good, 5.1 surround system, but I don't watch telly, so I've never needed it.
Yeah, unless you're watching movies or you're listening. You could be right. He could be an opera singer. You could be. I was laughing at that a little bit, but you could be right. I mean, why else would you need that? High quality, that kind of high quality sound.
Maybe that's for the lighting behind the TV. Maybe that's what that's for.
Oh.
Mood setting light.
I think he might have it like Fight the Flat Earth has for his super chats. It glows to let him know,
the lights.
so he doesn't miss anything.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny listening to all that about the hi-fi system because I've been sort of doing that myself. Not to
You have 6
not
amps.
those levels of.
Yeah, how many?
You have $600 amps.
I've got 3 amps.
Oh.
But I only ever use one. The other 2 are just older ones that I don't.
How much did you spend on your amps?
Well, can you imagine why Nathan Oakley needs at least 6 in order for it to be functional?
270 quid was my one that I've got. It's for Sonar. It's like a surround sound amp. But people do spend a lot of money on hi-fi. I get that. I've never had the money to spend on hi-fi equipment. I've just had to,
How many amps would you imagine you need?
Well, I've only ever seen setups with 1 amp.
No, me too.
And one of the most expensive setups I've seen is like this minimalistic, and it was 10 grand. This
But the amp is your
Yeah,
bass
and I'm
unit,
like,
isn't it? All of your stuff goes from the amp.
yeah.
Put the CD player into the amp, you put your record player into the amp, and the
Yeah.
amp outputs the sound.
But he says he needs six to make it work.
At least
To make it
six.
work.
I wonder what he's trying to do there. I mean, yeah, it's way beyond my hi-fi knowledge. I mean, sounds. So I've never heard it before. Maybe 2 or something. I don't know. 3, 4.
There's someone in the YouTube chat that is, I don't know if they're crying or
I think that was an advice. I think it's advice for Nathan Oakley that he needs a female host.
You need a female. Well, we definitely need a female host.
We've
but
already got Emma.
We've got Emma, but Emma's been quiet for a while.
Yeah.
We've said no one wants, if the 200 account, whatever, we've said no one wants to listen to us.
Yeah.
We've said that over and over, like I don't know how many times today. We know this. But again, someone has to fill a void.
He can't know about us. We've got Emma. Everybody needs an Emma. And unfortunately, Nathan Oakley doesn't have a female host at all. That's what he needs. I think that's the advice. Not only does he need his PC, but it would be good for Nathan Oakley to have a female host. I think he's about one of the... and obviously Arwin.
Yeah.
Arwin hasn't got a female host, but... I'm Flatside.
QE may not have one either anymore.
Yeah, well,
I don't know.
He did have. He's got a new one, hasn't he, as well?
Oh, that's right. That's right. There's a new... That's what happened. Easily replaced.
Even Turnip's got a fucking woman host.
Yeah. Hi, I'm
See?
Wendy.
Yeah, right?
There
Yeah,
you go.
Wendy, yo.
Wendy.
Shout out Aunt Wendy. I think that
Yeah.
looks like a sock account. If you ever get any one of those with the eggs, they're not really serious about YouTube or anything if you've not got your own avatar. Look at that. I've never liked the screen, the projectors. It never looks good. You have to block out all sunlight. Like it's just too much of a setup. But that looks nice, doesn't it? Look at them. They look like art pieces. Are they speakers on the walls, or are they all? Is the like the black ones? Are they sound deadening, or are they speakers? That's a very nice setup. When's Buster gonna come in here? We're getting late. 10 o'clock. How long have we been going for? 8 hours. It's a super stream. We've hit the 8-hour mark. A marathon. Sorry, Nathan. We couldn't do that much for you. But we tried, right? If effort... I don't think anyone has gone and done as much as we have for such little gain, Nathan. Sorry.
Yeah. Askin said we did our best. I
Yeah.
mean,
Well, we'll try again on Monday if Nathan's not back and he's not got his thingy sorted. Hopefully he can get it fixed at the weekend. Then on Monday.
yeah. It's been, 8 hours now we've been going.
Yeah. Yeah. 8 hours and we didn't manage to help Nathan much. Plenty of advice though, right? Helpful advice and plenty of prayers along the way.
Mm-hmm. Indeed.
Good day, everyone.
Hey, Redmond's
Good
back.
day.
Good day, Redmond. We are live. It's been a while
Oh.
since you've been around here on the live streams, hasn't it?
Yeah.
I see. We got a amplifier dilemma, huh?
Well, Nathan does. He needs 6, and he only has 3 working ones. Apparently, he's got 12, but he needs 6 to make his system work.
That issue's been
Isn't that what
dealt
it
with.
Said?
That was 2021. That's a old school problem. That, but he was
so
just
he's
sort of
okay
saying
now.
about that side of his house. You know, the
fine
amps and all of that. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Are we sure? Because that could be next. Another amplifier problem after the PC problem.
Speakers, the amps. There's been speakers with all of that sort of problem for years. But I mean,
would
that's
donate one of my old ones.
That's one of the things, right?
That's
Like,
probably not good enough, is it?
I've got a Denon amp that doesn't really get used. It's it cost a fair bit back in the day, but won't be worth much nowadays, I don't think. But
that's what I got Denon as well.
Isn't it a little bit weird, right? It's like I'm here live streaming, right? And then I've been doing it for a bit, and I've got a hobby that's fixing up Land Rovers. So I get you guys to help me out because, that's what I do. And I've got a Land Rover, and it's only got one wheel. It needs 4, right?
You need 3 more wheels for your Land Rover.
Do you need to enable it to work properly, right?
Yeah.
Do you need a Land Rover, or do you actually have a Land Rover, or do you have a Land Rover, the sign that goes on the actual car that says Land Rover? How much of a Land Rover would you say you have?
Well, yeah,
exactly.
That's exactly the point I'm trying to make, right?
Does need a new engine.
Isn't that what's occurred with this?
I think maybe Askin has
system, right? Because he didn't have any soundproofing. It's like I've got this sound system, right?
Yeah.
And it needs 6 amps in order to work. It's like, well, it's fucking loud. It's gonna be loud anyway when I get me 6 amps on it. So then I'm gonna need soundproofing, right? And I've obviously got to. And eventually he's developed this wonderful arena of. I don't know what it is. It doesn't look like there's much room for anything else in his room.
It's a sound. It's pure. I think he must just sit there and just sit in the middle of it. He's put all the speakers so they're directional to his position. I should think he's just
sat on his chair.
You reckon?
With his little mouse tray, or do you reckon he moves his chair into a more central position in order to do this?
Well, he's got a sofa there as well, but that could possibly come into play once the hi-fi system turns on. You know what I mean? You could turn that and get right into it.
Yeah, it looks like you have to move all of your stuff around. It looks like he's got a table in the way there of his centre speaker. And how many Wow, it looks like he might even have 3 centre speakers.
Where are you looking? Oh, on that, yeah.
That's nice.
Yeah, you don't want something blocking your center speaker because typically that's where the dialogue comes from. Typically,
is that a big screen then? Yeah, massive screen.
Yeah, it's a projector screen, isn't it?
Yeah.
I've got one of them.
He's got all of that sound in a shitty projector.
Yeah,
they can't be any good, are they?
You're not going to get brilliant. Doesn't matter how good you get them. You can't have an ounce of light coming in from anywhere. If a daytime, you may as well fucking forget it.
Yeah, it's like shower curtains. Yeah, I got one. It was quite. Yeah, I was expecting a lot, and it was like, not as good as I thought.
Big. But the quality's not good. You have great ideas of playing Mario Kart with this whizzing great big picture. It's going to be brilliant.
Well, I played Counter-Strike Source. For about 5 minutes with it. It was just like bang, 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 bang. It was like literally a 6-foot screen in front of me. Too intense. Yeah, that was probably the last time it ever got used. The first and last. Yeah, no, he's got some big old speakers there. They're not them ones. That's all soundproof in there.
I reckon
Are the
those
ones on the
black
wall
ones, those
speakers?
big
Or,
black ones
yeah.
on the wall, do you reckon they're
Oh.
speakers or that's soundproofing that he hasn't got the wooden
Well,
Yeah, I think
stuff
that's
for?
the soundproofing.
I would have put them up the other end because, you know, when he's going ham on the mic shouting at people that he doesn't hurt his head on the wood, I'd have put them down the other end. Where he sat, you know what I mean? No covers over them. And... So he doesn't hurt his head, you know, on the wood.
It looks good anyway. If
Does.
you're into that sort of thing. I'd like to know what, like, for someone to be so in, like, I don't know whether it's just my nature or anything, but for somebody to spend, like we said, for speakers and sound deadening, amplifiers, all of that sort of stuff, there must be at least 10 grand's worth of stuff, and that's not including the computer. What's the
he's invested
benefit?
a lot
Like,
of money in that.
how do you do that?
Yeah.
Like, in my idea, right, you would have to be a professional at something to require that sort of...
Or searching for perfection.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Voice recording or something like for cartoons or for gaming, or maybe he does that.
Yeah,
anybody
maybe a
associate
voice
his
actor. Could
voice
be
with
a voice actor
a
for
voice
something.
actor? Yeah.
And by the way, as far as I know, previously Nathan Oakley was, let's say, audio dealer. So he was in this business of maybe even high-end audiophile gear, let's say.
He was, or he still is. It looks like he still is.
I don't
He's
know.
still got some sort of connection to it.
I think so,
me.
but he was, as far as I know, before this flat Earth thingy, let's say.
It may be that he's been.
I saw many pictures with him and this audio gear, let's say, columns, amplifiers, etc. So he was like the dealer, audio dealer, or whatever.
In his room, or sort of outside of his room?
No, I think that he was in business. I don't know if in his room, but as a dealer, I think that it was some kind of shop or whatever, and he was working there.
I reckon he like all this stuff he's got around him is all the stuff that he wanted to get at the time that you know he's managed to get all that stuff that once he knew was good. Could be that, you know, like he's all that stuff he knew back then, and he's like trying to get what this dream was, you know.
Well, if you're investing that much money in that, you would hope that you'd get a decent return on that. And I mean, I don't know what anyone would consider a decent return, but if you've got, let's say, 15 grand wrapped up in that room, you're like 10 times, like what's a decent return on investment for 15 grand?
Like I say, I've lost like the reason for me to need this sort of stuff has become less and less because we've got headphones now. Like people live in the VR. You can't take VR with speakers in a room. It just doesn't work. I can't see there being any resale value to that sort of kit at all. Ever.
I'm just talking about like whatever the profession might be. Like you'd have to, if that's the investment that you've made in that room because you're a professional at something or other, and that's why you've made that kind of monetary investment, you'd hope that the payback would be sufficient enough to warrant the investment. I can't imagine what that would be. Unless he really is like a voice actor or something. Yeah, but that's not getting a payback, right? That's just for your own pleasure. Then that's just
Yeah.
throwing money out
But
there, which fair enough.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be payback, does it?
Well, the
That's what I was
FED
sort of
guys
saying.
have done it, right? He's done it through GoFundMe's and stuff.
Well, all of that gear? Most of it, or what? I don't know.
Yeah,
I
fixing
mean,
it all up, like the amp thing, that was a GoFundMe. All of his sound proofing, that was all got by the FED guys. It was all done in incremental payment. Oh, okay, there's another one. Patreon, mobile, oil change. Update on the car I got when I first opened Patreon. Yeah, look at that, Rob H. I always like the idea of that. I think that looks good to me. I like the style of it, but I prefer to go with the Pokemon plushies. They seem to do just as good a job, right? You should get a shelf and just keep all of that sort of stuff. I've got some books. They act like those other things. Doesn't look as arty and all of that, but seems to work as good. I mean, nobody seems to be able to hear the fridge, the water distiller, and my PC.
Nope, can't hear none of that.
And that's just with the Yeti. Us low-end YouTube streamers.
The ones that are going live for 8 hours.
Yeah. Yeah.
Crazy. Speaking of which, my missus is home, so 8 hours is about my limit. Bev,
Okay, thank you very much.
I gotta run. I'll talk to you over the weekend, I'm sure.
Yeah.
All right, everyone.
See you later.
See you later.
I was gonna say, look in the live stream, go big or go home.
That's
Have
right.
a good day.
Later.
See ya.
Yeah.
My latest acoustic treatment. Wow, you can go round to Nathan Oakley's and get an acoustic treatment. Perhaps you could get that if you become a Patreon. Take him out for a dinner.
oh shit! Look what Ed there has put in. Sorry,
yeah,
Redman. I haven't seen yours yet. I've just seen that. That's what you're. I'll have a look at yours in a sec. Let's have a look at his first. What the hell? Yeah. Shit.
Go big, go home.
Wow. Wide load. Have you read that though, Bev? He's had a problem with his bloody amps as well, hasn't he?
Yeah, it's like I say, the
Broken
whole
amps.
thing.
Do you read that? Yeah.
Amps. I don't know what he has. CD player, Blu-ray. Maybe have an old 8-track. Maybe a proper records. Get some decks in there.
29th of November 2021, broken amps. For any of you interested, I have 12 channels of amplification and the system needs 6 amps to be fully functional. Yes, which it hasn't been for most of its life. Yeah. I have 6 good quality amps and 6 spare of the 12. 9 are currently broken. 9 are currently broken?
Yeah.
Yeah. What the? Yeah, he's deep into it, isn't he? Good luck with that.
So we went through the blue stream as well, didn't we? We've done quite a lot today in 8 hours. I feel sorry for Nathan. We couldn't help him, but weekend and all of that. And once Friday's finished with,
see how the paycheck. See what the wages. Open up the old brown envelope.
Yeah, you never know. Once everybody's been out for the Friday piss up, when they come back, they might see how many pennies they've got left.
Yeah.
Help him out.
Ooh.
Maybe, hopefully,
come
they
back in a
may
better
switch this
mood.
on and go, we missed Bev yesterday, and they, try thinking, I'll put that on, and like, oh, Saturday. We don't really do much on Saturday, do we? If anyone does want to come in, Saturday is UFC day. We have a day of rest and watch UFC.
So the UFC fighters,
do all the work
physical
for
bit.
us.
Mm.
And I think it's an early one as well.
Cool. Well, you don't know
Early
nothing about.
start. Yeah. It is, Mike. Mike says early start. It's about 2 or 3 o'clock, I think. I'm going to go and take me dad out for a pint. We've gone to a regular taking my dad out for a pint on Saturday.
Nice.
Yeah.
Lovely. Mm-hmm.
So we've got to do that. Got to get ours. Go to Birkenhead.
I think I'm getting up early tomorrow and we're going to go for a brisk walk.
Titan says he's been at work for 12 hours and every time he hits a break he checks and we're still live. That's right. What a PC. Yeah. What a team. Me and my PC. And my lads, both of my lads got one and Emma got one as well. So thanks to the On The Level members, subscribers.
What's your CPU temperature, core temperature?
I haven't got a clue. Honestly, I haven't got How do you know that? Like, does it have a thermometer on it?
You can get an app, but I expect these days are fucking, it'd be a like temperature. You can download it as an app sort of thing, on the PC.
Yeah.
Little software, and then just run along to tell you the temperature. You don't have to get into it. It's running fine.
Task
obviously.
manager.
You never have any problems with that, do you?
Look at that task manager there is running at 23% memory and 15% CPU. That's running all of the stuff that's got going at the minute. Streamlabs and...
Oh, yeah, beautiful.
Look at that, me browsers. Me hundreds of tabs aren't running quite as much as Streamlabs. But you can see how much it's using. Discord's using 600. Streamlabs is using 2000 meg. And me browser's running at 1700. So it's pretty good.
Yeah. Stable is what you're after. Stability.
Yeah, it's been good. I'm going to pop the thingy on. I'm going to put Sons of the Forest on in a bit. And they've got some new.
Yeah, you like that.
They've had an update. So there might be some new stuff. That does look nice. I mean, look at it. Speakers. It's like he's got a display there. That's impressive.
Oh, got some more pictures coming in.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's nice. Yeah. Shit. Well, he pulls that over. Oh, do you reckon the screen comes down in front of the curtains?
I reckon he's got it inbuilt there underneath the Valance thing at the top. Like
Yeah. That's a nice pelmet, I must say. That is a nice pelmet. Because I've been doing as you know, a little bit.
But that looks like it's been made specifically to hide the projector.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
It'd be a shame if you had like all of that done and then you've got a wazing great big projector put in front of it.
Yeah, and the central speaker sort of tells, got a sub there, look.
Yeah, see the panels on the walls are for bass traps to not annoy the neighbours. I mean, that's good of him, isn't it? Spending thousands of pounds to put on the wall to not annoy his neighbours.
Yeah.
And that's only because he's got such big amps and speakers. You know what? It seems like to me, and I don't want to sound like I'm judging, but it sounds like Nathan likes to cause more problems for himself, like sinkholes for money. Because he's gone too big, really, there on those speakers and stuff. But then, because of
For the
those
size of the
speakers, he
room,
needs
yeah.
some soundproofing. And it's like the PC, because he's passive PC, he needs this new stuff to keep it going.
Yeah, but you know these connoisseurs of sound, you know, that pay thousands of pounds for their amps, tube amps, and then they get turntables that are like literally, you know, blocks of wood with custom built, you know, precision to get that perfect sound. And I just wonder if that's what he was trying to achieve.
Starting at like 104 quid each. That's not bad, that, though, for those panels. I mean, how many of those panels has he got?
Yeah, they're nice, actually. I like them. Cool. Good choice.
What have you got for in your studio?
Me?
Yeah.
Nothing, mate. I can hear upstairs talking in my studio.
What have you got planned?
Nothing quite. I got a couple of little things I have to do before that. It's not the studio really. It's just that will come at some point, I'm sure, but not yet. I won't do anything fancy like that. It will be, you know, it will be the
boxes. You reckon? You reckon you
yeah,
get
the egg boxes.
Egg boxes.
Yeah, and actually look quite cool. Actually, I think.
Yeah. Especially if you spray them like a fancy colour afterwards from different angles.
Silver.
Yeah.
Like you're in some sort of rocket.
Silver and gold. They're like pearlescent, so when you move, it looks silver from one angle and gold from another.
Yeah.
After 9 months, it's time to put the final touches to the studio. I have set up a GoFundMe to hopefully pay off a little debt acquired to get some good deal from Gick and hopefully the last few panels. After 9 months? It's like birthing a new baby, isn't it? Good on him. He looks like he's got a good, like he calls it a studio. So do you reckon that's the Flat Earth Debate studio that requires those?
Yeah, well,
you reckon you need 10th man coming through the centre speaker? You know, like, do you reckon that's what it's needed for?
QE coming out of the sub.
I hope they've got the Discord upgraded to get that, you know, the good quality sound. We have, if everybody wants to know, we've got a fully upgraded Discord, so you can, you know, transfer all the files and all that sort of stuff.
I don't think he has all that running while he's on his show, does he?
Well, that's the studio. What else does he use the studio for? The studio's for the Flat Earth Debate podcasts, right? Or YouTube shows. I'd have thought.
Yeah, but probably for playback or something rather than just talking into it and
so he can hear
I
himself.
don't know. Maybe he does.
Yeah.
Listen back to it, you know, rather than in the moment.
Listen back and review. Do you reckon?
Yeah, sit back,
Clip all
kick
the
back,
best bits.
get the mouse out.
Stretch the arm.
Get in the cockpit.
studio. I mean, it does. Like when that show, he gave us that picture, and I said that was looking a bit minimalistic. But I mean, when you look at it from this angle, them front speakers and the center speaker and your big projector screen. It's a shame to not have any of that because your PC's cooking in the corner. Let's have him back. Wait, where's Buster? What's he doing? Must be doing some overtime. Wow, let's see the Patreon. Provides support for the ongoing debate over the... Let me get this. This sounds amazing. Welcome to Nathan Oakley's Patreon. The purpose of this site is to provide support for the ongoing debate over the true nature of Earth. Where is that debate? I've never seen it. Started on YouTube originally, the Flat Earth Debate series became a daily occurrence and has grown in popularity over the last few years. Wow. It's doing all right. Is that 400 quid a month? Good for you, Nathan. Good for you. I'm not surprised. I mean, forking out 300 quid be a bit tough. It's profitable, this, isn't it? Professional YouTuber. Podcast. What's next? Anybody got anything else? We can't be out of topics. I mean, we've only been going 8 hours. We normally manage to talk all fucking day. Turn Up must be drinking, holding himself back. A car. Imagine getting the Patreons to get you a car. That's amazing. You FED, you're good to Nathan, aren't they? Anyway, oh, here's Buster. Oof. Can I play it? Yeah. Welcome, Buster.
Oh, you got the new one ready?
We've been going, yeah. We've been going 8.5 hours. Live stream. Right, let me get this queued up then. I put it on YouTube. I think I sent it to you as well, didn't I?
Yeah, I got it. I watched it. It's good.
So should I put it? I'll put it on YouTube, I think. Oh. Mm. Okay, here we go. This is the, unless you've listened to it on the members stuff, this is the first showing of, I'm going to go over this on Monday or whatever next time, the making of it, all of the bits in it. Please enjoy. Got all the Fata Morganas, Bedford level, and most of the stuff that we've done.
Can I say one thing before you go?
Yeah, go on.
Hopefully I don't break up. So just so everybody knows, this is one of my favorites. Probably is my favorite, just because of all of the Logos things that went along with it. Emma sent me a song and said, you might like this. So when I listened to it, I was like, I think I could do something similar. That's kind of my style. So I ended up writing this song, and of course the lyrics came from, conversations that happened in here. And then when I got it done, of course, handed it to Bev, he did what he did. And then he had a Logos with the Rick and Morty, and then edited. It was just the whole thing congealed to this thing. To me, it's special. Anyway, that's all I'd say.
Yeah, I've been saying to everyone that I think I'm the person that's listened to this song the most, because of the amount of times I've gone over it making the video. I've made 2 videos for this, and this video obviously included a redo of all of the other Rick and Morty stuff. And I was saying to everyone earlier that the actual lyrics, the Buster sung lyrics within this song are, they're just brilliant. They get better every time. And like Buster said, this is what we do here. This is all about this server and the journey, I think, for us to acquire truth for ourselves. So please enjoy the new True Level Bitch. I call it True Level Bitch. Buster calls it Looking for the Truth. Original title. So
yeah.
Please enjoy.
I'm fine with True Level Bitch.
Yeah, it's a colloquial name, I said. But Looking for the Truth is a much better one. Please enjoy.
Hey, Buster, are you there? Have you got your guitar?
Yeah, I've got it right here. I've just been working on something new. It's a song about looking for the truth. Play it for you guys.
What are you doing? I want your shelf level or not? And if I say yes, you're going to provide that for me with that? Yes? See the bubble? I'm familiar with the bubble, Morty. I also dabble in precision, and if you think you can even approach it with your sad, naked caveman eyeball and a bubble of air, you're the reason this species is a failure, and it makes me angry. You want to experience true level? Do you?
Oh, that's in the mind for all to fade.
And it makes me angry.
Choices will be made.
You want to experience true level? Do you?
You can choose to let your mind be free.
Wow, it's so... Oh my God. Oh, Christ. Yeah, true level, bitch.
And I think that you're right.
Exactly, it's level.
Everybody knows that you're wrong.
And it makes me angry.
There are things
Wow,
in this
it's
world
so... Oh my God. Oh, Christ. Yeah, true level, bitch.
in the end you find we're all looking for the truth.
Save it for YouTube. I'll keep looking for clues. Wow, it's so... Oh my God. Oh, Christ. Yeah, true level, bitch.
And that's my midpoint, 981. But look what I did here. And bam, there's the radius of the Earth.
Oh, everything's crooked. Reality is poison.
using this bridge, computing the radius of the Earth, 3 coplanar points in 3D would describe a circle.
You want to experience true level? Do you? True level, I'll keep looking for clues.
Because the thing, your vision is already being obfuscated by the spherical cap.
One of the humps. Radius of the Earth.
Well, you seem to be in charge of what I get to remember. Why? Good question.
And bam, there's the radius of the Earth.
Yeah, true level, bitch.
You know, we have our.
It has been directly measured. By Jesse Kozlowski.
You know, I got the idea from Belu. I'm not kidding.
Yeah, true level, bitch. I'll keep looking for clues. Yeah, true level, bitch. Yeah, true level, bitch. Oh my God. Oh Christ. Yeah, true level, bitch. True level, bitch. All right, save it for YouTube. I'll keep looking for clues.
Oh, thank you very much. That was fucking brilliant. I'd still enjoy that. Back to Discord. So that's on the Buster Music playlist. It's also available for members. Looking for the truth. True level, bitch. With no ranty in it. He didn't deserve to be in there, to be honest. And Ruhif as well. That was some old learning, practicing. What do you think of me video editing? Think that's getting a bit better? That's how you put used to a PC video editing. I didn't have a clue about any of this sort of stuff before this.
You can definitely tell there's an upgrade there for sure.
Yeah, that new editing suite's a little bit better. PC's definitely a lot better. And there will be plenty more of that sort of stuff to come. I'm gonna stop doing this live streaming as much and concentrate more on the videos. So if you want to listen to any of this sort of stuff, the best place to be would be actually to come into Discord. It may not be all, you know, fancy stuff, but we do get to some good conversations and stuff. Click the link and join the Discord. What have we got? Any new topics? Is that it? All of that sort of stuff. It's doing all right. It's profitable for some people, this sort of thing. I can't get it out of my head though, right? The Earth's not flat. So when somebody says about the nature of the Earth, is it not obvious that it's not flat?
I would say, in the words of QE, the Earth is flat. That's your big problem.
No, it's easy to say that, isn't it?
God, just said. I'll say it again. The Earth is flat. That's your big problem. See, it's so easy to say words that don't mean a goddamn thing. I'm eating ice cream right friggin' now. See, doesn't mean anything.
Oh, we're used to all of that sort of stuff. Yeah, he's doing all right.
See, that would have been a good spot for somebody to use the soundboard and, how dare you even talk to me?
Yeah, that's the good thing about being a Discord. We do have a soundboard that you can... How come you haven't got an intro? Is that because you haven't got a PC yet? You're still on your phone.
Yeah, it's probably because I don't have a PC. I'm still stuck on my phone. I'm poor. Computer. No. Not that guy. Because we're not rich.
I died once.
I didn't. Oh, it cringes. I cringe every time I hear that.
Brilliant. I mean, that's entertainment right there.
I died once. Oh. All right, I think it's time for me to go back on mute. My brain started.
Okay. Whatever.
Such good characters. People keep saying, like, why are you so obsessed with it? Well, you learn from people saying stupid shit. And you have to refute it, right? Like, some shit's so stupid that Mike wants us to play a few of the soundboard clippings. You don't understand. Just Busters.
You want to experience true level? Do you?
Now that green chord line is what you could call a horizontal if you wanted to.
Our famous blue marble scientist, and this is the other one.
Horizontal chord line, tangent plane.
Everybody's familiar with the horizontal chord line tangent plane.
Can we get a b-ball one? We had that one.
Say what? Do what?
Yeah. God rest his soul. This one.
Hold on 1 second. Let me just say something. It's a tangent to a straight line which is on a curved surface.
There you go.
There you go.
Tangent to a straight line. But it's all right because it's on a curved surface.
Three level points, and you see if they create a triangle between them or a straight line.
In non-Euclidean geometry, straight lines can curve.
Problem is, it's both. It's both straight and curved. Both at the same time. Yes, of course it is.
Both straight and curved. That's because in non-Euclidean geometry, straight lines are curves. So they can be both, because you can exist in both at the same time. Like, yeah.
Flat, they mean level, which means curved. Flat is curved.
Rumpus. How can you live with people that contradict themselves so much? This has got to be the best clip ever.
I died once.
I fucking hate that.
That's brilliant. If you're playing a game of one-upmanship, then the first one to say that has got to be the winner, right?
How dare you even talk to me?
Yes.
That's good. Not you, Nathan.
I don't think I've got that one. I don't think I've got that.
No,
Should have it.
Oh,
really.
that was.
It's not you, Adam.
That was like we wore that out. Well, he did both of them.
I know.
I've got it. Yeah, I think I could put a few in there. Like, let's see. I think I was looking at these the other day. I've got far too many of these clips saved. I've got more clips of people saying stupid shit than no Radas of Arwen. Pictures of Arwen. What was I looking for? It was Adam, wasn't it?
Yeah. Adam's been drinking a little.
Yeah, this one. You guys can't hear it because it's not on the thingy.
Call QE, Owen,
Ed
a
Fenn
wanker all
was
you
fun.
like, yeah?
I
Not you, Adam.
I might have to put that on the soundboard.
Yeah, you gotta. Not you, Adam. The second one, though. The second one's better. Not you, Adam.
So many clips.
Okay. Whatever. So, whatever.
Okay, whatever.
How dare you even talk to me?
In a non-Euclidean space, parallel lines will meet or diverge.
Wow.
What was it you said this morning that the guy that invented the equal sign? That's been bugging me all day. I was trying to remember.
I'll get it. I'll put it in the chat.
Put it in somewhere so I can access it.
Oh, wait a minute. On the phone.
Because it even sounded poetic when you read it.
The equal sign was invented in 1557 by Welsh mathematician Robert Record. He was tired of writing is equal to in his equations and chose the two parallel lines because no two things can be more equal. I like that. Simple symbol revolutionized written mathematics. That one. No two things can be more equal.
It just rolls off the tongue. No two
Yeah.
things can be more equal.
Except
It's been Sorry.
Yeah, it's mathematical, isn't it? We were going over the we've done another advanced simplicity about parallels and perpendiculars, but it's deemed offensive to certain people. We're in a modern day society that it's deemed offensive for you to upset people by saying parallels aren't the same as perpendiculars. Because people want parallel lines to meet or diverge.
Bev, what's wrong with having stars under your feet?
I know, what's the problem?
Oh, what is the problem?
There's no problem.
No, wait.
There's plenty of people put positions of lights in the sky on the ground.
I'm trying, YouTube. I am trying.
It's required, right? Once you measure an angle, we haven't been through the housekeeping today, but once you've measured an angle, in order for you to turn that angle into a triangle, you have to imagine that the light in the sky has a ground position, and that ground position can be related somehow to the angle. And then you can imagine a right angle triangle whenever you measure the angle. But without putting the light in the sky on the floor, there's just no way. And I've heard Nathan Oakley. I mean, if he was live, we might be able to get him to reply to this and confirm it. But I think when you put that light in the sky on the ground, that's a flat earth proof. So, yeah, it's sort of the lights in the sky being below your feet on the ground is a proof of flat earth. And a globe earth proof as well, because they'll have the same sort of thing, just differently. They don't have a right angle triangle. They internalize the angle, whereas Nathan Oakley keeps the angle and imagines a triangle. It's all very complicated, this flat earth proof stuff. But Nathan Oakley, when he comes live, he'll be able to fill everybody in on how the proofs work. Hopefully Flatsoid will be giving him a bit of a shout out. We're doing our best. I was sort of hoping that there might be a few hate watchers that, you know, want to give Nathan Oakley some money just out of spite. But doesn't look like it. Are you going to get that track on your channel, Buster?
Yes. I will have to. Yeah. I need to do I think 4 or 5.
Yeah.
I need to get on there. Yeah, I'll definitely get that one on there.
I played 2 truths, or 2 conflicting truths earlier, and Danger hadn't heard that before.
I know I need to do a proper recording of it, but I don't know if I can pull it off because I just did it live.
That's a long one as well. It's like a 13-minute extended mix, that.
Oh yeah, with my friend.
Yeah.
Forgot about that. Well, if I do a recorded version, it won't be that long.
I'd take that if I were you and just add to it. If you're going to do anything.
Yeah, well, I did add that whole. I think there's 4 songs. It's 40 minutes long. Of me and my friend play. I did put that on YouTube, on my channel, so it is there, but it's all just one video. There's 4 songs in it. Did actually do that. But I need to do like a proper recording of the song. I think maybe, I don't know. Because when I play with him, we usually stretch a song out that longer than it should be.
There it is. I knew I'd found it somewhere. Always find it when it's too late. E.T. Lou card. Should have put that in.
I missed out on the Belu stuff. I wasn't around when that happened.
It will be, Mike. Like he said, it's on the it's on a, I don't know, what do you have it billed as like he did a live set with his mate Shane, about 40 minutes long, and there's about 4 tunes on there that you did, wasn't there? Who Will?
Yeah.
Was it Who Will?
We just went live and I did the Bottle Affliction Blues, that Two Conflicting Truths, Who Will, and something else I can't remember. Might have been True Level, but I can't remember the fourth one.
Yeah.
I know those 3 for sure.
Yeah, that was some good stuff, Matt.
That was fun. It was a lot of fun. Surely, I thought Mike had seen it. Surely.
Mike Dornan from the on the YouTube.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Mike Jones was here when we were doing it, I think.
Yeah.
The best place to do it is to be in Discord, because that's where they all are. Like, it's not often that Buster goes live on YouTube to do it.
No, I meant to do it more. I'm not a YouTuber. Just don't have enough time to devote to it, or I don't make enough time to devote to it. But I went live with that on the YouTube channel, and it's on there. I'll double check to make sure I didn't. I'm almost positive I didn't. All right, but it is.
Atkins got it, I think. He said put it in the put it in the YouTube.
Yeah, that's a good one. What I meant to do was I was going to go back and cut each one separate and label them as each song, but I just it's on there. I thought, it's on. Watch it or not.
Yeah, I think I clipped it, but I think I only clipped it so to put him in the intro bit here, because it's just brilliant stuff. But yeah, we've never made any videos for them or anything, have we? We've never really. That was just live.
I was gonna ask you about that. Like, you could take the audio from it and make a video.
Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna do that with the gaming, and there's all sorts of stuff that we can start doing now. I think, it's about time we did. It's about time we started promoting the stuff that we do here.
Yeah, for sure.
Have we got anything else on the go? Because it is getting late. It's 11 o'clock. We've been going for 9 hours. Here we go. Can we do another 10? We do a 10-hour session? That I'll get some people moaning that our streams are too long. I can't watch that all day.
They'll do it and like it.
Okay, is everyone done then, I think? we'll go into Discord and do a little bit of a Discord session. If you do want to come in and get involved with the stream, it will be early UFC Saturday, Sunday. Who knows what's going to happen? If anybody wants to get in touch and have a chat, if anybody's up for a debate, I'm up for that sort of stuff as well.
Not you, Mr. Slave.
What's up with Mr. Slave? Is he back or is he gone?
I'm just saying, I don't want to have a debate with that guy.
All right, I'm going to end up on true level 23. I'm calling it.
Yeah.
But this is like the first proper mix of this sort of stuff. Thank you for watching. If you've managed to put up with us for the entire show, then well done. I don't really want to have to do this. We need Nathan Oakley back. Let's get Nathan Oakley back talking shit about flat earthers. Nobody wants to hear that the earth isn't flat. But we do want to hear about the proofs about level, looking for truth. See you Monday.
Hey, Buster, are you there? Have you got your guitar?
Yeah, I've got it right here. I've just been working on something new. It's a song about looking for the truth. Play it for you guys.
What are you doing? I want your shelf level or not? And if I say yes, you're gonna provide that for me with that? Yes? See the bubble? I'm familiar with the bubble, Morty. I also dabble in precision, and if you think you can even approach it with your sad, naked caveman eyeball and a bubble of air, you're the reason this species is a failure, and it makes me angry. You want to experience true level? Do you?
Oh, that's in the mind for all to face.
And it makes me angry.
Choices will be made.
You want to experience true level? Do you?
You can choose to let your mind be free.
Wow, it's so... Oh my God. Oh, Christ. Yeah, true level, bitch.
You might think that you're right.
Exactly, it's level.
Everybody knows that you're wrong.
And it makes me angry.
There are things
Wow,
in this
it's
world
Oh my God. Oh, Christ. Yeah, true level, bitch.
in the end you find. We're all looking for the truth.
Maybe for YouTube, I'll keep looking for clues. Wow, it's so... Oh my God. Oh, Christ. Yeah, true level, bitch.
And that's my midpoint, 981. But look what I did here. And bam, there's the radius of the Earth.
Everything's crooked. Reality is poison. I want to go back. I hate this.
Using this bridge, computing the radius of the Earth, 3 coplanar points in 3D would describe a circle.
You want to experience true level? Do you? True level, bitch. I'll keep looking for clues.
That's the thing. Your vision is already being obfuscated by the spherical cap.
One of the humps.
True level, bitch.
Radius of the Earth.
Lance to the cosmic slaughter! Well, you seem to be in charge of what I get to remember. Why? Good question.
And bam, there's the radius of the Earth.
Yeah, true level, bitch.
Now we have our.
It has been directly measured.
Do you? Yes?
By Jesse Kozlowski.
You know, I got the idea from Belu. I'm not kidding.
Yeah, true level, bitch. level, bitch.
Oh my god! Oh Christ!
Yeah, true level, bitch. True level, bitch.
All right, save it for YouTube. I'll keep looking for clues.